Chapter 1 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Early life, 1599 to 1629. I was by birth a gentleman living neither in any considerable height nor yet in obscurity, said the Protector to one of his parliaments. Cromwell's family was one of the many English families which rose to wealth and importance at the time of the Reformation. It owed its name and its fortune to Thomas Cromwell, Earl of Essex, the minister of Henry VIII and the destroyer of the monasteries. In 1494, Thomas Cromwell's sister Catherine had married Morgan Williams, a wealthy brewer of Putney, whose family sprang from Glamorganshire. Her eldest son Richard took the surname of Cromwell, entered the service of Henry VIII, and assisted his uncle in his dealings with refractory churchmen. Grants of land flowed in upon the lucky kinsman of the king's vicegerent. In 1538 he was given the Benedictine priory of Hinchinbrook near Huntingdon. In 1540 the site of the rich Benedictine abbey of Ramsey and some of its most valuable manors were added to his possessions. Honour as well as wealth fell to his lot. At the tournament held at Westminster on May Day 1540, to celebrate the espousals of Henry VIII and Anne of Cleves, a marriage which was to unite English and German Protestantism, Richard Cromwell was one of the 6 champions who maintained the honour of England against all comers. Pleased by his prowess with sword and lance, the king gave him a diamond ring and made him a knight. 6 weeks later fortune turned against the all-powerful Earl of Essex. He had pushed forward the Reformation faster than the king desired, and bound the king to a woman he detested. "Say what they will, she is nothing there," groaned Henry, and suddenly repudiated wife, policy, and minister. On June 10th Thomas Cromwell was arrested in the council chamber itself and committed to the Tower on the charge of high treason. He had left, it was said, the mean, indifferent, virtuous, and true way of reforming religion which his master trod. In his zeal to advance doctrinal changes, he had dared to say that if the king and all his realm would turn and vary from his opinions, he would fight in the field in his own person with his sword in his hand against the king and all others, adding that if he lived a year or 2 he trusted to bring the things to that frame that it should not lie in the king's power to resist or let it. On July 28th Cromwell passed from the Tower to the scaffold. Few pitied him, and only one mourned him. Sir Richard Cromwell, said tradition, dared to appear at the court in the mourning raiment which the king hated, and Henry, respecting his fidelity, pardoned his boldness. He retained the king's favour the rest of his life, was made a gentleman of the Privy Chamber and constable of Berkeley Castle, got more grants of lands, and died in 1546. Sir Richard's son Henry built Hinchinbrook House, was knighted by Queen Elizabeth, whom he entertained during one of her progresses, and was 4 times Sheriff of Huntingdonshire. As Marshal of the county, he organised its forces at the time of the Spanish Armada, raised, beside the 4 soldiers he was bound to furnish, 26 horsemen at his own cost, and called on the trained bands to practise the right and perfect use of their weapons, and fight for the sincere religion of Christ against the devilish superstition of the Pope. In their mixture of military and religious ardour, his Haragons recalled the speeches of his grandson. People called him the Golden Knight because of his wealth and his liberality, and he matched his children with the best blood of the eastern counties. One daughter was the mother of Major General Edward Whalley, one of the Regicides. Another married William Hampden, and her son was John Hampden. Of Sir Henry's sons, Oliver, his heir, was a man who from love of ostentation pushed his father's liberality to extravagance. When James I came to England, he was received at Hinchinbrook with such entertainment as had not been seen in any place before since his first setting forward out of Scotland. James made him a Knight of the Bath at the coronation, and paid him 3 other visits during his reign. Robert, Sir Henry's second son, inherited from his father an estate at Huntingdon, worth in those days about £300 a year, equal to 3 or 4 times as much now. He sat for Huntingdon in the Parliament of 1593, filled the office of bailiff for the borough, was one of the justices of the peace for the county. Robert Cromwell married Elizabeth, widow of William Lynn and daughter of William Stewart of Ely. Her family were well off, and she brought with her a jointure of £60 a year. The Stewarts were relatives of the last prior and first Protestant dean of Ely, who had obtained good leases of church lands, and were farmers of the tithes of the sea. Tradition, which loves curious coincidences, has connected them with the royal house of Stuart, that their descendant overthrew. But history traces their origin to a Norfolk family originally named Steinwood. Oliver, the future Lord Protector, was the 5th child of Robert Cromwell, and the only one of his sons who survived infancy. He was born at Huntingdon on April 25, 1599, baptized at St. John's Church in that town on April 29th, and christened Oliver after his uncle, the Knight of Hinchinbrook. Little is known of his boyhood. A royalist biographer says that he was of a cross and peevish disposition from his infancy, while a contemporary panegyrist credits him even then with a quick and lively apprehension, a piercing and sagacious wit, and a solid judgment. Stories are told of his marvellous deliverances from danger, and of strange prognostications of his future greatness. It was revealed to him in a dream, or by an apparition, that he should be the greatest man in England, and should be near the king. Another story was that he had acted the part of a king in a play in his school days, placing the crown himself upon his head, and adding majestical mighty words of his own to the poet's verses. These are the usual fictions which cluster round the early life of great men. All that is certain is that Cromwell was educated at the Free School of Huntingdon under Dr. Thomas Beard, a Puritan schoolmaster, who wrote pedantic Latin plays, proved that the Pope was Antichrist, and showed in his Theatre of God's Judgments that human crimes never go unpunished by God even in this world. Beard was an austere man who believed in the rod, and a biographer describes him as correcting the manners of young Oliver with a diligent hand and careful eye, which may be accepted as truth. But these disciplinings did not prevent pupil and master from being friends in later life. At the age of 17, Cromwell was sent to Cambridge, where on April 23, 1616, he was admitted a fellow commoner at Sidney, Sussex College. The college, founded in 1598, was one of those 2 which Laud subsequently complained of as nurseries of Puritanism. Its master, Samuel Ward, was a learned and morbidly conscientious divine, a severe disciplinarian who exacted from his scholars elaborate accounts of the sermons they heard, and had them whipped in hall when they offended. Cromwell did not distinguish himself, but he by no means wasted his time at Cambridge. He had no aptitude for languages. Burnet says he had no foreign language, but a little Latin that stuck to him from his education, which he spoke very viciously and scantily. When he was Protector, he remembered enough Latin to carry on a conversation in that tongue of a Dutch ambassador. Another biographer tells us that Cromwell excelled chiefly in the mathematics, and his kinsman, the poet Waller, was wont to say that the Protector was very well read in the Greek and Roman story. His advice to his son Richard bears out this account of his preferences. Read a little history, he wrote to him. Study the mathematics and cosmography. These are good with subordination to the things of God. These fit for public services for which a man is born. With Cromwell, as with Montrose, Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World was a favourite book, and he urged his son to read it. 'Tis a body of history, it will add much more to your understanding than fragments of story. Cromwell's tutor is said to observe with great discrimination that his pupil was not so much addicted to speculation as to action, and royalist biographers make his early taste for athletics and sport a great reproach to him. One says, he was easily satiated with study, taking more delight in horse and field exercise. Another describes him as more famous for his exercises in the fields than in the schools, being one of the chief matchmakers and players of football, cudgels, or any other boisterous sport or game. How long Cromwell remained at the university is not known, but it is certain that he left it without taking a degree. Probably he quitted Cambridge prematurely on account of the death of his father, who was buried at All Saints' Church, Huntingdon, on June 24, 1617. For a time Cromwell stayed at Huntingdon, no doubt helping his mother in the management of the estate and in the settlement of his father's affairs. Then he went to London to acquire the smattering of law which every country gentleman needed, and which one whose position marked him out as a future justice of the peace, a member of Parliament, could not do without. He betook himself, says a contemporary biographer, to the study of law in Lincoln's Inn, that nothing might be wanting to make him a complete gentleman and a good commonwealthsman. Though his name does not appear in the books of that society, the fact is probable enough and sufficiently well attested to be accepted. 3 years after his father's death, Cromwell married on August 22, 1620, at St. Giles Church, Cripplegate, Elizabeth Bourchier. She was the daughter of Sir James Bourchier, a city merchant living on Tower Hill and owning property at Felsted in Essex. It is probable that Cromwell's wife brought him a considerable dowry, for the day after marriage he contracted under penalty of £4,000 to settle upon her as her jointure the parsonage house of Hertford in Huntingdonshire, with its glebe land and tithes. Elizabeth Cromwell was a year older than her husband, and is traditionally said to have been a notable housewife. In spite of royalist lampooners, she was, if her portraits may be trusted, neither uncomely nor undignified in person. Her affection for her husband was sincere and lasting. "My life is but a half a life in your absence," she writes to him in 1650. "I could chide thee," says Cromwell in answer to a complaint about not writing, "that in many of thy letters thou writest to me, that I should not be unmindful of thee and thy little ones. Truly, if I love you not too well, I think I err not on the other hand much. Thou art dearer to me than any creature, let that suffice." After his marriage, Cromwell settled down at Huntingdon, and occupied himself in farming the lands he had inherited from his father. 2/3 of the income of the estate had been left by Robert Cromwell to his widow for the term of 21 years, in order to provide for the maintenance of the daughters, so that Oliver's means during the early years of his married life must have been rather narrow. It was understood, however, that he was destined to be the heir of his mother's brother, Sir Thomas Stuart, and in 1628 another uncle, Richard Cromwell, left him a small property at Huntingdon. Ere long there was a proof that Cromwell had earned the good opinion of his neighbours, for in February 1628 he was elected to represent his native town in the 3rd Parliament called by Charles I. The choice was partly due to the position of his family and its long connection with the borough, but more must have been due also to Cromwell's personal character and reputation, since the local influence of the Cromwell family, thanks to the reckless extravagance of its head, was already on the wane. In 1627, Sir Oliver, to pay his debts, had been obliged to sell Hinchin Brook to Sir Sidney Montague, and had retired to Ramsey. He had represented the county in 8 parliaments, but he sat for it no more, and the Montagues were henceforth the leading family in Huntingdonshire. Cromwell's entry upon the stage of English politics took place at the moment when the quarrel between Charles I and his parliaments became a complete breach. To Henry VIII, parliaments had been the servile tools with which he used to work his will in church and state. To Elizabeth they had been faithful servants, obedient though sometimes venturing to grumble or criticize. During her reign the House of Commons had grown strong and conscious of its strength. The spoils of the monasteries had enriched the country gentry, and the development of local government had given them political training, while the growth of commerce had brought wealth to merchants and manufacturers. Into upper and middle classes alike the Reformation had put a spirit which began by questioning authority in matters of religion, and went on to question authority in politics. It was in religious matters, naturally, that this spirit of opposition first revealed itself. Henry VIII had separated the English from the Catholic Church, not in order to alter its doctrine, but in order to make himself its master. The doctrinal change which Thomas Cromwell had prematurely attempted, Somerset and Northumberland carried out in the reign of Henry's son. The only result of the reaction under Mary was to inspire most Englishmen with a passionate hostility to the faith in whose name the Queen's bonfires had been kindled. Elizabeth restored Protestantism and re-established the control of the state over the Church. She called herself Supreme Governor instead of head of the Church, but kept all the essentials of the supremacy which her father had established. To conciliate the English Catholics, she made the doctrine and ritual of the national Church less offensively Protestant. But to impose her compromise, she was obliged to use force. Year after year the penalties inflicted upon Catholics who refused to conform became heavier, and their lot was made harder. But thousands remained invincibly constant and preferred to suffer rather than deny their faith. Not only did the enforcement of the Elizabethan Compromise fail to suppress Catholicism, but it created Puritanism and Protestant nonconformity. Puritanism represented from the first the Protestantism of the Protestant religion. The aim of those who called themselves Puritans was to restore the Church to what they thought its original purity in doctrine, worship, and government. Some remained within its pale, content to accept the rule of bishops and the supremacy of the crown, so long as doctrine and ritual were to their liking. Others, who desired a simple ceremonial and more democratic form of government, sought to transform the Anglican Church to the model of that of Scotland or Geneva, were the predecessors of the Presbyterian party of Charles I's time. A small band of extremists separated altogether from the national Church and founded self-governing congregations which defined their own creed and chose their own ministers. But though independency sprang up first in England, it made few converts, and never throve until it was transplanted to Holland or New England. Elizabeth suppressed nascent Presbyterianism and persecuted with equal vigor Catholic recusant and Protestant separatist. But within the national Church, in spite of repressive measures, the Puritan party grew continually stronger, while Parliament became more aggressively Protestant and more eager for church reform. While the Queen lived, no change in the ecclesiastical system was possible. When she died, wise men counselled her successor to adopt a different policy, to try comprehension instead of compulsion, and to make concessions to Puritanism. James refused. "I shall make them conform themselves," was his answer, "or I shall harry them out of the land." He began his reign by authorizing new canons which enforced more rigid uniformity, and by driving 300 ministers from their livings. The main cause of his breach with his first Parliament was his refusal to restrict the authority or to reform the abuses of the ecclesiastical courts. The church policy of James aggravated the divisions he should have tried to heal. His foreign policy ran counter to the national traditions of his subjects, as well as their religious prejudices. It was an axiom with Englishmen that England's natural allies were the Protestant states of Europe, and that it was her duty, when occasion demanded, to come forward as the champion of Protestantism against the Catholic powers. But for more than 10 years James made a close alliance with Spain his chief object in European politics, partly with the laudable aim of putting an end to religious wars, partly in the hope of paying his debts with the dowry of the Spanish Infanta. For the sake of this alliance he sent Raleigh to the block, declined to help the German Protestants, offered to suspend the penal laws against the Catholics, and forbade Parliament to discuss foreign affairs. The general joy which hailed the breaking off of the Spanish match revealed the depth of the hostility which the king's schemes had excited. During the same years the king's attitude towards English institutions called into life the constitutional opposition. His theory of monarchy found expression in persistent attempts to extend the power of the crown and diminish the rights of Parliament. backed by a judicial decision that the right to tax imports and exports was a part of the royal prerogative, James imposed new custom duties by his own authority and dissolved his second Parliament when it voted them illegal. Members were imprisoned for their utterances in the House of Commons, and Parliament was forbidden to debate mysteries of state or matters touching the King's government. When the House asserted its right to freedom of speech, James replied that its privileges were derived from the grace and favour of his ancestors, and have raised a protest, which claimed that the liberties of Parliament were the undoubted birthright and inheritance of the subjects of England. Such a policy seemed to proceed from a form designed to destroy English freedom. Throughout Europe, absolute monarchies had risen on the ruins of national liberties, and now the same fate threatened England. When Charles I succeeded his father, he found the nation he had to govern not only discontented but also full of suspicion. "We are the last monarchy in Christendom that maintains its right," said a parliamentary orator in 1625, and the distrust and fear created by the pretensions of James flung their shadows across the path of his son. Charles I, with his royal bearing and his kingly graces, seemed fitter to win back the hearts of his subjects than James, who lacked both majesty and manners. But he was as devoid of sympathy for the nation he governed as his father had been, as prone to cherish chimerical schemes, and as blind to facts. James had left him a courtier instead of a statesman to be his guide, and Charles gave Buckingham as complete trust as if he had possessed the experience of Burleigh or the wisdom of Bacon. At the moment when the new reign opened, the rupture with Spain had given both Charles and his minister a factitious popularity. But on both foreign and domestic affairs, King and Parliament speedily disagreed. Parliament was eager for war with Spain, but not ready either to furnish funds for a European coalition against the House of Habsburg, or to buy the alliance of France by repealing the penal laws against English Catholics. It granted the king money to fit out a fleet, but its refusal of a more liberal supply, and its open declaration of want of confidence in the king's minister, brought the session to a sudden close. Buckingham hoped to justify himself by success, and launched forth on the sea of European politics with all the boldness of an adventurer. He sent an expedition to sack Cadiz and to capture the Spanish Plate Fleet. He promised subsidies to the King of Denmark for his campaigns in Germany. He courted popularity with the Puritans by repudiating the engagements made to France in the King's marriage treaty, and endeavouring to pose as the protector of the Huguenots. But when a second Parliament met, there was nothing but a record of failure to lay before it. The expedition to Cadiz had ended in disaster and disgrace. "Our honour is ruined," cried Sir John Eliot to the Commons. "Our ships are sunk, our men perished, not by the sword, not by the enemy, not by chance, but by those we trusted." All blame fell on the man who had monopolized power, but the king forbade Parliament to call his servant to account, and put a stop to Buckingham's impeachment by a second dissolution. During the next 2 years, Charles tried the new ways he had threatened to adopt if Parliament declined to supply his necessities. A forced loan of £300,000 was levied, and those who refused payment were, if rich, imprisoned, if poor, impressed. There were schemes of raising an excise to support a standing army, and ship money to maintain a fleet. Judges were dismissed for denying the legality of the forced loan, and divines promoted for declaring it sinful to refuse payment. But abroad, failure still dogged the king's foreign policy. In Germany, the King of Denmark was crushed because Charles could not pay the promised subsidies. The French alliance ended in quarrels which grew into a war with France. Buckingham's expedition to the Isle of Rhe ended in a more ruinous failure than the expedition to Cadiz. "Since England was England," wrote Denzil Hollis, "it received not so dishonourable a blow." Unable to continue the fight with France and Spain without money, Charles was forced once more to appeal to the nation. Charles I's third Parliament met on March 17, 1628. It opened its proceedings with debate on the grievances of the nation, and almost the first speech Cromwell heard in the House must have been Eliot's appeal to his brother members to remember the greatness of the issue before them. Upon this dispute, said the spokesman of the Commons, not alone our goods and lands are engaged, but all that we call ours. Those rights, those privileges that made our fathers freemen, are in question. If they be not now the more carefully preserved, they will render us to posterity less free, less worthy than our fathers. The House voted the King's supplies, but made their grant dependent on the redress of grievances. Then followed the drawing up of the Petition of Right, declaring arbitrary imprisonment and taxation without the consent of Parliament henceforth illegal. And at last the Commons, by the threat of impeaching Buckingham again, wrung the acceptance of their petition from the reluctant King. In the interval between the first and second session of the Third Parliament, Buckingham died by Felton's hand, but his death did not put an end to the quarrel. Charles became his own Prime Minister and made evident to all men that the King's will, not the favourite's influence, was the source of the policy against which the Commons protested. The beginning of the second session, in January 1629, was marked by a new dispute about taxation. The Commons asserted that the levy of tonnage and poundage without its grant, and a continued collection of the new custom duties imposed by James I, are contrary to the Petition of Right. The King declared that these were rights he had never meant to part with, and persisted in exacting them despite the votes of the House. Louder still grew the cry against the High Church clergy and the ecclesiastical policy of the King. It was not only of sermons in favour of absolute monarchy or innovations in ritual that the Puritan leaders complained. The dispute about ceremonies had now developed into a dispute about doctrine too. The milder theories about justification and election, known as Arminianism, and favoured by the High Church clergy, seemed to Puritans to be sapping the foundations of Protestantism and paving the way for Popery. The King endeavoured to put an end to doctrinal disputes by silencing controversial preaching. The Commons demanded the suppression of Arminianism and the punishment of all who propagated views deviating from what they regarded as Protestant orthodoxy. It was during these religious disputes that Cromwell first took part in the debates of the Commons. Inheriting the traditions of a family that owed everything to the Reformation, trained by a Puritan schoolmaster and at a Puritan college, he could take only one side, and he raised his voice to swell the attack upon the friends of Popery in the Church. The House was discussing some charges against Dr. Neale, the Bishop of Winchester, when Cromwell intervened with a story showing that prelates learning to be Popish tenants. A certain Dr. Alabaster said Cromwell had preached flat Popery in a sermon before the Lord Mayor, and when Dr. Beard, the next preacher there, came in turn to deliver his sermon, Neale sent for Beard and did charge him as his diocesan not to preach any doctrine contrary to that which Dr. Alabaster had delivered. Beard nevertheless persisted in refuting his predecessor, and was reprimanded by Neale for his disobedience. Before the charges against Neale and other like-minded prelates were brought to a conclusion, and before the remonstrance of the Commons against the King's ecclesiastical policy was perfected, Charles put an end to the sitting of Parliament. Ere it separated, the House of Commons, at Eliot's bidding, affirmed once more the principles for which it was fighting. Cromwell was one of the defiant crowd who refused to obey the King's orders for adjournment until they had passed by acclamation Eliot's 3 resolutions. Whoever it was declared should bring in innovations in religion, or seek to introduce Popery, Arminianism, or any opinion disagreeing from the true and orthodox Church, should be reported a capital enemy to this kingdom and Commonwealth. Whoever counselled the levying of tonnage and poundage without a parliamentary grant should also be held an enemy to his country and an innovator in the government, and whosoever willingly paid those taxes was proclaimed to be a betrayer of the liberties of England. The significance of the resolutions lay not merely in their challenge to the King, but in the union of political and religious discontents which they indicated. Elizabeth's policy had called into being a religious opposition. James had created a constitutional opposition. Under Charles the two had combined, and from their alliance sprang the Civil War. To themselves, the parliamentary leaders seemed defenders of the existing constitution in church and state against the revolutionary changes of the king. In reality, the greatest innovation of all lay in the claim of the Commons that church and state should be controlled by the representatives of the people, not by the will of the king. When that claim was once made, the struggle for sovereignty was an inevitable and irrepressible conflict. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Evans, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 2. The Preparation for the Civil War, 1629 to 1640. For the next 11 years, Charles ruled without a parliament. Remember, he had warned the Commons in 1626, that parliaments are altogether in my power for their calling, sitting, and dissolution. Therefore, as I find the fruits of them good or evil, they are to continue or not to be. He now announced that their fruits were evil, and that henceforth it would be accounted presumption for anyone to prescribe to him a time for the calling of another. Henceforth he would govern by the authority which God had put into his hands, and so order the state that his people should confess that they lived more happily and freely than any subjects in the Christian world. Taxation without parliamentary grant became thereafter the regular practice. Tonnage and poundage were levied from the merchants as if the right had never been disputed, and new impositions on trade were added to the old. Obsolete laws were revived and rigorously executed. In 1630, the law which required every person possessing an estate worth £40 a year to take up the honor of knighthood was put in force, and fines in the amount of £170,000 were levied on those who had omitted to comply with it. In 1634, the ancient forest laws were revived. Lands were now declared to be part of the royal forest, which for 300 years had been outside their boundaries, and landowners were heavily fined for encroachments. The knighthood fines affected all the gentry and all men in easy circumstances. The extension of the forests threatened chiefly the nobility and persons of quality. The revival of the monopolies aggrieved all classes alike. The king, it was calculated, got £38,000 a year from the wine monopolists. The patentees received from the vintners £90,000, and the vintners raised the price of wine to the consumers so that the nation paid £360,000. And besides the wine monopoly, there were monopolies of soap, of iron, of tobacco, of salt, of gunpowder, and of many other commodities. On the one hand, the king's financial measures discontented the nation, and on the other, they failed to meet the wants of the government. In 1635, the ordinary revenue of the crown was about £600,000, and the king's debts were about £1.2 million. When the safety of the seas and the exigencies of foreign policy required a fleet, it became necessary to resort to direct taxation, and ship money was invented. In 1634, it was levied on the maritime counties only, and brought in £100,000. In 1635, it was extended to the inland counties, and produced twice that amount. It was useless to appeal to the law courts for protection or redress. The judges, removable at the king's pleasure, declined to arbitrate between king and people, and preferred to regard themselves as the servants of the crown. When called upon to decide on the lawfulness of ship money, their decision was avowedly dictated by political rather than legal considerations. One judge declared that the law was the king's old and trusty servant, that it was not true that lex was rex, but common and most true that rex was lex. Another asserted that no acts of Parliament could take away the king's right to command the persons and the money of his subjects, if he thought a sufficient necessity existed. It was well said that the reasons alleged by the judges were such as every man could swear were not law, and that their logic left no man anything which he might call his own. To enforce his will, the king had at his disposal besides the ordinary courts of law, the exceptional courts which the Tudors had created. Their jurisdiction was enlarged at the king's pleasure. In 1632, the powers of the Council of the North were increased. The Privy Council assumed legislative power by its proclamations, enjoining this to the people that was not enjoined by law, and prohibiting that which was not prohibited by law. The Star Chamber enforced the proclamations by fine and imprisonment, and punished opponents or critics with inordinate severity. The fate of Prynne, Burton, and Bastwick showed that no profession could exempt its members from barbarous and ignominious penalties. The fate of Eliot and his friends proved that the privileges of Parliament were no protection against the king's vindictiveness. There were privy councillors who would ordinarily laugh when the word liberty of the subject was named, and to wise men it seemed that the very foundations of right were in danger of destruction. If Englishmen wished to know what the aim of the king's ministers was, they only had to look across St. George's Channel. The king, wrote Wentworth from Ireland in 1638, is as absolute here as any prince in the world can be. Parliament still existed, but the Lord Deputy managed them as he chose, and, as Pym said, parliaments without parliamentary liberties were but plausible ways to servitude. Juries existed, but when they gave verdicts against the crown, they were fined for their contumacy. The highest officials and the richest noblemen felt the weight of Wentworth's hand and submitted to do his bidding. Trade increased, order reigned where it had never reigned before, and the poor lived freer from the oppressions of the great than the poor in Ireland had ever dreamt of doing. But not a vestige of self-government remained, save a few idle forms. The government was a machine in which all motion, all force, came from the royal authority. The people had nothing to do but to obey the king. Let them, said Wentworth, attend upon his will, with confidence in his justice, belief in his wisdom, and assurance in his parental affections, instead of feeding themselves with the vain flatteries of imaginary liberty. Amongst Englishmen, the king's use of his absolute power did not foster this blind faith in his superior wisdom. A vigorous foreign policy directed towards national ends might have reconciled some of his subjects to the substitution of personal rule for self-government. But Charles had no European policy. When he dissolved his third parliament, he was at war with France and Spain, and want of money obliged him to make peace as soon as possible. In European politics, his only object was to procure the restoration of the Palatinate to his sister and her children. For this, he offered his alliance simultaneously to Gustavus Adolphus and to Ferdinand II. For this, he negotiated with France and Spain, as he negotiated a few years later with Presbyterians and Independents. His policy was a series of intrigues which failed, and a succession of bargains in which he asked much, offered little, and got nothing. As it was purely dynastic in its aim, and at once unprincipled and unsuccessful, it left him with no ally in Europe. One result it had, attributed by panegyrists to his wisdom, and held by courtiers a compensation for the loss of freedom. England kept out of war. It enjoyed, said Clarendon, the greatest calm and the fullest measure of felicity that any people for so long a time together had been blessed with, to the wonder and envy of all the parts of Christendom. The 30 Years' War was turning fruitful Germany into a wilderness, and its cities into heaps of ruins. All other countries were impoverished or devastated by war, but England was, as it were, the garden of Christendom and the exchange of Europe. Here, sang a poet, white peace, the beautifulest of things, had fixed her everlasting nest. Never had the English court been gayer, more brilliant, more luxurious. Never were masques and banquets more frequent than during the crisis of Protestantism in Germany. Let the German drum bellow for freedom, wrote the poet of the court. Its noise disturbs not us, nor should divert our joys. Puritans felt that these German drums were a call to England to be up and doing. With anxious or exultant eyes, they followed each turn of fate in the death struggle of Catholicism and Protestantism. It cheered Eliot's prison in the Tower to think of the progress of the work abroad. When Tilly fled before Gustavus at Breitenfeld, Eliot cried that now fortune and hope were met. When Gustavus fell at Lutzen, every Puritan's heart sank with him. Never, wrote D'Ewes, did one person's death bring so much sorrow to all true Protestant hearts. not our godly Edward's, the sixth of that name, nor our late and heroic Prince Henry's, as did the King of Sweden's at this present. It seemed to Puritans as if the same struggle between Protestantism and Catholicism was beginning even now in England. While the foreign policy of Charles seemed to them a cowardly desertion of Protestantism, his ecclesiastical policy seemed an insidious attack upon it, and under Laud's influence the ecclesiastical policy of Charles was as uniform and consistent as his European policy was feeble and irresolute. To himself, Laud appeared an eminently conservative reformer who sought to enforce only the discipline of the Church and the ecclesiastical laws of the state. His object was to bring the Church back to its true historical position as a branch of the great Catholic Church, and to purge it of the Calvinistic taint it had contracted since the Reformation. Not averse to a certain freedom of speculation amongst learned men, he sought to silence controversial preaching, and was intolerant of diversity in the forms of worship. Unity of belief was essential to the existence of a national church, and the way to it lay through uniformity. For unity cannot long continue in the church when uniformity is shut out at the church door. Decency and an orderly settlement of the external worship of God in the church was his own definition of the ends for which he labored. To the Puritans, Laud appeared an innovator and a revolutionary. Over half the country, the observances he sought to enforce had fallen into disuse for years. Each restoration of an authorized form, every revival of ancient usage, brought the Church nearer to Roman practice, and in their opinion, nearer to Roman doctrine. A bow was not an expression of reverence, but a confession of idolatry. A surplice, not a few yards of white linen, but a rag of Rome. Laud's attempts to silence their preachers aggravated their suspicion of his motives and confirmed them in the theory that he was a papist in disguise. Much of the hostility which Laud brought upon himself was due to the means which he employed. The king's authority as supreme governor of the church was the instrument by which the state could be used to carry out the views of a clerical reformer, and he had no scruples about using it. Laud's reliance on personal government in matters ecclesiastical allied him naturally with its supporters in things secular. Absolutism was with Strafford a political creed, with Laud an ecclesiastical necessity. Each needed the same tool: one to realize his dream of a well-governed commonwealth, the other to shape a church that had grown half Calvinistic into conformity with the Anglican ideal. Each had the same violent zeal. Laud, says James I, hath a restless spirit, and cannot see when things are well, but loves to bring matters to a pitch of reformation floating in his own brain. Strafford described himself as one ever desiring the best things, never satisfied I had done enough, but did always desire to do better. Laud and Strafford were alike in their impatience of opposition, whether it rose from indolence, corruption, or conscience, whether it pleaded legal technicalities or constitutional rights. Arbitrary though the government of Charles was, it was not vigorous enough to satisfy these two eager spirits. But Strafford's power to give his views effect was bounded by the Irish Sea, and outside the ecclesiastical sphere, Laud's was hampered by conflicting influences. The correspondence of the Archbishop and the Lord Deputy is full of complaints of the remissness of the king's other ministers, and of sighs for the adoption of a system of thorough. Opponents of ship money and Puritans in general must be put down with a strong hand. The very genius of that people, wrote Strafford, leads them always to oppose, as well civilly as ecclesiastically, all that ever authority ordains for them, but in good truth, were they rightly served, they should be whipped home into their right wits. It might be done, answered Laud, if the rod were rightly used, but as it is used, it smarts not. Thus they took sweet counsel together, never dreaming of that two-handed engine at the door which waited to strike them both. During these 11 years of arbitrary government, Cromwell's life was obscure, if not wholly uneventful. It was a period of unconscious preparation for his future action, a quiet seed time which bore fruit thereafter. When the great, warm, ruffling Parliament of 1628 ended, Cromwell returned to his little estate at Huntingdon and busied himself with his farming. In May 1631, he sold his property at Huntingdon for £1,800 and rented some grazing lands at St. Ives, about 5 miles eastward and further down the Ouse. In 1636, Sir Thomas Stewart of Ely, the brother of Cromwell's mother, died, and Oliver, whom his uncle had made his heir, succeeded Sir Thomas as farmer of the cathedral tithes. He removed to Ely, where he lived in the Glebe house, near St. Mary's Church, which continued to be the residence of his wife and children till 1647. His family now numbered 4 sons, Robert, Oliver, Richard, and Henry, and 2 daughters, Bridget and Elizabeth, all born at Huntingdon. 2 more daughters, Frances and Mary, were born in 1637 and 1638. The house he occupied is still standing. In 1845, it was an alehouse. By no means a sumptuous mansion, says Carlyle, but may have conveniently held a man of 300 or 400 a year, with his family in those simple times. Some quaint air of gentility still looks through its ragged dilapidations. It is of 2 stories, more properly of 1.5, has many windows, irregular chimneys, and gables. Some writers, more especially poets, have spoken of these years of Cromwell's life as a time given up entirely to domesticity and agriculture. Marvell praises the Protector for an early abstention from public affairs which was by no means voluntary. For neither didst thou from the first apply thy sober spirit unto things too high, but in thine own fields exercised long a healthful mind within a body strong. Elsewhere he pictures the ascent of the future general of the Republic. From his private gardens, where he lived reserved and austere, as if his highest blot to plant the bergamot. Yet even to these private gardens and sequestered fields the echo of the German drums must have penetrated, and the 30 Years' War must have stirred Cromwell as it stirred D'Ewes and Eliot. His later life suffices to prove it. In 1647, when the English Civil War seemed over, Cromwell thought of taking service in Germany himself. When he became Protector, his European policy was inspired by the passions of the 30 Years' War. Its memories governed his attitude towards Austria and Sweden. He thought that Leopold I would be a second Ferdinand II, and dreamt of finding a new Gustavus in Charles X. But to the Puritan farmer, prescient of a future struggle, the war was not merely a spectacle, but a military education. Some of the best accounts of the battles and the mode of fighting of Gustavus were published in England, and between 1630 and 1640, few books were more popular than The Swedish Intelligencer and The Swedish Soldier. It cannot be doubted that Cromwell read these narratives and absorbed from them that knowledge of military principles and military tactics which supplied for him the place of personal experience. I find him, says a modern military writer, at the very first entrance into the war, acting on principles which past experience had established, following closely upon just that stage which the art of war had reached under Gustavus, using the very same moral stimulus which Gustavus had made so effective, using the very words on one occasion which Gustavus used on another, and indicating in various ways that he had most carefully studied the past, though he had not had the opportunity of doing any peace parade work. Cromwell watched the growth of arbitrary government in England with a still keener interest. In 1630, he was one of the many gentlemen prosecuted for omitting to go through the ceremony of knighthood, and finally had to pay £10 for his neglect. Presumably, he also paid ship money, for there is no mention of his opposition to it amongst the state papers. If he refused to pay, the sheriff doubtless distrained upon his goods for the required amount, and there the matter ended. On another question, Cromwell came into conflict with the local authorities, and was brought into collision with the King's Council. Up to 1630, Huntingdon had been an ancient prescriptive corporation, governed by 2 bailiffs and a common council of 24 inhabitants who were elected yearly. On July 15, 1630, the town obtained a new charter from Charles I. To prevent popular tumult, the old common council was dissolved, and the government of the town vested in 12 aldermen elected for life, with a mayor, chosen annually out of the 12, and a recorder. An oligarchy replaced a democracy. The chief agent of this change seems to have been Mr. Robert Barnard, a barrister who lived at Huntingdon, had lately bought an estate at Brampton hard by, and afterwards became recorder of the town. The old Common Council had consented to the change in the government of Huntingdon, but when the terms of the new charter were examined, a widespread discontent was aroused. complaints were heard that it gave the mayor and aldermen power to deprive the burgesses of their rights in the common lands, and to levy exorbitant fines on burgesses who refused municipal office. Cromwell had assented to the change, and in the new charter he was appointed one of the 3 justices of the peace for the borough. But he thought these complaints well-founded, and made himself the spokesman of the popular dissatisfaction. Perhaps Cromwell felt that he had been overreached by Barnard, whom in a later letter he significantly warns against too much subtlety. In his anger, he made disgraceful and unseemly speeches to the new mayor and Barnard, and the corporation complained to the Privy Council. On November 2, 1630, the council committed Cromwell and one of his associates to custody. The case was heard on December 1st and referred to the arbitration of the Earl of Manchester, who, in his report, blamed Cromwell's conduct, but ordered the charter to be amended in 3 points to meet his objections. The rights of the poorer burgesses were secured by an order that the number of men's cattle of all sorts which they now keep, according to order and usage, upon their commons, shall not be abridged or altered. As to the personal question, Manchester's report was, "For the words spoken of Mr. Mayor and Mr. Barnard by Mr. Cromwell, as they were ill, so they are acknowledged to be spoken in heat and passion, and desired to be forgotten. And I found Mr. Cromwell very willing to hold friendship with Mr. Barnard, who with a good will, remitting all the unkind passages past, entertained the same. So I left all parties reconciled." This quarrel was doubtless one of the reasons why Cromwell left Huntingdon. At St. Ives and Ely, he showed the same zeal to defend the rights of his poorer neighbors. In 1634, a company was incorporated for the drainage of the fens around Ely, which were known as the Great Level. The adventurers, who were headed by the Earl of Bedford, were to be paid by a share of the lands they rescued from the water, and in 1637 the work was declared completed and the reward claimed. By these drainage works, the commoners lost the rights of pasturage and fishing they had previously enjoyed, and Cromwell made himself the champion of their interests against the adventurers. It was commonly reported, says a complaint, by the commoners in Ely Fens and the fens adjoining, that Mr. Cromwell of Ely had undertaken, they paying him a groat for every cow they had upon the commons, to hold the drainers in suit of law for 5 years, and that in the meantime they should enjoy every foot of their commons. In 1638, the king intervened, declared the work of drainage incomplete, and undertook to complete it himself, announcing that the inhabitants of the district were to continue in possession of their lands and commons till the work was really finished. Nothing else is known of Cromwell's part in these disputes, except a vague story told in the memoirs of Sir Philip Warwick, that the vulgar grew clamorous against the scheme, and that Mr. Cromwell appeared as the head of their faction. Warwick, writing long after the events he referred to, assumed as a matter of course that Cromwell opposed the king, and the mistake found easy credence. Some years later, Cromwell came forward in the same way to defend the rights of his old neighbors at St. Ives. The wastelands at Somersham near St. Ives had been enclosed without the consent of the commoners and sold to the Earl of Manchester. When the Long Parliament met, the aggrieved commoners petitioned the House of Commons for redress. The Lords intervened with an order in favor of Manchester. The commoners replied by proceeding in a riotous and warlike manner to break down the hedges and retake possession. Then the Lords sent the trained bands to reinstate Manchester, and Manchester issued 60 writs against the commoners. Without seeking to justify the violence of the commoners, Cromwell got the House of Commons to appoint a committee to consider the rights of the case. Hyde, its chairman, was greatly scandalized by the vehemence with which Cromwell advocated the rights of the commoners before it. Cromwell ordered the witnesses and petitioners and the method of their proceeding, and enlarged upon what they said with great passion. He reproached the chairman for partiality, used offensive language to the son of the noble earl who claimed the land, and his whole carriage was so tempestuous and his behavior so insolent that the chairman threatened to report him to the House. This persistent championship of the rights of peasants and small freeholders was the basis of Cromwell's influence in the eastern counties. Common rights were something concrete and tangible, which appealed to many who were not Puritans and came home to men to whom parliamentary privileges were remote abstractions. Every village Hampden looked to Cromwell as a leader and was ready to follow him. In 1643, a royalist newspaper nicknamed him the Lord of the Fens, but his popularity with the Fenmen began long before the military exploits which gained him the title. In a more limited sphere, Cromwell was well known as a zealous Puritan, but his opposition to Laud's ecclesiastical policy did not bring him into any general notoriety. Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, was Cromwell's kinsman, and lived during these years at Buckton near Huntingdon. He was wont to relate afterwards that his relative was in those days a common spokesman for sectaries, and maintained their part with great stubbornness. A part of Laud's policy to which Cromwell was particularly hostile was the suppression of lectureships. The Puritans in the towns, discontented with the negligence of the established clergy in preaching, or with their doctrine, clubbed together to support lecturers, that is, clergymen whose sole business was preaching. Most corporations maintained a lecturer, and in 1625 a small society was formed for buying up impropriated tithes and using the proceeds for the payment of lecturers. Laud sought to suppress these lectureships, and in 1633 the Star Chamber dissolved the feoffees of impropriations and gave their patronage to the king. At St. Ives, or somewhere else in Huntingdonshire, there was a lectureship which Cromwell was anxious to keep up. It had been founded by some London citizens, and in 1636 was in danger of coming to an end through the stoppage of their subscriptions. Cromwell's first letter is an appeal to a forgetful subscriber, worded with singular care and tact. Not the least of the good works of your fellow is that they have provided for the feeding of souls. Building of hospitals provides for men's bodies. To build material temples is judged a work of piety. But they that procure spiritual food, they that build up spiritual temples, they are the men truly charitable, truly pious. Such a work as this was your erecting the lecture. He goes on to say that the lecturer is a good and able man, and has done good work. Help him, therefore, to carry it on. Surely it were a piteous thing to see a lecture fall in the hands of so many able and godly men, as I am persuaded the founders of this are, in these times wherein we see they are suppressed, with too much haste and violence by the enemies of God his truth. To withdraw the pay is to let fall the lecture, for who goeth to warfare at his own cost? I beseech you, therefore, let the good man have his pay. The souls of God's children will bless you for it, and so shall I. The changes which Laud introduced in the externals of worship were as abhorrent to Cromwell as the suppression of Puritan preaching. They were designed, said Cromwell, looking back on Laud's policy in 1658, to innovate upon us in matters of religion, and so to innovate as to eat out the core and power and heart and life of all religion, by bringing on us a company of poisonous, popish ceremonies, and imposing them upon those that were accounted the Puritans of the nation and professors of religion among us, driving them to seek their bread in a howling wilderness, as was instanced to our friends who were forced to fly to Holland, New England, almost anywhither, to find liberty for their consciences. A persistent tradition asserts that Cromwell himself thought of emigrating to New England, and there are many grounds for accepting it as true. If he ever entertained such a design, it was probably between 1631 and 1636. When he left Huntingdon in May 1631, he converted all his landed property into money, as a man intending to emigrate would naturally do. The cattle he bought and the lands he hired could be disposed of at short notice. The time at which this took place renders it more significant, for in 1630 and 1631 the Puritan exodus was at its height, and most of the New England colonists came from East Anglia. In March 1632, the Earl of Warwick granted the old Connecticut patent to Lord Say and his associates, amongst whom was John Hampden. Nothing can be more probable than that Cromwell should have thought of settling in a colony of which his cousin was one of the patentees. The 18th century story that he was on board one of the ships stopped by order of council in May 1638 is demonstrably false, for on the petition of the passengers they were allowed to continue their voyage. The contemporary story supplies a much more credible explanation. It is that a kinsman died leaving him a considerable fortune, and this kinsman is identified with Sir Thomas Stewart, whose death took place in January 1636. A story which fits in so well with ascertained facts, and is intrinsically so probable, should not be lightly put aside as fiction. There is another fact in Cromwell's history during this period of which one of his letters gives us evidence. If he had ever written an account of his own early life, Little conflicts with local authorities or any alterations in his worldly fortunes would have seemed to us of less moment than the change which took place within him. Before 1628, he had become a professor of religion, and in all externals a Puritan, but by 1638, a formal acceptance of the Calvinistic creed had become the perfect faith which cast out all fears and doubts. His conversion had been followed by a time of depression and mental conflict which lasted for many years. Other Puritans passed through the same struggle. Bunyan relates how he fell to some outward reformation in his life, and his neighbors thought him to be a very godly man, a new religious man, and did marvel to see such a great and famous alteration. And yet for a long time afterwards he was in a forlorn and sad condition, afflicted and disquieted by doubts. "How can you tell if you have faith?" said the inner voices. "How can you tell if you are elected? How if the day of grace be past and gone? My thoughts," he says, "were like masterless hellhounds, my soul like a broken vessel, driven as with the winds, and tossed sometimes headlong into despair." By some obstinate questionings, Cromwell too was haunted and tormented. An unsympathetic physician who knew him at Huntingdon described him as splenetic and full of fancies. Another whom he consulted at London wrote him down as valde melancholicus. A mind diseased and a soul at war with itself were beyond their art. This internal conflict was at its height between 1628 and 1636. A friend who knew Cromwell then wrote, many years afterwards, the following account of it. "This great man is risen from a very low and afflicted condition, one that hath suffered very great troubles of soul, lying a long time under sore terrors and temptations, and at the same time in a very low condition for outward things. In this school of afflictions he was kept, till he had learned the lesson of the cross, till his will was broken into submission to the will of God. Religion was thus laid into his soul with the hammer and fire. It did not come in only by light into his understanding." In 1638, at the request of his cousin, Mrs. St. John, Cromwell confided to her the story of this crisis in his life. "You know," he said, "what my manner of life hath been. Oh, I lived in and loved darkness, and hated light. I was a chief, the chief of sinners. This is true, I hated godliness, yet God had mercy on me. Even now the struggle was not ended. I live in Meshech, which they say signifies prolonging, in Kedar, which signifies blackness. Yet the Lord forsaketh me not. Though he do prolong, yet he will, I trust, bring me to his tabernacle, to his resting place. My soul is with the congregation of the firstborn, my body rests in hope. He giveth me to see light in his light." It would be wrong to take these self-accusings as a confirmation of the charges which royalist writers brought against Cromwell's early life. They refer to spiritual rather than moral failings, perhaps to the love of the world and its vanities against which he so often warns his children. They denote a change of feeling rather than a change of conduct, a rise from coldness to enthusiasm, from dejection to exaltation. Full of thankfulness for this deliverance, Cromwell longed to testify to his faith. "If here I may honor my God, either by doing or suffering, I shall be most glad. Truly, no poor creature hath more cause to put himself forth in the cause of his God than I have. I have had plentiful wages beforehand, and I am sure I shall never earn the least mite." The time for doing was near at hand, for when he wrote, the resistance of the Scots had begun. The friend quoted before points out how strangely the turning point in Cromwell's spiritual life coincided with the turning point in the history of his cause. The time of his extreme suffering was when this cause of religion in which we are now engaged was at its lowest ebb. When the cause began to prosper, he came forth into comfort of spirit and enlargement of estate. And so he suffered and rose with the cause, as if he had one life with it. The year 1638 was the turning point in the history of English Puritanism. When it began, the king's power seemed as firmly established as his heart could desire. The decision of the judges that ship money was lawful gave absolute monarchy a legal basis and a vantage ground for any future demands. The arguments which proved that the king had a right to levy taxes at will for the support of a navy justified him, if he chose, in raising money for the maintenance of an army. Thus royalty, in Strafford's phrase, was forever vindicated from the conditions and restraints of subjects. All our liberties, wrote a Puritan lawyer, were now at one dash, utterly ruined. There had been rumors in 1637 of some tumults in Scotland. Horrible ado against the bishops for seeking to bring in amongst them our service book, wrote Strafford's news purveyor to the Lord Deputy, but neither thought it of much significance. At the end of March 1638, the Scots took the Covenant, and the little cloud in the north became a threatening tempest. If Hampden and his friends could have read Laud's letters to Strafford, they would have laughed for joy. In May, the Archbishop was thoroughly uneasy about the Scotch business. If God bless it with a good end, it is more than I can hope for. The truth is that snowball hath been suffered to gather too long. 10 days after the decision against Hampden, he was thoroughly alarmed. It is not the Scottish business alone that I look upon, but the whole frame of things at home and abroad, with vast expenses out of little treasure, and my misgiving soul is deeply apprehensive of no small evils coming on. I can see no cure without a miracle. Charles was resolved to suppress the resistance of the Scots by arms. So long as this covenant is in force, he said, I have no more power in Scotland than a Duke of Venice, which I will rather die than suffer. He sent the Marquis of Hamilton to negotiate with the Scots, to win time that they may not commit public follies until I be ready to suppress them. But negotiations and intrigues failed to break their union, and in May 1639, Charles gathered 20,000 men and marched to the border to begin the work of suppression. Alexander Leslie, a soldier of Gustavus, with an equal force of Scots, barred his entrance to Scotland. Leslie's army was well disciplined, well paid, and well fed. His men lusty and full of courage, great cheerfulness in the faces of all. The king's troops were ill armed and ill provided, and with no heart in their cause. The English nobility were as half-hearted as the troops, and the king had emptied his treasury to raise this army. There was nothing left but to make peace, and on June 24th, 1639, the Treaty of Berwick was signed. If the war had been a farce, the treaty was high comedy. Everything was forgiven, almost anything was promised. The king himself played the leading part in the negotiations with the Scots, who found him one of the most just, reasonable, sweet persons they had ever seen. His Majesty, wrote a Scot, was ever the better loved of all that heard him, and he likewise was the more enamored of us. The Scots returned home full of loyalty, with permission to settle their ecclesiastical affairs in their own General Assembly, and their civil affairs in their own Parliament. Charles went back to London, and plotted to nullify his concessions. He refused either to rescind the acts establishing episcopacy, or to confirm the acts of the Scottish Parliament, and summoned Strafford from Ireland to whip the Scots into their right minds. Strafford had ready both his plan of campaign and his policy. The English navy was to blockade the Scottish ports and destroy their trade. The Irish army was to threaten a landing in West Scotland, or to be transported to Cumberland. The English army was to invade Scotland, and from a fortified camp at Leith keep Edinburgh and the Lowlands in awe, till the English prayer book was accepted and the bishops restored to their authority. Nay, perchance till I had conformed that kingdom in all, as well for the temporal as ecclesiastical affairs, wholly to the government and laws of England, and Scotland was governed by the King and Council of England. Strafford's first step on reaching England was to procure the summoning of a parliament. No Englishman, he thought, could refuse to give his money to the king in such an extremity, against so foul a rebellion. If any man resisted, he should be laid by the heels, till he learnt to obey and not to dispute. But he repudiated the suggestion that the king had lost the affections of his people. In April, the Parliament met. Its members were described as sober and dispassionate men, of whom very few brought ill purposes with them. Amongst them was Cromwell, whose opposition to the adventurers for the drainage of the fens had gained him a seat for the borough of Cambridge. All these sober and dispassionate men united in demanding the restoration of Parliament to its proper place in the Constitution. Pym enumerated all the grievances in church and state, and asserted that their source was the intermission of parliaments, for Parliament was the soul of the body politic. The Commons answered the king's demand for money by saying that, till the liberties of the house and the kingdom were cleared, they knew not whether they had anything to give, or no. Charles tried to bargain with them, and offered to abolish ship money if they gave him £840,000 in return. They demanded not only the abolition of ship money, but the abolition of the new military charges which the king had imposed on the counties for the support of their train bands. Hearing that they meant to invite the lords to make a joint protest against the intended war with the Scots, Charles cut short their project by a sudden dissolution, May 5th, 1640. At this stroke moderate men were filled with melancholy, but the faces of the opposition leaders showed a marvelous serenity. The cloudy countenance of Cromwell's cousin, St. John, was lit with an unusual light. All was well, he said. Things must be worse before they could be better, and this Parliament would never have done what was necessary to be done. With or without Parliament's aid, Charles was resolved to force the Scots to submission. Some of his council, knowing the emptiness of the exchequer, urged him to stand on the defensive. "No defensive war," cried Strafford. "Go on vigorously or let them alone. The king is loose and absolved from all rules of government. In an extreme necessity you may do all that your power admits. Parliament refusing, you are acquitted towards God and man. You have an army in Ireland you may employ here to reduce this kingdom. One summer well employed will do it." At every step, however, the old difficulties gathered round the king's path. London refused a loan. France and Spain would lend nothing. Even the Pope was applied to for men and money, but in vain. Not a tenth of the ship money imposed was paid, and coat and conduct money were universally refused. In his desperation, Charles thought of debasing the coinage and seizing the bullion which the Spanish government had sent to England to be coined. The military outlook was equally depressing, for the army was smaller and worse than the army of 1639. The general of the cavalry at Newcastle described his task as teaching cart horses military evolutions, and men fit for Bedlam and Bridewell to keep the 10 Commandments. The commander of the infantry in Yorkshire answered that his mutinous train bands were the arch-knaves of the country. Of this army, on August 18th, Strafford, half dead but indomitable, was appointed commander-in-chief. Only a touch was needed to make the fabric of absolutism collapse. As the commander-in-chief was struggling towards his army in a litter, Leslie crossed the Tweed with 25,000 Scots. On August 28th, he forced the passage of the Tyne at Newburn, driving before him the 3,000 foot and 1,500 horse who strove to defend it. Newcastle was evacuated. Northumberland and Durham fell into Leslie's power. Strafford met his beaten troops streaming back into Yorkshire with the Scots close on their heels. "Never came any man to so lost a business," cried the unhappy statesman. It was not only that the army was untrained, necessitous, and cowardly, but the whole country was apathetic or hostile. An universal affright in all, a general disaffection to the king's service, none sensible of his dishonor. With desperate energy, Strafford labored to reorganize his shattered forces and to keep the Scots out of Yorkshire. At his breath, the dying loyalty of the country flashed up into a momentary blaze. It seemed as if the Scottish invasion might revive the forgotten hostility of the two nations. Vain labors and vainer hopes. 12 peers presented a petition demanding peace and a parliament, and another to the same purpose came in from the city of London. Charles called a council of peers to patch up a truce with the Scots, and announced to them the summons of a parliament for November 3rd. Absolutism had had its day. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 3. The Long Parliament, 1640 to 1642. The Long Parliament met at Westminster on November 3rd, 1640. Most of its members, even as Cromwell himself, had sat in the Parliament of the preceding May, but they came together now in a different temper and with far greater power in their hands. Charles could not venture to dissolve them so long as the Scottish army was encamped on English soil. "No fear of raising the Parliament," wrote a Scot, "so long as the lads about Newcastle sit still." There were 3 things which the Long Parliament was resolved to do. The first was to release the sufferers from arbitrary government. The second, to punish the men by whose hands the king had sought to establish his arbitrary power. The third, to amend the constitution so that arbitrary rule should be impossible hereafter. Pym's long experience in parliaments made him the undisputed leader of the popular party, and his maxim was that it was not sufficient to remove grievances, but necessary to pull up the causes of them by the roots. A master of parliamentary tactics in days when party discipline was unknown, Pym retained his ascendancy until the day of his death. But he remained to the end a great party leader rather than a great statesman. He was too much of a partisan to understand the feelings of his opponents, too closely attached to precedents and legal formulas, to perceive the new issues which new times brought. When it was necessary to leave the beaten road, he was incapable of finding fresh paths. Pym was the chief orator of his party, as well as its guiding spirit. In long, methodical expositions of the grievances of the nation, he pressed home the indictment against arbitrary government with convincing force. But sometimes he rose to a grave and lofty eloquence, or condensed the feeling of the hour in brief, incisive phrases that passed current like proverbs. Hampden came next to Pym in authority with the House, and had a far greater fame outside it. Ship money had made him famous. The eyes of all men were fixed on him as their patre pater, and the pilot that must steer their vessel through the tempests and rocks that threatened it. A poor speaker, but clear-sighted, energetic, and resolute, a supreme governor over all his passions and affections, he was a man who swayed others in council, and whom they would follow when it came to action. Next to these in importance came St. John, Hampden's counsel in the ship money case, and the ablest of the opposition lawyers, Holles and Strode, men who had suffered for their boldness in the Parliament of 1629, and Rudyard, whose oratory had gained him renown in still earlier parliaments. Of the younger men, the most prominent were Nathaniel Fiennes and Sir Henry Vane, notorious for their advanced religious views, and Sir Arthur Hazelrig and Harry Martin, equally notorious for their democratic opinions. The headquarters of the popular party was Sir Richard Manley's house, in a little court behind Westminster Hall, where Pym lodged. There, while Parliament was sitting, Pym, Hampden, and a few others kept a common table at their joint expense, and during their meetings much business was transacted. Cromwell, as the cousin of Hampden and St. John, was doubtless one of this group. Though he was known to the party in general only as a rather silent country squire who had been a member of the 2 last Parliaments, it is evident that he had some reputation for business capacity. During the first session of the Long Parliament he was specially appointed to 18 committees, not counting those particularly concerned with the affairs of the eastern counties, to which the member for Cambridge was naturally added. Cromwell's first intervention in the debates of the House was on November 9th, 1640, when the grievances of the nation and the wrongs of those who had suffered under Star Chamber and High Commission were being set forth at large. He rose to deliver a petition from John Lilburne, a prisoner in the Fleet, and how he looked and spoke is recorded in Sir Philip Warwick's memoirs. "The first time I ever took notice of him," says Warwick, "was in the beginning of the Parliament held in November 1640, when I vainly thought myself a courtly young gentleman, for we courtiers valued ourselves much on our good clothes. I came into the house one morning, well clad, and perceived a gentleman speaking, whom I knew not, very ordinarily apparelled, for it was a plain cloth suit, which seemed to have been made by an ill country tailor. His linen was plain and not very clean, and I remember a speck or two of blood upon his little band, which was not much larger than his collar. His hat was without a hatband. His stature was of a good size, his sword stuck close to his side, his countenance swollen and reddish, his voice sharp and untunable, and his eloquence full of fervour. for the subject matter would not bear much of reason, it being in behalf of a servant of Mr. Prynne's, who had dispersed libels against the Queen for her dancing, and such like innocent and courtly sports, and he aggravated the imprisonment of this man by the council table unto that height that one would have believed the very government itself had been in great danger by it. I sincerely profess it much lessened my reverence unto that great council, for he was very much hearkened unto. When the grievances of the nation had been heard, and the petitions of individual sufferers referred to committees, the Long Parliament turned to punish the King's ministers. Charles himself was never mentioned but with great honour, as a king misled by evil counsellors, who had prevented him from following the dictates of his native wisdom and goodness. In the interests of both king and subjects, argued Rudyard, these evil advisers must be removed and punished. As the Bible said, "Take away the wicked from the king, and his throne shall be established." Accordingly, Strafford was arrested and impeached, just as he was himself about to accuse the parliamentary leaders of high treason for encouraging and aiding the invasion of the Scots, November 11th. A month later, Laud followed Strafford to the Tower. Windibank, the Secretary of State, and Lord Keeper Finch, likewise accused, fled beyond the seas. 2 more bishops and 6 judges were impeached and imprisoned, while all monopolists were expelled from the House of Commons. It seemed a general doomsday. Strafford was the first to suffer, and his trial in Westminster Hall riveted all eyes. It was not only as the great apostate to the Commonwealth, the oppressor of the English colonists in Ireland, the moving spirit of the unjust war against the Scots, that Strafford was accused. The essence of the charge against him was that he had endeavoured by words, acts, and counsels to subvert the fundamental laws of England and Ireland, in order to introduce an arbitrary and tyrannical government. In him seemed incarnate the rule of arbitrary will, as opposed to the reign of law which the Parliament strove to restore. Pym's speeches against Strafford are throughout a glorification of the reign of law. "Good laws," he said, "nay, the best laws, were no advantage when will was set above law. All evils hurtful to the state were comprehended in this one crime. The law is that which puts a difference betwixt good and evil, betwixt just and unjust. If you take away the law, all things will fall into a confusion. Every man will become a law to himself, which, in the depraved condition of human nature, must needs produce great enormities. Lust will become a law, envy will become a law, covetousness and ambition will become laws, and what dictates, what decisions such laws will produce, may easily be discerned in the government of Ireland." Nor was the substitution of arbitrary power for law hurtful to subjects only. "It is dangerous to the king's person and dangerous to his crown. If the histories of those eastern countries be pursued, where princes ordered their affairs according to the mischievous principles of the Earl of Strafford, loose and absolved from all rules of government, they will be found to be frequent in combustions, full of massacres and of the tragical ends of princes." Strafford struggled to show that the offences proved against him did not legally amount to high treason. Parliament, through the Attainder Bill, answered that it was necessary for the safety of the state to make them treasonable. "To alter the settled frame and constitution of government," said Pym, "is treason in any state. The laws whereby all other parts of a kingdom are preserved would be very vain and defective if they had not a power to secure and preserve themselves." Charles was anxious to save Strafford's life, but his blundering interventions during the course of the trial ended in failure. When it was discovered that the king's agents were plotting to get possession of the Tower, and to bring the English army up from Yorkshire to overawe the Parliament, the Earl's fate was sealed. Pressed by both houses to yield, and threatened by the London mob if he refused, Charles assented to the Bill of Attainder, and on May 12, 1641, Strafford was beheaded. Side by side with the prosecution of the king's evil advisers went on the work of providing against arbitrary government in the future. The extraordinary courts, which had been the instruments of oppression, were swept away. Down went the Star Chamber and the High Commission Court, the Council of the North, and the Council of Wales and the Marches. The Tonnage and Poundage Act declared that henceforth it was illegal to levy customs duties without a parliamentary grant. The extension of the forests was prohibited, the extraction of knighthood fines forbidden, and ship money declared unlawful. Henceforward, to govern without a parliament was to be as impossible as to tax without a parliament. On February 15, 1641, Charles assented to the Triennial Act, which bound him to call a parliament every 3rd year and provided machinery for its convocation if he neglected to summon it at the appointed time. On May 11th he assented to a second act, which prohibited him from dissolving the present parliament or even proroguing it save by its own consent. Cromwell had taken no part in the prosecution of Strafford, for he was neither an orator nor a lawyer, but his name is closely associated with one of these constitutional changes. The origin of the Triennial Act was a bill introduced by Strode for reviving the old law of Edward III, by which a parliament must be summoned every year. On December 30th, Cromwell moved its second reading, and he was one of the committee from whose deliberations it finally issued as a bill for summoning a parliament every 3 years. In ecclesiastical affairs he was more prominent by far. On constitutional questions the popular party had been almost unanimous, but on religious questions its unanimity ended. The general aim of its leaders was to subject the Church to the control of the State, as represented by Parliament, instead of leaving it to the authority of the King as its supreme governor. But while some desired to abolish the Prayer Book and to make the doctrine of the Church more frankly Calvinistic, others wished merely the abolition of a few offensive formulas or ceremonies. On church government there was the same diversity of opinion. A few wished to maintain bishops as they were, a few to abolish them altogether. The majority desired to retain episcopacy, but to limit the power of the bishops. Hence the popularity of Usher's plan for a limited episcopacy, in which every bishop was to be assisted and controlled by a council of diocesan clergy. As yet there was no party in Parliament which proposed to introduce Presbyterianism or independency, but those who wished for the complete extirpation of episcopacy were very numerous. In the Commons, Fiennes and Sir Henry Vane were for its abolition root and branch, and Hampden afterwards joined them. Amongst these root and branch men was Cromwell, and he was more closely connected with the attack on the Church than with any other part of the proceedings of the Long Parliament. The only one of his letters which belongs to this period shows his interest in religious questions. It is addressed to a bookseller, and asks for a copy of the printed Reasons of the Scots to enforce their desire of uniformity in religion. "I would peruse it," he writes, "against we fall upon the debate, which will be speedily." The only recorded speech of Cromwell in these ecclesiastical discussions was delivered on February the 9th, 1641, about the question whether a petition for the total abolition of episcopacy, signed by 15,000 citizens of London, should be referred to a committee. A member urged its rejection, arguing that the bishops were one of the estates of the realm and a part of the constitution. Equality, or as he termed it, parity, in the Church would lead to equality in the state. Cromwell stood up and very bluntly denied his inferences and suppositions, on which divers interrupted him and called him to the bar. Pym and Hollers defended him, and he was allowed to continue. Mr. Cromwell went on and said, he did not understand why that gentleman that last spake should make an inference of parity from the Church to the State, nor that there was any necessity of the great revenues of bishops. He was more convinced touching the irregularity of bishops than even before, because like the Roman hierarchy they would not endure to have their condition come to a trial. In May, Cromwell took another opportunity of attacking the bishops. The Commons had passed a bill excluding clergymen in general from holding secular office either as judges, councillors, or members of the House of Lords, and the Upper House showed a resolution not to pass it. On this, the root and branch men replied with a bill for the abolition of bishops altogether, which Sir Edward Dering, a noted speaker, was persuaded to introduce. Afterwards Dering repented and explained. "The bill," he said, "was pressed into my hands by Sir Arthur Haselrig, being then brought to him by Sir Henry Vane and Mr. Oliver Cromwell." The Root and Branch Bill never got further than committee, but its introduction further accentuated the division in the popular party. A section, headed by Hyde and Lord Falkland, severed themselves definitely from their former friends. Naturally conservative in temper, they were satisfied with the reforms already achieved, and were more willing to trust the King with the Constitution than Parliament with the Church. Before the end of the session, Hyde was in communication with the King, and a party of constitutional royalists, based on the defence of the Church, was in process of formation. Charles was equally determined to maintain the Church, and full of schemes for regaining his lost power. The prospect of obtaining support in the House of Commons itself increased his confidence of ultimate success, and in August he set out for Scotland, hoping to win the Scottish nobility to his side, and to use one kingdom against the other. In October 1641, when the second session of the Long Parliament began, the position of affairs was greatly altered. The popular party was weakened by its differences on the religious question, and the division was rapidly spreading to the nation. At the same time, the parliamentary leaders had lost, through the withdrawal of the Scottish army, the military force which had protected them from an attempted coup d'etat. That the fear of such a stroke on the King's part was by no means groundless, the news from Scotland proved. It was rumoured that with the King's sanction a party of royalist soldiers had plotted to seize Hamilton and Argyll, whose hasty flight from Edinburgh had alone saved their lives. On the top of this came the news of a rebellion in Ireland, of an attempt to surprise Dublin Castle, and of a massacre of the English colonists in Ulster. The rebellion spread daily, and as tattered fugitives struggled into Dublin, each with his story of murder and pillage, the excitement in England rose to fever heat. It came to be an article of faith that 50,000 Englishmen had been barbarously murdered, and some said 150,000. To modern historians, the Irish rebellion seems only the natural result of the English system of governing Ireland, but to contemporary Englishmen it came like a bolt from the blue. The native Irish were embittered and impoverished by the confiscations of the last 60 years, and filled with fury and fear by Strafford's intended plantation of Connaught. Now that the Puritans were in power, the complete suppression of the Catholic religion, only threatened before, seemed imminent and inevitable. The impeachment of Strafford and his most trusted counsellors had crippled the strong government which Strafford had built up, and the disbanding of his army had filled the country with men trained to arms. The opportunity for a successful revolt had come at last, and it was no wonder that the Irish seized it. At its beginning, the rebellion of October 1641 was a rising of the native Irish with the object of recovering the lands from which they had been expelled. It broke out first in the 6 counties of Ulster, planted in the reign of James I, and next in Wicklow, the most recent of the later plantations. But bloody and barbarous as the rebellion was, no general massacre was either planned or carried out. The first object of the rebels was simply to drive the colonists from their houses and lands, and in the process some were murdered and all plundered. The number of persons killed in cold blood during the first month or two of the rebellion probably amounted to about 4,000, and perhaps twice as many perished from hardships and destitution. To English Puritans, the only possible explanation of the rebellion was that it was the natural result of Popery. On December 4th, 1641, the Long Parliament passed a resolution that they would never consent to any toleration of the Popish religion in Ireland or in any other of his Majesty's dominions. Equally fatal was the resolve that the funds for the reconquest of Ireland should be raised by fresh confiscations of Irish land, and the assignment of 2.5 million acres for the repayment of those who advanced the money. One vote turned a local insurrection into a general rebellion. The other made the rebellion an internecine war. Both parties in Parliament approved of these votes. A public subscription was opened, to which members of Parliament and merchants of London contributed freely. Master Oliver Cromwell, who knew nothing of Irish history, thought the plan wise and just, and put his name down for £500, which was about 1 year's income. He shared the general ignorance of his contemporaries about the causes of the rebellion, and believed the prevalent exaggerations about the massacre. Ireland, he told the Irish clergy 8 years later, was once united to England. Englishmen had good inheritances, which many of them had purchased with their money, they and their ancestors, from you and your ancestors. They had good leases from Irishmen for long times to come, great stocks thereupon, houses and plantations erected at their own cost and charge. They lived peaceably and honestly among you. You had generally equal benefit of the protection of England with them, and equal justice from the laws, saving what was necessary for the state, out of reasons of state, to put upon some people apt to rebel upon the instigation of such as you. You broke this union. You, unprovoked, put the English to the most unheard of and barbarous massacre, without respect to sex or age, that ever the sun beheld, and at a time when Ireland was in perfect peace. To reconquer Ireland, an army had to be raised at once, and it was impossible for the parliamentary leaders to trust the king with its control. Less than 6 months before, Charles had plotted to bring up an army to overawe their debates. In his recent journey to Scotland, he had again been tampering with the officers of the same army, and its disbandment had only just been effected. If they gave him a new army, who could doubt that before 6 months were over he would be turning it against the Parliament? Pym had no doubts, and on November the 6th he brought forward an address saying that unless the king would employ such ministers as Parliament approved, they would take such a course for the securing of Ireland as might likewise secure themselves. And while Pym proposed to seize upon the executive power as far as Ireland was concerned, Cromwell proposed to lay hands on it in England also. On November the 6th he carried a motion that the two houses should vote to the Earl of Essex power to command all the train bands south of the Trent, and that those powers should continue till this Parliament should take further order. A month later, Haselrig brought in a militia bill, which gave a general appointed by the Parliament the supreme command of all the train bands in England. The question whether the king or the Parliament should command the armed forces of the nation was thus definitely raised. In the same November, the Long Parliament appealed to the nation for support. The Grand Remonstrance set forth all the ills the nation had suffered in the 15 years of the King's reign, and all the Parliament had done in the past 12 months to remove them. It pointed out the obstacles which hindered them in their task, and announced what they hoped to do in the future. The root of every evil was a malignant design to subvert the fundamental laws and principles upon which the religion and justice of the kingdom were based. Let the malignant party be removed, and the reformation of church and state could be completed. The Remonstrance bade the nation judge whether its representatives had been worthy of its confidence, and asked it to continue that confidence. It brought war nearer, not because it was an indirect indictment of the king, but because the ecclesiastical policy set forth in its last clauses divided the nation into two camps. In them the House declared its intention of taking in hand the work of church reform, and demanded the calling of a general synod of divines to aid it in the task. Over these clauses of the Remonstrance the debate was long and bitter. November the 22nd. When it passed by but 11 votes, and the majority opposed its printing, it seemed as if the civil war would begin at once, and on the floor of the House. Members protested and shouted and waved their hats, and some took their sheathed swords in their hands as if they waited for the word to draw them. "I thought," said an eyewitness, "we had all sat in the valley of the shadow of death, for we, like Joab's and Abner's young men, had catched at each other's locks and sheathed our swords in each other's bowels." When the tumult was allayed, and the members went home, Cromwell's whispered words to Falkland showed how much that night's decision meant. "If the remonstrance had been rejected," he said, "I would have sold all I had the next morning, and never seen England more, and I know there are many other honest men of the same resolution." 3 days after the passing of the remonstrance, Charles returned to Whitehall. He came back resolved to make no further concessions, and to rid himself of the parliamentary leaders under the form of law. Their relations with the Scots during the late war, their attacks on his royal power, and the changes they sought to make in the constitution were sufficient in his opinion to prove them guilty of high treason. His first step was to remove the guards round the house, his next to ingratiate himself with the city, his third to place a trusty ruffian in command of the Tower. When the Commons petitioned for the restoration of their guard, Charles told them that on the word of a king their security from violence should be as much his care as the preservation of his own children. On the day the House received this answer, Charles sent the Attorney General to impeach 5 members and a sergeant-at-arms to arrest them. Footnote: the 5 members were Pym, Hampden, Hollers, Hazelrig, and Strode. End note. The Commons refused to give them up. The next day he came to arrest them in person, with 400 armed men at his back, but found the birds flown, and faith in the royal word fled too. January 4, 1642. The House of Commons adjourned to the City, which refused, as the House itself had done, to surrender the accused members. Petitioners poured in from the country in thousands to support their representatives, and it was evident that the feeling of the nation was overwhelmingly on the side of the Parliament. The King's coup d'etat had completely failed. On the 11th of January, the House of Commons returned to Westminster, while the King left London to avoid witnessing their triumph. Charles had not intended to act treacherously, and believed that his actions were perfectly legal, but it was natural that the parliamentary leaders, refusing to trust him, should press with renewed vigour for the control of the armed force. Cromwell felt this as strongly as his leaders, and 3 days after the return to Westminster he moved for a committee to put the kingdom in a posture of defence. January 14th. The motion was a little premature. It was necessary, Pym felt, that the 2 houses should act together, and the Lords were slow to move. It was not till Pym told them that unless they would join the Commons in saving the kingdom, the Commons would save the kingdom without them, that the upper house gave way. In February they passed the bill for the exclusion of the bishops, and joined in the demand for the control of the militia. In March they united with the Commons in a vote to put the kingdom in a posture of defence, by authority of both houses. For the present, however, both King and Parliament were unwilling to appeal to arms. The King strove to gain time in order to gain strength. The Parliament still hoped that the King would grant the securities they sought. So for 6 months they argued and negotiated, each appealing to the nation by declarations and counter-declarations. So for 6 months they argued and negotiated, each appealing to the nation by declarations and counter-declarations, and preluding by these paper skirmishes the opening of real hostilities. Charles had 2 policies which he followed alternately, each of which demanded time for its success. The one was the policy of the Queen and the courtiers, the other was the policy of Hyde and the constitutional royalists. The Queen's policy was active preparation for the inevitable war, regardless of any constitutional doctrines that stood in the way. Help was to be sought from France, or Denmark, or the Prince of Orange, and a port was to be secured in which foreign troops could be landed. Hyde's policy was that the King should remain passive, that he should shelter himself wholly under the law, granting anything which the law obliged him to grant, and denying anything which the law enabled him to deny, and his position made it inexpedient to concede. In the end, said Hyde, the king and the law together would be strong enough for any encounter that might happen. Neither the king's character nor his position made it possible for him to adopt an entirely consistent policy. Some concessions he was obliged to make, either to conciliate public opinion by a show of yielding, or to gain time for his preparations for war. He withdrew the impeachment of the 5 members. He removed the governor of the Tower. He temporized about the militia bill. He even consented to the exclusion of the bishops from the House of Lords. Sorely against his own conscience was the latter concession granted, but the Queen insisted upon it, and to secure her safe passage to the Continent, Charles yielded. She bore with her to Holland the crown jewels to be pawned to provide arms and ammunition, and when she had sailed, Charles took his way to Yorkshire to gather his friends around him, and to secure the indispensable seaport. As he journeyed north, a deputation met him at Newmarket, and renewed the petition for the militia. But the necessity for concessions was past, and he refused even a temporary grant. "By God," he cried, "not for an hour! You have asked that of me in this, was never asked of a king, and with which I will not trust my wife and children." When the king reached York, he set in operation an attempt to get possession of Hull. It was not only the most convenient port for the landing of succour from Holland and Denmark, it was also the great arsenal where the arms and munitions collected for the Scottish war had been stored. On April 23rd, Charles appeared before Hull with 300 horsemen and demanded admission. But Sir John Hotham, the governor, drew up the drawbridge, and taking his stand on the wall, refused to admit the king. After proclaiming him a traitor, Charles rode away. While the policy which the Queen had urged met with failure, the policy of which Hyde was the advocate gained for Charles adherents every day. Opinion veered to the king's side. The change was mainly due to the ecclesiastical policy of the Parliament, for those who loved the Church feared to see its liturgy and its government delivered up to the rough hands of a Puritan Parliament and a synod of Puritan divines. But Hyde's skilful advocacy did much to further the reaction. The declarations he wrote for the king, with their fluid, florid rhetoric and their touches of humour and sarcasm, were far more effective than the ponderous legal arguments published by the Parliament. More was due to the art with which he represented the king as the guardian of the Constitution, and the Parliament as its assailant. Pym's panegyric of the law was turned against Pym himself. The king was made the champion of the known laws of the land, against revolutionists who wished to make the long-established rights of king and subject dependent upon a vote of the House of Commons. He was made the defender of the ancient, equal, happy, well-poised, and never-enough commended Constitution against those who sought to introduce a new utopia of religion and government. That the Parliament was claiming new powers, and the king standing on old rights, it was impossible to deny, and it was difficult for the Parliament to prove the necessity which justified its demands. They could intimate the fears and jealousies which made them distrust the king, but the reality of their grounds for distrusting him is proved by evidence which they could only conjecture, and which later historians were to bring to light. A mere argumentative victory could do nothing to solve the question the English nation had to decide. It was no longer a dispute whether the law gave certain powers to king or Parliament, but whether king or Parliament was to be sovereign. In the 19 propositions which formed the Parliament's ultimatum, they demanded all the branches of sovereignty for themselves: the control of foreign policy, of ecclesiastical policy, of the army and the navy, the appointment of ministers, councillors, and judges, the right to punish, and the right to pardon were all included. Government, in short, was to be carried on by persons chosen by the Parliament, instead of persons chosen by the king. The king might reign, but henceforth he should not govern. In that sense Charles understood the 19 propositions. These being passed, he answered, we may be waited upon bareheaded, we may have our hand kissed, the style of majesty continued to us, and the king's authority declared by both houses of Parliament may still be the style of your commands. We may have swords and maces carried before us, and please ourselves with the sight of a crown and sceptre, but as to true and real power, we should remain but the outside, but the picture, but the sign of a king. On the other side, their demand, as it presented itself to the minds of the parliamentarians, was rather defensive than aggressive in its intention. Without this transference of sovereignty, they held it impossible to transmit to their descendants the self-government they had received from their ancestors. The question in dispute between us and the king's party, says Ludlow, was, as I apprehended, whether the king should govern as a god by his will, and the nation be governed by force like beasts, or whether the people should be governed by laws made by themselves, and live under a government derived from their own consent. Only the sword could decide. On July 4th, Parliament appointed a Committee of Safety. On July 6th, they resolved to raise 10,000 men. On July 9th, they appointed the Earl of Essex their general. The king set up his standard at Nottingham on August 22nd. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Evans, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 4, The First Campaign, 1642. From the day when King Charles raised his standard at Nottingham, and even before that date, England was divided into two camps, according as men elected to obey the king or the Parliament. The country was about to learn by experience what civil war meant, and to suffer as it had not suffered since the 15th century. In the Wars of the Roses, two rival houses had laid claim to the allegiance of the people. Now its obedience was demanded by two rival authorities. Moreover, apart from the question which authority ought to be obeyed, the fact that the Parliament itself was divided made a choice difficult and obscured the main issue. The House of Commons was no longer the almost unanimous body which it had been in November 1640. About 175 members followed the King's flag, while nearly 300 remained at Westminster. In the upper house, the preponderance was overwhelmingly on the King's side. Rather more than 30 peers threw in their lot with the popular party, while about 80 supported the King, and about 20 took no part in the struggle. Very various, therefore, were the motives which led men to choose one side or the other. To many peers, the fate of the king and the nobility seemed inseparably linked together, and like Newcastle, they loved monarchy as the foundation and support of their own greatness. Some, lately ennobled by Charles and his father, had personal obligations to the House of Stuart, which they were ready to repay by any sacrifice. "Had I millions of crowns or scores of sons," wrote Lord Goring to his wife, "the king and his cause should have them all with better will than to eat if I were starving. I had all from the king, and he hath all again." Of the parliamentary peers, a few like Brooke, Say, and Warwick were ardent Puritans and were moved by religious zeal quite as much as by political motives. In Northumberland, the proudest man alive, the independent spirit of the feudal baron seemed to live again. Holland was ambitious and in disfavor at court. He hoped to be one of the Parliament's generals. Others thought the Parliament stronger than the king, and were resolved to be on the winning side. Pembroke and Salisbury, says Clarendon, had rather the king and his posterity should be destroyed than that Wilton should be taken from the one and Hatfield from the other. Amongst the gentry there was the same mixture of motives. The bulk of them indeed adhered to the king, but great numbers supported the Parliament, especially in districts where Puritanism was prevalent. Of the towns, cathedral cities such as York and Chester were usually royalist in feeling. The universities of Oxford and Cambridge were for the king, but the representatives of the towns were in each case parliamentarians. London, which Milton calls the mansion house of liberty, and Clarendon, the sink of the ill humors of the kingdom, was the headquarters of Puritanism, and most manufacturing or trading towns were anti-royalist. Manchester, says Clarendon, from the beginning, out of that factious humor which possessed most corporations and the pride of their wealth, opposed the king and declared magisterially for the Parliament. Birmingham, though little more than a village, was of as great fame for hearty, wilful, affected disloyalty to the king as any place in England. The clothing towns of the West Riding of Yorkshire and the manufacturing districts of Somersetshire and Gloucestershire were also hostile to Charles. In the latter counties, according to Clarendon, the gentlemen of ancient families were for the most part well affected to the king, yet there were a people of inferior degree, who by good husbandry, clothing, and other thriving arts, had gotten very great fortunes, and by degrees getting themselves into the gentlemen's estates were angry that they found not themselves in the same esteem and reputation with those whose estates they had, and therefore studied all ways to make themselves considerable. These from the beginning were fast friends to the Parliament. In purely agricultural districts, the influence of the great landowners was generally decisive, but there were many notable exceptions. In the eastern counties, many of the chief gentry were disposed to take up arms for the king, but the freeholders and yeomen in general adhered to the Parliament. Yet, though the bulk of the upper classes was on one side, the war never became a social war, but remained a struggle of opinions and ideas. From the very beginning, men who were determined to maintain the church intact adopted the king's cause, and those who desired to change the government of the church, or sought freedom of worship outside of it, supported the Parliament. At first, even to Puritans, the political question seemed more important than the religious. Colonel Hutchinson read the manifestos of both parties till he became abundantly informed in his understanding and convinced in his conscience of the righteousness of the Parliament's cause in point of civil right. But though he was satisfied of the endeavors to bring back popery and subvert the true Protestant religion, he did not think that so clear a ground for the war as the defense of English liberties. No contemporary record reveals the precise motives which led Cromwell to take up arms. We are left to infer them from his earlier acts and his later utterances. "I profess," he wrote in 1644, "I could never satisfy myself of the justness of this war, but from the authority of the Parliament to maintain itself in its rights." Like Hutchinson, he regarded the king's church policy as subversive of Protestantism and defined the war as undertaken for the maintenance of our civil liberties as men and our religious liberties as Christians. As the war progressed, religious liberties grew more and more important in his eyes, and what had been originally a struggle against innovations became an attempt to establish freedom of conscience. Religion, said Cromwell in 1654, was not the thing at first contested for, but God brought it to that issue at last, and gave it unto us by way of redundancy, and at last it proved to be that which was most dear to us. And wherein consisted this more than in obtaining that liberty from the tyranny of the bishops to all species of Protestants to worship God according to their own light and conscience? In every civil war, political and religious convictions must often conflict with family ties. Few families were like the Fairfaxes and Sheffields, of whom it was said that there was not one of those names but was on the side of the Parliament. Royalists might have made a like boast of the Byrons, the Comptons, and many less distinguished houses, but in very many cases the nearest relations took opposite sides. At Edge Hill, the Earl of Denbigh and the Earl of Dover charged in the King's Guard, while their sons, Lord Fielding and Lord Rochford, fought under Essex. In Cromwell's own family, his uncle, Sir Oliver, and his cousin, Henry Cromwell, were both ardent royalists, and owed the preservation of their estates, after the defeat of their party, to the intercession of their kinsmen. While this division of families and friends made the war more painful, it tended to humanize the manner in which it was conducted. The men who found themselves reluctantly arrayed in arms against each other could not forget old friendship and old kinship. "My affections to you," wrote Sir William Waller to his old comrade, Sir Ralph Hopton, when their two armies were about to meet in battle, are so unchangeable that hostility itself cannot violate my friendship to your person, but I must be true to the cause wherein I serve. The great God, who is the searcher of my heart, knows with what reluctance I go upon this service, and with what perfect hatred I look upon a war without an enemy. The God of peace in his good time send us peace, and in the meantime fit us to receive it. We are both upon the stage, and we must act the parts that are assigned to us in this tragedy. Let us do it in a way of honor, and without personal animosities. On the whole, the war was honorably and humanely carried on. The savage cruelty which marked the 30 Years' War in Germany is absent in the contemporaneous war in England. Little blood was shed except in the heat of battle, quarter was liberally granted, and the lives of non-combatants were respected. But inevitably the prolongation of the war embittered the temper of both parties, and when, as in Scotland and Ireland, their hostility was inflamed by national animosity, a fiercer spirit showed itself. War broke out in England in the summer of 1642, and there were many local struggles between the partisans of king and parliament before the royal standard was set up at Nottingham, August 22, 1642. In many counties, a royalist Lord Lieutenant endeavored to put in force the King's Commission of Array, while a parliamentary Lord Lieutenant tried to carry into effect the Parliament's militia ordinance. Each called on the local train bands to gather round him, and sought to obtain possession of the magazine in which the arms and munitions of the county were stored. The first of these collisions, a bloodless one, took place at Leicester in June. Blood was shed in an affray at Manchester on July 15th. In July, the king attempted to besiege Hull, and some lives were lost in a sally. In August, the Marquis of Hertford proclaimed the Commission of Array in Somersetshire. The governor of Portsmouth declared for the king, and the flames spread from the north and the Midlands to the western counties. As yet there was no serious fighting, but everywhere men gathered in arms, and preparations for the campaign began. In this preliminary trial of strength, no man was more active for the Parliament than Cromwell. On June 5th, he subscribed £500 to the fund for raising an army. Next month, after sending to his constituents at Cambridge £100 worth of arms at his own expense, he obtained a vote empowering them to train and exercise volunteer companies. The king sent to the university for its money and its plate, but Cromwell, aided by his brothers-in-law, Valentine Walton and John Desborough, raised men and beset the North Road to intercept them. Early in August, he marched to Cambridge, seized the county magazine, and secured most of the plate, worth, it is said, £20,000 for the Parliament service. At the same time, he prevented the attempt to execute the Commission of Array in the county, and sent the heads of 3 of the colleges, Jesus, Queen's, and St. John's, prisoners to London. The House of Commons passed a vote for his indemnity, but the promptitude with which he assumed responsibility and anticipated their orders by his acts was extremely characteristic. There were many gentlemen of greater rank in Cambridge and Huntingdonshire willing to fight for the Parliament, but from the very first Cromwell's energy and readiness to act made him a leader. At the end of August, Cromwell returned to London, and shortly afterward joined with a troop of 60 horse the army which Parliament was gathering under the Earl of Essex. From the moment that preparations for war began, the Parliament had 2 great advantages over the king, which were retained as long as the war lasted. In July, the fleet in the Downs accepted the Earl of Warwick as its admiral and declared for the Parliament. The possession of the navy meant the command of the sea and the interception of the king's communications with the continent. He looked to Holland and France for arms and ammunition, but the parliamentary cruisers constantly captured his ships and stopped his supplies. All the chief ports were in the power of the Parliament. Charles held Newcastle and Chester, but the recapture of Portsmouth was one of the first results of the defection of the navy. Thanks to its ships, in 1643 and 1644, the Parliament was able to preserve Hull when the rest of Yorkshire was subdued, and to keep Lyme and Plymouth when the king's forces were triumphant in the west. Thanks to its ships, the king's plans for procuring French or Danish or Walloon mercenaries to restore his falling cause were made impossible to carry out, even if he could raise money to hire them. The second advantage of the Parliament was that it had far more money at its disposal than the king. It was the strongest and the richest parts of the country. With London and the trading classes in general devoted to it, it had no difficulty in raising loans. The possession of London and most of the seaports secured its customs, which formed the largest and the most expansive part of the revenue of the state. As the war continued, voluntary loans developed into forced loans. Customs were supplemented by the imposition of an excise. Monthly assessments were levied on all counties under the Parliament's rule, and the sequestration of the lands of royalists provided a new source of income. Yet, great though the resources of Parliament were, its financial system was so imperfect that after the first few months the pay of the soldiers was constantly in arrears. On the other hand, Charles had scarcely any regular sources of income, and very little money to equip or support an army. To provide arms and ammunition for his men, he was driven to pawn the crown jewels and to mortgage the crown lands. Loans from corporations or men of means, the sales of peerages or other titular dignities, customs duties in the few ports under his control, and contributions levied in the districts within range of his garrisons made up his scanty budget. Throughout, the king's chief resource was the devotion of his followers. Loyal merchants in London secretly forwarded him their offerings. The University of Oxford sent him £10,000, and its colleges gave up their plate to be coined for his cause. Rich noblemen contributed regiments or troops, and poor gentlemen served at their own expense. The Marquis of Newcastle raised some thousands of men on his own estates. The Earl of Worcester and his son, Lord Herbert, furnished the king with £120,000 between March and July 1642. Thanks to the zeal of his followers, and above all to the territorial influence of the great landowners, Charles was able ere long to oppose Parliament with forces equal to his own. At the end of August, the king had with him at Nottingham only a few hundred half-armed foot. His artillery and several regiments of infantry were left behind at York, and his cavalry under Prince Rupert in the Midlands. The general of his little army told the king that he could not secure him against being taken in his bed if the enemy made a brisk attack. The parliamentary forces assembling at Northampton amounted early in September to 14,000 men, and Essex had in all about 20,000 men under his command. This was an army which, as a historian of the Long Parliament said, was too great to find resistance at that time from any forces afoot in England. But instead of hastening to crush the king while he was weak, Essex gave him time to grow strong. From Nottingham, Charles moved to Shrewsbury, increasing his forces as he went, and equipping them with weapons taken from the train bands or from the armories of loyal noblemen. Essex moved to Worcester and established himself there, making no effort to find the king and fight him, and reducing his forces by leaving garrisons in different towns. Now that he had an army, Charles boldly took the offensive and marched to London, hoping to end the war at a blow. Essex hurried eastward to defend the capital, and at Edge Hill on October 23rd, Charles was obliged to turn and give battle to his pursuer. The two armies were now not unequally matched. Each numbered about 14,000 men, but the parliamentarians were far better armed than the royalists. Clarendon thus describes the equipment of the king's army. The foot, all but 300 or 400 who marched without any weapons but cudgels, were armed with muskets, and bags for their powder, and pikes. But in the whole body there was not one pikeman who had a corselet, and very few musketeers who had swords. Amongst the horse, the officers had their full desire if they were able to procure old backs and breasts and pots, i.e. helmets, with pistols or carbines for their 2 or 3 front ranks, and swords for the rest. Themselves and some soldiers by their example having gotten besides their pistols and swords a short poleaxe. The regiments who followed Essex, thanks to the Parliament's control of money and its possession of the magazines of Hull and the Tower, were armed with more uniformity and more completeness. His musketeers had their swords, his pikemen, who constituted a third of each foot regiment, had their corselets, and his horsemen pistols and defensive armor. In both armies, the officers consisted mostly of gentlemen who had neither military training nor experience of war, mixed with a certain number of soldiers of fortune who had served in the armies of France or Holland or Sweden. In foot regiments, the major or lieutenant colonel was usually an old soldier, and troops of horse, the lieutenant. The most part of our horse were raised thus, says a royalist playwright. The honest country gentleman raises the troop at his own charge, then he gets a low country lieutenant to fight his troop for him, then sends for his son from school to be cornet. On both sides, the generals possessed the training which their soldiers lacked. Essex had fought with honor in the Palatinate in Holland. Balfour, who led his cavalry, had served many years in the Dutch army. The king's commander-in-chief, the Earl of Lindsey, was another Dutch officer, and Prince Rupert had seen some fighting under the Prince of Orange, and one disastrous campaign in Germany. Yet, despite Rupert's lack of experience, the king gave him charge of all his horse as an independent command, and followed his advice rather than Lindsey's in the ordering of the battle. One great advantage Charles had, which counterbalanced the superior armament of the parliamentary forces. His cavalry was superior to theirs both in quantity and quality. He had 4,000 horse to Essex's 3,000, and his troopers were flushed with confidence by their easy victory in a skirmish near Worcester. Rupert resolved to utilize this advantage to the full. Massing the bulk of the cavalry on the right wing under his own command, he swept the horse opposed to him from the field, routed 4 regiments of Essex's foot, plundered Essex's camp at Kinneton, and followed the fugitives for some miles. Wilmot, with the cavalry of the left, charged with like success, and even the reserves joined in the chase. Meanwhile, Essex and those of his foot regiments who stood firm attacked the Royalist infantry front to front, while Balfour, with 2 regiments of cavalry forming the parliamentary reserve, fell upon their exposed flanks. The Earl of Lindsey was mortally wounded and made prisoner. The king's standard taken and regained. Several regiments were cut to pieces, and 2 only held their ground. When Rupert returned from the chase, his cavalry were too disordered to be brought to attack, but their arrival saved the king's infantry from further attack, and night brought the dubious battle to a close. Before day broke, Hampden, with 2 fresh regiments of foot and 10 troops of horse, joined Essex, and urged him to advance and drive the king from his position. Essex, discouraged by the misbehavior of his cavalry and by his heavy losses, was disinclined to risk anything, and retreated to Warwick. All the fruits of victory fell to the king, and, capturing Banbury Castle without a blow, he pursued his march to Oxford and made that city his headquarters for the remainder of the war. October 29th. Early in November, Charles resumed his advance upon London. Reading was abandoned as he drew near, but by this time Essex had placed his army between the king and the capital, and there was no ground for the panic which filled the citizens. In the Parliament, the peace party for a moment gained the upper hand and sent commissioners to open negotiations. Charles expressed his willingness to treat, but said nothing about a suspension of hostilities, which still continued to advance. By his orders on November 12th, Rupert, taking advantage of a mist which concealed his movements, fell upon Essex's outposts at Brentford and cut to pieces the 2 regiments of Hollis and Brooke. Hampden came to their rescue and covered the retreat of the survivors, but Brentford was thoroughly sacked by the Royalists. The city expected to share the same fate, and, says Clarendon, the alarum came to London with the same dire yell as if the army were entered their gates. Negotiations were broken off with loud accusations of treachery against the king. The train bands rushed to arms, and all night regiments streamed forth from the city to reinforce Essex. Next day, Charles found 20,000 men blocking his way at Turnham Green, while 3,000 more occupied Kingston and threatened his line of retreat. Some cannon shots were exchanged, but the king was too weak to attack and Essex too cautious. Once more, Hampden urged him to action, and for a moment he seemed inclined to take the offensive. He had 2 men to the king's 1, and his citizen soldiers were eager to fight, and cheered old Robin whenever he appeared amongst them. But, as after Edgehill, the old soldiers of fortune, on whose judgment the general most relied, were against fighting, and he called back Hampden, evacuated Kingston, and suffered Charles to draw off his troops undisturbed. The march on London was stopped, at least for this year. The shops of its citizens were safe, and neither captain or colonel or knight-at-arms threatened the defenseless doors of Puritan poets. Charles retired to Oxford, the parliamentary army went into winter quarters, and the campaign ended as indecisively as Edgehill had ended. With a larger and better equipped army, and with greater pecuniary resources at his disposal, Essex had throughout allowed the king to take the initiative, and neglected every opportunity offered him by fortune. Charles, on the other hand, as soon as he got together an army, adopted a consistent strategic plan and pursued it with energy and even audacity. His outposts were now within 30 miles of London, and all over England his followers were gaining ground and gaining heart. Ever since September, Cromwell had been serving under Essex, and this unsuccessful campaign was his sole training in the art of war. At Edgehill, his troops formed part of the regiment commanded by Sir Philip Stapleton, one of the 2 regiments which did such splendid service on that day. In later years, it pleased party pamphleteers to assert that he was not even present in the battle, but a contemporary account specifically mentions Captain Cromwell in a list of officers who never stirred from their troops, but fought till the last minute. One lesson at least he learned at Edgehill, that was the necessity of keeping a reserve in hand and the importance of energetically using it. Another thing which the battle taught him was that the Parliament's arms would never be victorious till its cavalry was equal in quality to the king's. Some of Essex's foot regiments were excellent, but the ranks of his cavalry were filled with men attracted solely by high pay and opportunities of plunder, men who were neither soldiers nor good material for making soldiers. The consequences were what might have been expected. At my first going out into this engagement, said Cromwell, I saw our men beaten at every hand. Accordingly, he spoke to his cousin, Hampden, and urged him to procure the raising of some new regiments to be added to Essex's army. I told him I would be serviceable to him in bringing such men in as I thought had a spirit that would do something in the work. Your troops, said I, are most of them old decayed serving men, tapsters, and such kind of fellows. Do you think that the spirits of such base, mean fellows will ever be able to encounter gentlemen that have honor and courage and resolution in them? You must get men of a spirit that is likely to go as far as gentlemen will go, or you will be beaten still. Hampden understood that the notion was a good notion, but impracticable. Impracticable was not a word which Cromwell understood. He obtained leave of absence for himself and his troop and went down into the eastern counties in January 1643 to raise such men as had the fear of God before them and made some conscience of what they did. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 5. At the opening of the campaign of 1643, the strength of the Royalists had greatly increased, and before its close the advantage had passed to the king. In almost every county, towns and castles were garrisoned, and rival leaders, raising troops for king or parliament, waged war against each other with varying fortunes. In the north and in the west of England, the Royalists rapidly gained the upper hand, and these local successes exercised a decisive influence on the course of the general war. In April 1643, Essex with 16,000 foot to 3,000 horse advanced towards Oxford and captured Reading, April 27th. Hampden urged him to follow up on this advantage by besieging Oxford, which was weakly fortified and ill-provisioned. But Essex's army was mutinous for want of pay, and decimated by a great sickness which broke out in his camp after the fall of Reading. He did not resume the movement on Oxford till June, and in the meantime the king had been strongly reinforced. With his diminished numbers, Essex was unable to invest Oxford, and in the small encounters which took place round it, his troops were generally worsted. At Chalgrove Field, on June 18th, Hampden was mortally wounded, and his death a week later was as great a blow to his party as the loss of a battle. "Every honest man," wrote a fellow officer, "hath a share in the loss, and will likewise in the sorrow. He was a gallant man, an honest man, an able man, and take all, I know not to any living man second." In his short military career, he had shown an energy, a decision, and a strategic instinct which seemed to mark him out as a future general. After Hampden's death, Essex fell back from Oxford and remained inactive, permitting the king to effect a junction with the royalists of the north and of the west. In the north, the Marquis of Newcastle had overrun the greater part of Yorkshire and cooped up Lord Fairfax and his son Sir Thomas in the West Riding. On June 30th, he routed the two Fairfaxes at Adwalton Moor, near Bradford, and forced them to take refuge in Hull, the only fortress which the Parliament now held in Yorkshire. The Queen had landed at Bridlington in February, and these successes enabled her to march south and join Charles at Oxford with arms, ammunition, and reinforcements. In the west, during the same period, a little army of Cornishmen under Sir Ralph Hopton won victory after victory over the Parliamentarians. At Braddock Down, on January 19, 1643, Hopton defeated General Ruthven at Stratton. On May 16th, he beat Lord Stamford. Then, joined by Prince Maurice and the Marquis of Hertford, he advanced into Somersetshire and fought a drawn battle with Sir William Waller at Lansdowne near Bath on July 5th. Followed by Waller, Hopton continued his march towards Oxford and was blocked up in Devizes with his infantry by his pursuer. But the retreat of Essex had enabled the king to move freely and had left Waller unsupported. On July 13th, the very day when the Queen reached Oxford, Wilmot and a body of horse sent from Oxford routed Waller's army at Roundaway Down and rescued Hopton's hard-pressed army. Thus, by the end of July, the Royalists were masters in the field, and Charles could take the offensive. The king's original plan had been that he should hold Essex in check, whilst Newcastle advanced from the north into Essex, and Hopton made his way through the southern counties towards Kent. All three were then to close in upon London and strike down rebellion in its headquarters. But now Newcastle's army refused to march southwards whilst Hull was uncaptured, and the Western army hesitated to advance farther whilst Plymouth was not taken. Local feeling was too powerful to be neglected, and Charles was forced to complete the subjugation of the West instead of advancing upon London. On July 26th, Bristol, the second port in the kingdom, surrendered to Prince Rupert Gloucester, was besieged on August 10th, and though vigorously defended by Colonel Massey, it seemed certain to fall, for the Parliament had no army available to relieve it. Waller, exulted the Royalists, is extinct, and Essex cannot come. Once more, Pym and the Parliament appealed to the city, and London responded with a zeal which no disasters could chill. The citizens closed their shops, 6 regiments of London train bands joined the shattered army of Essex, and with 15,000 men at his back, the Earl marched for Gloucester. Vainly, Rupert and the king's horse strove to delay his progress. At his approach, the besiegers drew off their forces without fighting, and Gloucester was saved. As the Parliamentarians returned to London, the king barred their way at Newbury, and forced them to cut their way through or perish, September 20th. This time the parliamentary horse fought well, but it was the firmness and courage of Essex's infantry which preserved the army. The London train bands, whom the Cavaliers had derided, stood as a bulwark and rampire to defend the rest, and received charge after charge of Rupert's horse with their pikes as steadily as if they had been drilling on their parade ground. Long training in military exercises had given them the readiness, order, and dexterity in the use of their arms, which compensated for their inexperience of actual war. Step by step the parliamentary army gained ground, till the failure of the king's ammunition obliged him to retreat and leave the passage free. Essex re-entered London in triumph. Gloucester was saved, and his army was safe, but Reading, the one trophy of his year's fighting, was abandoned again to the Royalists. The year 1643 closed gloomily for the Parliament. Except Gloucester, Plymouth, and a few ports in Dorsetshire, all the west was the king's. The north was his except Hull and Lancashire, and in the Midlands the Parliamentarians held their own with difficulty. Only in the eastern counties had the Parliament gained strength and territory, and it was to Cromwell more than any other man that his isolated success was due. At the close of 1642, Parliament had passed an ordinance associating the 5 counties of Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, Cambridge, and Hertfordshire for the purpose of common defence, December 10th, 1642. The Eastern Association, as it was termed, was completed by the accession of Huntingdonshire in May 26th, 1643, and finally of Lincolnshire, September 20th, 1643. Cambridge was its headquarters, and Cromwell was from the first its guiding spirit. On his march from London in January 1643, Cromwell seized the Royalist High Sheriff of Hertfordshire, as he was proclaiming the king's commission of array in the marketplace of St. Albans, and sent him up to London, January 14th. In February, he was at Cambridge busily fortifying the town and collecting men to resist a threatened attack from Lord Capel. In March, he suppressed a royalist rising at Lowestoft, taking prisoners many gentlemen and good store of pistols and other arms. A few days later, he disarmed the royalists of Lynn. In April, those of Huntingdonshire shared the same fate, and on April 28th he recaptured Crowland, where the king's party had established a garrison. Whenever royalist raiders made a dash into the association, or disaffected gentry attempted a rising, Colonel Cromwell and his men were swift to suppress them. "It's happy," he wrote, "to resist such beginnings betimes," and he never failed to do so. Meanwhile, the notion which Hampden had thought impracticable was rapidly becoming a fact. Cromwell's one troop of 80 horse had become the nucleus of a regiment. By March 1643, he had 5 troops, and by September, 10. When the new model army was constituted, his regiment had become a double regiment of 14 full troops, numbering about 1,100 troopers. Above all, they were men of the same spirit as their colonel. His original troop had been carefully chosen. He had a special care, writes Baxter, to get religious men into his troop. These men were of greater understanding than common soldiers, and making not money, but that which they took for public felicity to be their end, they were the more engaged to be valiant. The new additions were of the same quality. "Pray raise honest, godly men, and I will have them of my regiment," Cromwell promised the town of Norwich. "My troops increase," he told a friend a few weeks later. "I have a lovely company. You would respect them did you know them. They are no Anabaptists. They are honest, sober Christians." The officers were selected on the same principle. If you choose godly, honest men to be captains of horse, honest men will follow them, and they will be careful to mount such, wrote Cromwell to the Committee of Suffolk. When he could get gentlemen, he preferred them, but godliness and zeal for the cause were the essentials. "I had rather have," said he, "a plain, russet-coated captain that knows what he fights for and loves what he knows, than that which you call a gentleman and is nothing else. I honor a gentleman that is so indeed. It may be it provokes some spirits to see such plain men made captains of horse. It had been well that men of honor and birth had entered into these employments. But why do they not appear? But seeing it was necessary, the work must go on. Better plain men than none." What struck observers first was the rigid discipline which Cromwell enforced not only in his own regiment, but in all men under his command. "No plundering was permitted," reported a newspaper. "No man swears but he pays his 12 pence. If he be drunk, he is set in the stocks or worse. How happy were it if all the forces were thus disciplined." The next notable fact was that they were better armed than other regiments, as well as better disciplined. Besides the sword, each trooper had a pair of pistols, but not carbines or other firearms. For defensive arms, they had simply a light helmet or pot, and a back and breast of iron. Thus, while adequately protected, they were lighter and more active than fully equipped cuirassiers. And while adequately armed, they had no temptation to adopt the tactics of mounted infantry or dragoons. Moreover, from the beginning, Cromwell's men were taught to charge home and to rely on the impact of their charge and the sharpness of their swords. They were well mounted, and many of them owned the horses they rode, being, as Whitelock says, freeholders or freeholders' sons, who upon matter of conscience engaged in this quarrel. Others were provided from the stables of royalists, and one of Cromwell's letters is a defense of an officer who had seized the horses of malignants to mount his troop. A great lover of horses and arms himself, Colonel Cromwell made his men keep both in good condition. Cromwell, says a royalist writer, used them daily to look after, feed, and dress their horses, and, when it was needful, to lie together on the ground, and besides taught them to clean and keep their arms bright and to have them ready for service. Men of such a spirit, armed, mounted, drilled, and disciplined with care, soon proved their superiority both to the king's troops and to those of Essex and Waller. That difference, says Clarendon, was observed shortly from the beginning of the war, and though the king's troops prevailed in the charge and routed those they charged, they never rallied themselves again in order, nor could be brought to make a second charge again the same day, whereas Cromwell's troops, if they prevailed, or though they were beaten and routed, presently rallied again, and stood in good order till they received new orders. In May 1643, Essex ordered the forces of the eastern counties and the East Midlands to unite in order to relieve Lincolnshire, and if possible, to penetrate the Yorkshire and assist the Fairfaxes. Cromwell was eager to carry out his orders, but first one, then another local commander declined to leave his particular locality unprotected. "Better it were that Leicester were not," said Cromwell, "than that there should not be found an immediate taking of the field by our forces to accomplish the common ends." He himself set out for Lincolnshire, and at Grantham, on May 13th, defeated a royalist force twice the size of his own. The royalists were beaten mainly through their inferior tactics. Their commander had 21 troops and some dragoons to Cromwell's 12, but he never attempted to charge. The two bodies of horse stood about musket shot from each other, and their dragoons exchanged shots for about half an hour. "Then," says Cromwell's dispatch, "they not advancing toward us, we agreed to charge them. We came on with our troops at a pretty round trot, they standing firm to receive us, and our men charging fiercely upon them. By God's providence they were immediately routed, and ran all away, and we had the execution of them 2 or 3 miles. 10 days later, Cromwell reached Nottingham, and joined the forces of Lincolnshire and Derbyshire, but with all his eagerness he could get no farther. The 3 commanders quarrelled, and one of them, Captain John Hotham, was secretly in correspondence with the Royalists. To add to Cromwell's difficulties, some of his soldiers were unpaid and mutinous, though he wrote urgently for money. It was a trouble continually recurring in his letters throughout his campaign, because parts of the association were always behindhand in paying the men that they raised. "Lay not too much," he appealed to one defaulter, "upon the back of a poor gentleman, who desires without much noise to lay down his life and bleed the last drop to serve the cause and you. I ask not your money for myself. If that were my end and hope, viz. the pay of my place, I would not open my mouth at this time. I desire to deny myself, but others will not be satisfied." Till the end of June, Cromwell stayed in Nottingham, defeating the Newark garrison in skirmishes, and hoping at least to bar the Queen's march south. But his fellow commanders left him, and so he was obliged to fall back into the association, and leave the Fairfaxes to be crushed at Adwalton Moor. Now came the hour of danger for the association. Backed by Newcastle's army, the Royalists of the neighbouring counties began to press over its borders. One party threatened Peterborough, and garrisoned Burley House near Stamford. Another body besieged Lord Willoughby, the commander of the Lincolnshire Parliamentarians, in Gainsborough. Cromwell came to the rescue with his usual speed, captured Burley House and its garrison on July 24th, and, gathering what force he could get from Nottinghamshire and Lincolnshire, hurried to the relief of Gainsborough. Colonel Cavendish faced him with a body of Royalist horse posted on the edge of a sandy plateau outside of town, and Cromwell's men had to mount it before they could attack. Before they were completely formed, the Royalist horse advanced, but Cromwell would not wait to receive their charge. "In such order as we were," says he, "we charged their great body. We came up horse to horse, where we disputed it with our swords and pistols a pretty time, all keeping close order, so that one could not break the other. At last they, a little shrinking, our men perceiving it, pressed in upon them, and immediately routed the whole body." Part of the Parliamentarians followed the chase 5 or 6 miles, but Cromwell halted 3 troops of his regiment as soon as he could, and it was well he did so, for in the meantime Cavendish and his reserve beat the Lincoln troops, forming the Parliamentary's second line, and were hotly pursuing them when Cromwell with his 3 troops fell on their rear, and drove them down the hill and into a bog. Cavendish was killed by Cromwell's lieutenant, and his regiment scattered to the winds. Powder and provisions were thrown into the besieged town, and the van of the Parliamentarians were actively engaged in attacking a body of Royalists, discovered on the other side of Gainsborough. when Newcastle's army arrived, 50 companies of foot, and a great body of horse. To fight was hopeless. There was nothing left for the parliamentarians but to retreat if they could. The foot drew off with some confusion and took refuge in the town. The horse, under Cromwell's command, were withdrawn in good order from position to position. 4 troops of his regiment, under Major Whalley, and 4 Lincoln troops under Captain Ayscough, alternately retiring and facing the enemy, covered the withdrawal. They, with this handful, faced the enemy, and dared them to the teeth in. At the least, 8 or 9 several removes, the enemy following at their heels. And they, though their horses were exceedingly tired, retreating in order near carbine shot of the enemy, who thus followed them, firing upon them. Colonel Cromwell gathering up the main body and facing them behind those 2 lesser bodies. In this order he effected his retreat to Lincoln without loss. Without a greater force it was impossible to drive Newcastle back, and in announcing his victory Cromwell appealed for reinforcements. God follows us with encouragements. They come in season, as if God should say, "Up and be doing, and I will stand by you and help you." There is nothing to be feared but our own sin and sloth. If I could speak words to pierce your hearts with the sense of our and your condition, I would. 2,000 foot must be raised at once if they meant to save Gainsborough. If somewhat be not done, in this you will see Newcastle's army march up into your bowels, being now, as it is, on this side, Trent. I know it will be difficult to raise thus many in so short a time, but let me assure you, it's necessary and therefore to be done. Parliament realized the imminence of the danger. On the day of Cromwell's victory at Gainsborough, it had appointed him governor of the Isle of Ely. A week later, he received the special thanks of the House for his faithful endeavors to God and the kingdom, and was voted £3,000 for his troops. On August 10th, an ordinance was passed authorizing the associated counties to raise 10,000 foot and 5,000 horse to be commanded by the Earl of Manchester. It seemed, however, as if the eastern counties would be overrun before the new army could be raised. Gainsborough was taken, Lincoln was abandoned, all Lincolnshire except Boston fell into the power of the Royalists. In Norfolk, Lynn raised the king's standard. However, Newcastle turned back with the bulk of his forces to besiege Hull, and while Manchester, with all the foot he could get together, besieged Lynn, Cromwell with his cavalry made a bold march into Lincolnshire. Sir Thomas Fairfax, who was shut up in Hull with his father, had with him 21 troops of horse, useless for the defense of a town, but capable of changing the fortune of the campaign if added to Cromwell's force. Fairfax shipped them down the Humber in boat to Saltfleet, in Lincolnshire, thus evading the attempts of Newcastle's cavalry to intercept him, and effected his junction with Cromwell. Both then joined Manchester, who had by this time captured Lynn, and in October the joint army set about the reconquest of Lincolnshire. The Cavaliers of Lincolnshire and part of Newcastle's cavalry, headed by Lord Widrington and Sir John Henderson, fought them at Winceby on October 11th. Cromwell led the van, seconded by Sir Thomas Fairfax. Immediately after their dragooners had given the first volley, says a parliamentary narrative, Colonel Cromwell fell with a brave resolution upon the enemy. Yet they were so nimble, as that within half pistol shot they gave him another. His horse was killed under him at the first charge, and fell down upon him. And as he rose up, he was knocked down again by the gentleman who charged him. But afterwards he recovered a poor horse in a soldier's hands, and bravely mounted himself again. Truly this first charge was so home-given, and performed with so much admirable courage and resolution by our troops, that the enemy stood not another, but were driven back upon their own body, which was to have seconded them, and at last put them into a plain disorder, and thus in less than half an hour's fight they were all quite routed. 35 colors, and nearly 1,000 prisoners were the trophies of the victors. Lincoln and Gainsborough fell into their hands a few weeks later. Moreover, on the very day of the victory of Winceby, Lord Fairfax sallied forth from Hull, beat Newcastle from his trenches, and forced him to raise the siege in disorder. Thus the association was secured from invasion, Lincolnshire conquered, and the Parliament's hold on Yorkshire maintained. So closed Cromwell's second campaign. He had shown a skill in handling cavalry very rare amongst the courageous knights and squires who rode forth a-colonelling. He kept his promise to Hampden, raised men of such a spirit that they never turned their backs to the enemy, and disciplined them so that they were an example to all the troops of the Parliament in camp or in battle. The general recognition of his great services was shown by two facts. On February 16, 1644, Parliament appointed a new committee for the management of the war, called, because it included representatives of Scotland, the Committee of Both Kingdoms. Cromwell had not been a member of the Committee of Safety appointed when the war began, but he was from the first a member of this new one. The second fact was that Cromwell's appointment as Lieutenant General of the Army of the Eastern Association. He had been practically Manchester's second-in-command since the army was formed, and on January 22, 1644, he received his commission. The appointment had important results, political as well as military. Manchester himself, a sweet, meek man, says the Presbyterian Bailey, permitted his lieutenant general to guide all the army at his pleasure. Of Cromwell, he adds, "The man is a very wise and active head, universally well beloved, as religious and stout, being a known independent most of the soldiers who loved new ways put themselves under his command." Thus Cromwell's influence spread to the whole army of the Eastern Association, and officers and men became permeated by the spirit of his regiment. By March 1644, Manchester's army was reported to be 15,000 strong. "Neither," said a newspaper, "is his army so formidable in number as exact in discipline, and that they might be all of one mind in religion, as of resolution in the field. With a severe eye he hath looked into the manners of those all who are his officers, and cashiered those whom he found to be in any way irregular in their lives or disaffected to the cause." End of Chapter 5. Recording by Avyndus.
Chapter 6 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 6. Marston Moor, 1644. As yet, neither party had decidedly gained the upper hand, though the tide seemed setting against the Parliament. Both parties, therefore, looked outside England for allies, one to make its success complete, the other to regain what it had lost. The king turned to Ireland and to the army there, which, with little support from the Parliament, was striving to put down the rebellion. On September 15, 1643, Ormond, the Lord Lieutenant, concluded a cessation of arms with the rebels, and was able to send several regiments of experienced soldiers to the king's assistance during the following month. The English Puritans turned to their brethren in Scotland. In September, the Solemn League and Covenant pledged the two nations to unite for the reformation of religion according to the word of God and the example of the best reformed churches. In November, the Scottish Parliament agreed to send 21,000 men to the assistance of the English parliamentarians. In January 1644, Alexander Leslie, now Earl of Leven, crossed the Tweed with the promised army. The campaign of 1644 opened badly for the king. In January, Sir Thomas Fairfax defeated Lord Byron and the king's Irish forces at Nantwich. In March, Waller defeated Hopton at Cheriton in Hampshire and frustrated his intended advance into Sussex. In April, Newcastle, after striving in vain to bar Leslie's progress in Durham, was forced to throw himself into York, where Leslie and the Fairfaxes besieged his army. In May the forces of Waller and Essex advanced upon Oxford. The Royalists evacuated Reading and Abingdon, and Charles, fearing to be blockaded in Oxford, left the city to be defended by its garrison, and with about 6,000 men made his escape to Worcester. But Essex, instead of pursuing and crushing the king's weak army as he ought to have done, delegated the task to Waller, and set out himself to recover the south-western counties and relieve Lyme. In April, while Waller and Essex were preparing for their movement on Oxford, the army of the Eastern Association under Manchester took the field. Its first business was to reconquer Lincolnshire, the debatable land between the north and east, for Rupert's defeat of the besiegers of Newark in March 1644 had thrown Lincolnshire once more into the hands of the Royalists. On May 6th, Manchester's army recaptured Lincoln, and at the beginning of June he joined the two armies which beleaguered York with about 9,000 men. Of these 9,000, 3,000 were cavalry under the command of Cromwell. York held out stubbornly. Some detached forts were taken and the suburbs burnt, but an attempted assault was bloodily repulsed. At the end of June, news came that Prince Rupert, with 15,000 men, had crossed the hills from Lancashire and was marching to the relief of the city. The three generals, Leven, Fairfax, and Manchester, raised the siege in order to give battle to Rupert's army. But when they assembled their forces on the south bank of the Ouse, Rupert crossed to the northern bank and reached York without striking a blow. On the morning of July 2nd, the parliamentary generals, finding themselves outmanoeuvred and the resumption of the siege rendered impossible, were in full retreat to the south, when Rupert's attacks on their rear guard forced them to halt and offer battle. They drew up their army on some rising ground between Tockwith and Marston, overlooking the open moor on which the Royalists had taken their post. Between the armies, and marking the southern boundary of the moor, ran a hedge and ditch, which Rupert had lined with musketeers, and some similar obstacles strengthened the Royalist left flank. Rupert's army, reinforced by Newcastle's forces from York, numbered about 18,000 men, while the Parliamentarians amounted to about 27,000, but the Royalists had the advantage of a strong defensive position, and of open ground on which their cavalry could manoeuvre freely. For 3 hours the two armies faced each other in battle array. A few cannon shots were exchanged, but neither army advanced. The Roundheads fell to singing psalms, and the Royalist generals came to the belief that there would be no fighting that day. About 5, the whole parliamentary line began to move forward, and Cromwell, with the cavalry forming its left wing, attacked Lord Byron and the Royalist right. Cromwell had under his command all the horse and dragoons of the Eastern Association, half a regiment of Scottish dragoons, and 3 weak regiments of Scottish cavalry who formed his reserve. In all not less than 4,000 men, of whom 1,000 were dragoons. The dragoons rapidly drove the Royalist musketeers from the ditch and enabled the cavalry to pass it. Cromwell led the way, and with the first troops who crossed, charged the nearest regiment of Royalists. His own division, says a contemporary narrative, had a hard pull of it, for they were charged by Rupert's bravest men both in front and flank. But as fast as they could form, the other troops of Cromwell's first line charged in support of their leader. Ere long the foremost regiments of the Royalists were broken, and, pursuing their victory, Cromwell's men engaged the second line. In this hand-to-hand combat, Cromwell was wounded in the neck by a pistol shot, fired so near his eyes that it half blinded him. But, though for a short time disabled, he did not leave the field. Meanwhile Rupert himself, who had been at supper in the rear when the attack began, galloped up with fresh regiments, and rallying his men, drove back Cromwell's troopers. It was but a temporary check, for David Leslie, with Cromwell's second line, fell on Rupert's flank, and the Royalist cavalry was irretrievably routed. Sending the light Scottish regiments of the reserve in pursuit of the flying cavaliers, Cromwell and Leslie reformed their tired squadrons, and halted to find out how the battle had gone in other quarters of the field. Tidings of disaster soon reached them, and it became plain that the battle was more than half lost for the Parliament. Sir Thomas Fairfax, wounded and almost alone, came with the news that the horse of the right wing under his command were defeated and flying. His own regiment had charged with success and broken through the enemy. Those who should have supported him, disordered by the furze and the rough ground they had to pass through to debouch upon the moor, had been charged by the Royalists and completely scattered. The infantry of the parliamentary centre had fared little better. The advance had been at first successful all along the line. Some guns had been taken, and the ditch passed. On the left, Manchester's foot, led by Major General Crawford, had outflanked the infantry opposed to them, and were still gaining ground. In the centre, Lord Fairfax's foot and the Scottish regiments supporting them, repulsed by Newcastle's white-coated north countrymen, and trampled down by their own flying horse, were in full flight. On the right, the main body of the Scottish infantry was hard pressed. Some regiments gave way, as their brethren in the centre had done. Others maintained their ground manfully. Yet with the centre of the parliamentary line pierced, and the cavalry of the right wing driven from the field, the position of these isolated regiments, exposed to attack in front and flank both, seemed hopeless. So thought old Leven, who, after striving in vain to rally the runaways, gave up the day for lost and galloped for Leeds. Lord Fairfax, too, was carried off the field in the rout of his infantry, though he returned later. While Goring's victorious horse pursued the fugitives, or stopped to plunder the baggage, Sir Charles Lucas, with another division of Goring's command, employed himself in attacking the Scottish infantry. Maitland's and Lindsay's regiments, on the extreme right of the line, stood like rocks, and beat off 3 charges with their pikes. Like their ancestors at Flodden, and with better fortune, the stubborn spearmen still made good their dark impenetrable wood, each stepping where his comrade stood the instant that he fell. Help was now at hand. Sweeping across the moor behind the Royalist centre, Cromwell and Leslie came with their whole force to the relief of the Scots. With them, too, marched Crawford and the 3 brigades of Manchester's foot. As they advanced, Lucas's horse suspended their attack, and Goring's men streamed back from pursuit and pillage to meet this new antagonist. Cromwell's cavalry now occupied the very ground where Goring's men had been posted when the battle began, and met them at the same place of disadvantage where Sir Thomas Fairfax had been routed. The struggle was short but decisive, and when the last squadrons of the Royalist horse were broken, Cromwell turned to cooperate with Crawford and the Scots in attacking the Royalist infantry. Some of Rupert's veteran regiments made good their retreat to York. Newcastle's whitecoats got into a piece of enclosed ground and sold their lives dearly. The rest scattered and fled under cover of the protecting darkness. About 3,000 Royalists fell in the battle, while 16 guns, 100 colours, 6,000 muskets, and 1,600 prisoners were the trophies of the victors. Rupert left York to its fate, and made his way back to Lancashire with some 6,000 men, and the city itself surrendered a fortnight later. In the dispatch which the three generals addressed to the committee of both kingdoms, they gave no account of the details of the battle, and made no mention of Cromwell's services. Private letters were more outspoken. One described him as the chief agent in obtaining the victory. Some people spoke of him as the saviour of the three kingdoms, though Cromwell repudiated the title with some anger. The friends of the Scottish army depreciated his services, attributed what his cavalry achieved to David Leslie, and circulated reports that Cromwell had taken no part in the battle after his first charge. The utterances of the Royalist leader, both before and after the battle, showed that he appreciated Cromwell's importance more justly. "Is Cromwell there?" asked Rupert of a prisoner taken just before the battle. And it was Rupert, too, who, after the battle, gave Cromwell the nickname of Ironside or Ironsides. The title was derived, according to a contemporary biographer, from the impenetrable strength of his troops, which could by no means be broken or divided, and it was extended later from the leader to the soldiers themselves. Cromwell's only account of the battle is contained in a few lines written to his brother-in-law, Colonel Valentine Walton. "England," he said, "and the Church of God hath had a great favour from the Lord in this great victory given unto us, such as the like never was since this war began. It had all the evidences of an absolute victory, obtained by the Lord's blessing upon the godly party principally. We never charged, but we routed the enemy. The left wing, which I commanded, being our own horse, saving a few Scots in our rear, beat all the prince's horse. God made them as stubble to our swords. We charged their regiments of foot with our horse, and routed all we charged. The particulars I cannot relate now, but I believe of 20,000 the prince hath not 4,000 left. Give glory, all the glory to God." Cromwell's letter has been charged with concealing the services of David Leslie and the Scots, but every word of his brief account was true. He did not give the particulars of the fight, because he was writing a letter of condolence, not a dispatch. Walton's son, a captain in Cromwell's own regiment, had fallen in the battle, and Cromwell wrote to tell the father details of his son's death. He began with the news of the great victory, in order that Walton might feel that his son's life had not been idly thrown away. Then he turned suddenly to the real subject of the letter. "Sir, God hath taken your eldest son away by a cannon shot. It brake his leg. We were necessitated to have it cut off, whereof he died." Next he praised the dead. "The gallant young man, exceeding gracious, exceedingly beloved in the army of all that knew him, who had died full of comfort, lamenting nothing save that he could no longer serve God against his enemies, and rejoicing in his last moments to see the rogues run." In the spring Cromwell had lost his own son, Captain Oliver, who died not in battle, but of smallpox in his quarters at Newport. "A civil young gentleman, and the joy of his father," said a newspaper recording it. He referred to this now while seeking to comfort Walton. "You know my own trials this way, but the Lord supported me with this, that the Lord took him into the happiness we all pant after and live for. Let the same faith support Walton, and let this public mercy to the Church of God help him to forget his private sorrow." So closed the letter, revealing in its tenderness and sympathy, its enthusiasm and its devotion to the cause, the depths of Cromwell's nature, and the secret of his power over his comrades in arms. After the fall of York, the three parliamentary armies separated. Leven and the Scots turned northwards again to besiege Newcastle. The Fairfaxes remained to capture the royalist strongholds in Yorkshire, and Manchester, taking on his way Sheffield Castle and a few smaller garrisons, returned to Lincoln. All August he remained there idle, declining even to besiege Newark. He was weary of the war, anxious for an accommodation with the king, and shocked at the spread of sectarian and democratic opinions in his army and in the kingdom. Cromwell, as the protector of the sectaries, was at daggers drawn with Major General Crawford, who attempted to suppress them. Crawford cashiered an officer on the ground that he was an Anabaptist, and Cromwell and some of his colonels threatened to lay down their commissions unless Crawford was removed. A compromise of some kind was patched up, but Cromwell's influence over Manchester was at an end. Meanwhile, in the south of England, the campaign so prosperously begun was ending in disaster. Charles had turned on his pursuer and defeated Waller at Cropredy Bridge in Oxfordshire on June 29th. Leaving Waller's disorganized and mutinous army too weak to do any harm, he followed Essex into the west, and joined by the forces of the Western Royalists, threatened to overpower him. At the end of August, the Committee of both kingdoms ordered the army of the Eastern Association to go to the succour of Essex. Cromwell was eager to do so. "The business," he wrote to his friend Walton, "has our hearts with it, and truly, had we wings we would fly thither." Manchester's army, though ill provided with necessaries, and slandered by evil tongues as factious, was ready to serve anywhere. "We do never find our men so cheerful as when there is work to do." But he went on to hint that there were obstructives in high places, who were less willing to fight than their soldiers. "We have some amongst us much slow in action. If we could all intend our own ends less, and our own ease too, our business would go on wheels for expedition." Before Manchester stirred from Lincoln, the anticipated disaster came. At Lostwithiel, on September 2nd, Skippon and the infantry of Essex's army were forced to capitulate and to lay down their arms. The horse escaped by a night march through a gap in the Royalist lines, while Essex himself and a few officers fled by sea. After his victory, the king returned slowly to Oxford, and Manchester, with the greatest reluctance, moved southwest to meet him. "My army," he said openly, "was raised by the Association and for the guard of the Association. It cannot be commanded by Parliament without their consent." It was imperative that Charles should be fought before he could get to his old headquarters at Oxford, while his army was weakened by the forces left behind in the west. But Manchester's refusal to advance allowed the Royalists to reach Newbury before the king was obliged to fight. At Newbury, on October 27th, Manchester's army, strengthened by Waller's forces and by what remained of Essex's troops, made a joint attack on the king. Charles had only 10,000 men to oppose to the 19,000 brought against him, but he had chosen a strong position between two rivers, protected on one side by Donnington Castle, and covered where it was most assailable by entrenchments. Above all, his army was under a single commander, while the Parliament's was directed by a committee. Essex was absent from illness, and the Committee of both kingdoms hoped to avoid disputes by putting the command in commission. The parliamentary scheme was that Skippon's foot, with the horse of Cromwell and Waller, should attack the king's position on the west, while Manchester assaulted it on the north-east. It failed through lack of combination. Skippon's infantry carried the Royalist entrenchments and recaptured several guns they had lost in Cornwall, but the cavalry, impeded by the nature of the ground, could effect little. Manchester delayed his attack till it was too late to assist them, and was repulsed with heavy loss. Nevertheless, the result of the day's fighting was that the king's position was so seriously compromised that only a retreat could save his army. In the night, the Royalist army silently marched past Manchester's outposts, and by morning it was halfway to Wallingford. Waller and Cromwell set out in pursuit with the bulk of the cavalry, but as Manchester and the majority of the committee refused to support them with infantry, Charles made good his retreat to Oxford. A fortnight later, The king, reinforced by Rupert with 5,000 men, returned to relieve Donnington Castle and carry off the artillery he had left there. October 9, 1644. He offered battle, and Cromwell was eager to fight, but Manchester and a majority of the committee declared against it. Foot and horse alike were greatly reduced in numbers, and the latter tired out with hard duty in such extremity of weather as hath been seldom seen. Manchester, in addition to military reasons, urged political arguments against risking a battle. If we beat the king 99 times, yet he is king still, and so will his posterity be after him. But if the king beat us once, we shall all be hanged, and our posterity made slaves. My lord, retorted Cromwell, if this be so, why did we take up arms at first? This is against fighting ever hereafter. If so, let us make peace, be it ever so base. But much as he might despise Manchester's logic, he had to bow to the logic of facts, and to accept the view of the committee in general. So ended the campaign of 1644. The north of England had been definitely won, and with capable leadership the defeat of Essex in Cornwall might have been compensated by the defeat of the king in Berkshire. When Cromwell came to reflect on the incidents of the last few months, he attributed the failure to obtain this victory entirely to Manchester. He had failed, apparently, not through accident or want of foresight, but through backwardness to all action. And this backwardness, concluded Cromwell, came from some principle of unwillingness to have the war prosecuted to a full victory, and a desire to have it ended by an accommodation on some such terms to which it might be disadvantageous to bring the king too low. On November 25th, Cromwell rose in the House of Commons, told the story of the Newbury campaign, and made this charge against Manchester. Manchester vindicated his generalship in the House of Lords, alleging that he had always acted by the advice of the Council of War, and that Cromwell was a factious and obstructive subordinate. Then, leaving military questions alone, he made a bitter attack on Cromwell as a politician. He had once given great confidence to the Lieutenant General, but latterly he had become suspicious of his designs, and had been obliged to withdraw it. For Cromwell had spoken against the nobility, and had said that he hoped to live to see never a nobleman in England. He had expressed himself with contempt against the Assembly of Divines, and with animosity against the Scots for attempting to establish Presbyterianism in England. Finally, he had avowed that he desired to have none but independence in the army of the Eastern Association, so that in case there should be propositions for peace, or any conclusion of a peace, such as might not stand with those ends that honest men should aim at, this army might prevent such a mischief. Cromwell did not deny these utterances, and their revelation produced the effect which Manchester had anticipated. An inquiry into errors in the conduct of the war developed into a political quarrel. The Lords took up the cause of Manchester as the cause of their order. The Scots intrigued against Cromwell as the enemy of their creed. For the interest of our nation, wrote Bailey, we must crave reason of that darling of the sectaries, and talked of breaking the power of that potent faction in obtaining his removal from the army, which himself by his over-rashness has procured. Some of these Scottish leaders consulted together on the feasibility of accusing Cromwell as an incendiary, who had sought to cause strife between the two nations, but the English lawyers consulted advised against it. Lieutenant General Cromwell, said Mr. Maynard, is a person of great favour and interest with the House of Commons, and with some of the peers likewise, and therefore there must be proofs, and the most clear and evident proofs against him, to prevail with the Parliament to judge him an incendiary. As the controversy proceeded, the lower house declared on Cromwell's side, and the conviction of Manchester's incapacity spread amongst its members. But, instead of pressing the charge home, Cromwell drew back. A personal triumph, to be gained at the cost of a rupture between the two houses, and perhaps a rupture between England and Scotland, was not worth gaining. What he wanted was military efficiency and the vigorous conduct of the war, and he resolved to use the dissatisfaction which Manchester's slackness had roused in order to obtain these ends, and to abandon the personal charges to secure them. The moment was propitious, for on November 23rd the Commons had ordered the Committee of both Kingdoms to consider the reorganisation of the whole army. On December 9th, when the report on the charges against Manchester was brought in to the House of Commons, Cromwell turned the debate to the larger issue. The important thing now, he said, was to save the nation out of the bleeding, almost dying condition which the long continuance of the war had brought it into. Without a more speedy, vigorous, and effectual prosecution of the war, we shall make the kingdom weary of us, and make it hate the name of a parliament. For what do the enemy say? Nay, what do many say that were friends at the beginning of the parliament? Even this, that the members of both houses have got great places and commands, and the sword into their hands, and what by interest in parliament, what by power in the army, will perpetually continue themselves in grandeur, and not permit the war speedily to end, lest their own power should determine with it. If the army be not put into another method, and the war more vigorously prosecuted, the people can bear the war no longer, and will enforce you to a dishonourable peace. He went on to abandon his attack upon Manchester, by recommending the House not to insist upon any complaint against the commander. Oversights could rarely be avoided in military affairs, and he acknowledged that he had been guilty of them himself. The essential was not to inquire into the causes of these failures, but to apply a remedy to them. That remedy, as he had already suggested, was the reorganisation of the army and a change in its commanders. And I hope, he concluded, we have such true English hearts and zealous affections towards the general weal of our mother country, as no members of either house will scruple to deny themselves and their own private interests for the public good. Cromwell's suggestion was at once adopted, and before the debate ended a resolution was passed that no member of either House of Parliament should during the war hold any office or command, either military or civil. 10 days later, on December 19th, the self-denying ordinance passed the House of Commons and was sent up to the Lords. The Lords demurred and delayed, and at last rejected it, on the ground that they did not know what shape the new army would take. The Commons immediately formulated their scheme, nominated Sir Thomas Fairfax as the future general, and fixed the new army at 22,000 men. On the 15th of February 1645 the Lords accepted it, much against their will, and on April 3rd, with a still greater reluctance, they accepted a second self-denying ordinance. But the new ordinance was much less stringent than the old. It simply ordained that all members of the two houses holding office should lay down their commissions within 40 days of its passing, and said nothing to prevent their reappointment in the future if the two houses thought fit. So much at least the peers had gained by their resistance. Cromwell had been a leader in the earlier portion of this struggle. He had been one of the tellers for the majority which voted Fairfax general in place of Essex, and had urged that Fairfax should have full liberty in the choice of his officers. His own military career seemed over, for he could scarcely expect to retain his command when all other members lost theirs. If he had sought to keep it, he would have continued the prosecution of Manchester, rather than striven to erect a legal barrier against his own employment. But before the struggle ended, and before the second self-denying ordinance was passed or even introduced, he was once more in the field. In the west of England, Weymouth and Taunton were hard pressed by a royalist army under Goring. Waller was ordered to advance and relieve them, but without reinforcements he was too weak to do so. Parliament ordered Cromwell's regiment to join Waller. It murmured, grew mutinous, and seemed about to refuse obedience. On March 3rd, the House ordered Cromwell to go with it. Its murmurs ceased, and obedience was immediately restored. Cromwell made no objection to putting himself under Waller's command, and Waller found him an admirable subordinate. There was nothing in his bearing, wrote Waller, to show that he was conscious of having extraordinary abilities, for although he was blunt, he did not bear himself with pride or disdain. As an officer he was obedient, and did never dispute my orders, or argue upon them. What struck Waller most was that whilst a man of few words himself, Cromwell had a way of making others talk, and a singular sagacity in judging their characters and discovering their secrets. Waller's expedition accomplished its object. A royalist regiment of horse was captured, an imperilled body of parliamentary foot successfully brought off, and at the end of April Cromwell returned to headquarters to lay down his commission. It remained to be seen whether Parliament could dispense with his services, and above all whether the army would be content to lose a general who had gained the confidence of the soldiers more than any leader whom the war had produced. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Conway. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 7. NASEBY and LANGPORT, 1645 to 1646. The new model army which Fairfax commanded had a better chance of success than that of Essex. Essex had failed partly through incapacity, but partly because his forces were never properly maintained or recruited. His regiments melted away without much fighting, because their pay was always in arrears, and their supplies irregular and insufficient. But now Parliament had rectified the worst defects of its financial system, and provided for the regular payment of the soldiers during the campaign by a monthly assessment levied on all the counties under its power. The new army consisted of 11 regiments of horse, each numbering 600 men, 12 regiments of foot, each of 1,200, with 1,000 dragoons and a small train of artillery. About half the infantry was composed of men who had served under Essex, Manchester and Waller. The rest were pressed men, raised by the county authorities. Of the cavalry, more than half was drawn from the former army of the Eastern Association. Cromwell's old regiment was made into two, one commanded by his cousin, Edward Whalley, the other by Sir Thomas Fairfax himself. Fairfax owed his appointment partly to his military reputation, partly to his freedom from political objections. He was religious, but the question whether he was a Presbyterian or an Independent was a riddle none had solved. Though he had served a campaign in Holland, his real training school had been the long struggle with Newcastle and the Northern Royalists. Swift marches and dashing attacks, resourcefulness in difficulties and persistency in defeats had made him famous. Black Tom was the idol of his troopers, and whilst friends complained that he exposed himself too recklessly, enemies spoke of his irrational and brutish valour and denied him all higher qualities. He was looked upon as essentially a leader of cavalry, and his selection as general instead of lieutenant general surprised even his friends. To most of the officers of his army, Fairfax was unknown, except by reputation. When he took up his command, they saw a man of about 33, tall in stature and very dark, with the scars of old wounds upon his face. His bearing was quiet and reserved, but it was soon observed that though he said little in council, he was very tenacious of his opinions, and very prompt in acting upon them. In battle he seemed transformed, threw off his reserve, lost his stammer, and was all fire, energy, and decision. Skippon had been made Major General of the army, to supply the scientific knowledge and the long experience which the Commander-in-Chief lacked, but the second place in the army was still unfilled, for no Lieutenant General had been appointed to command the horse. There can be little doubt that it was designedly left open in order that Cromwell might fill it. Ever since March, Cromwell had been employed in his expedition to the west. On the 19th of April, he returned to the headquarters at Windsor in order to take leave of Fairfax and to lay down his commission as the self-denying ordinance required. Next morning, a letter came from the Committee of both Kingdoms giving him fresh duty to do. The King was about to take the field and the new model was not ready to fight him. Ever since the beginning of April, Fairfax had been labouring hard at the reorganisation of the army, but recruits were slow in coming in, and the obstructiveness of the Lords had thrown all preparations back. The most efficient part of the army, and the readiest for immediate action, was the brigade of cavalry Cromwell had brought back from the west, and with it he was now dispatched to Oxfordshire to prevent the king from joining Prince Rupert. Charles lay at Oxford with part of the royal army, including the artillery train. Rupert, with the rest, and with the bulk of the cavalry, was quartered about Hereford and Worcester. Cromwell set out at once, and at daybreak on April the 24th he routed 3 regiments of the King's horse at Islip, killing 200 and taking 200 prisoners. Part of the fugitives took refuge in Bletchington House, which Cromwell at once attacked and forced under threat of an assault to surrender. By the terms granted, the garrison were allowed to retire to Oxford, but had to give up their horses and arms. "I did much doubt the storming of the house," wrote Cromwell in explanation, "it being strong and well manned, and I having few dragoons, and this not being my business." 2 days later, at Bampton in the Bush, he intercepted a regiment of foot marching from Farringdon to Oxford, took a couple of hundred, and killed or scattered the rest. On the 29th, he appeared before Farringdon House and made an attempt to storm it, but was repulsed with loss. In spite of this check, Cromwell had effected the work he was sent to do. The king's march was stopped. His cavalry was shattered by defeats, and his artillery could not be moved because Cromwell had swept up all the draft horses in the country round. Charles was obliged to summon Goring's cavalry from the west to cover his junction with Rupert, and could not start till the 7th of May. Meanwhile, Fairfax had got his army into marching order, and on May 1st, leaving Cromwell to observe the king, he set out to relieve Taunton. His operations were determined not by his own judgment, but by the orders of the Committee of both kingdoms. Half-way to Taunton, he got fresh orders, instructing him to send a brigade to relieve it, and to turn back with the rest of his troops to besiege Oxford. For a fortnight, therefore, he invested Oxford, limiting himself to a blockade because his siege train had not come up, and without heavy guns and entrenching tools he could do nothing more. During these weeks, Rupert and the king with 9,000 or 10,000 men were marching unopposed about the Midlands. On May the 15th, Charles took Hawksley House in Worcestershire, and then turned north to relieve Chester, but heard on his way that the siege was raised. Some of his advisers urged him to march north still in order to relieve Pontefract and beat Leven and the Scots. Others proposed a raid into the Eastern Association, but reports of the danger of Oxford kept him in the south, and as a diversion it was resolved to attack Leicester. On May 31st, that city was stormed and sacked by the king's army. The king's movements had completely upset the plans of the Committee of both kingdoms. As soon as the news of the capture of Leicester came, Fairfax was ordered to leave Oxford and to march against the king. Taught by experience, the amateur strategists of the committee left him free to order his movements as he thought fit, and removed all limitations they had before imposed. In the alarm caused by the king's successes, public opinion imperatively called for Cromwell's employment. All felt he was too necessary to be spared. On May the 10th, Parliament had prolonged his command for another 40 days. On the 28th, when the king threatened the eastern counties, Cromwell was sent in hot haste to Ely to see to their defence. A week later, London petitioned that he might have power to raise and command all the forces of the association. Finally, on June 10th, Fairfax and his Council of War petitioned Parliament to appoint Cromwell Lieutenant General. For they were now advanced within a few miles of the king's position, and Fairfax had a great body of horse, but no general officer to command it in the coming battle. "No one but Cromwell would do," urged Fairfax. "The general esteem and affection which he hath both with the officers and soldiers of this whole army, his own personal worth and ability for the employment, his great care, diligence, courage, and faithfulness in the services you have already employed him in, with the constant presence and blessing of God that you have accompanied him, make us look upon it as the duty we owe to you and the public to make it our suit." The Lords made no answer to this unwelcome petition, but the Commons agreed to the appointment for so long a time as Cromwell was needed in the army. So on June 13th, Cromwell rode into Fairfax's camp with 600 horse from the association, and was welcomed by the soldiers with a mighty shout. "Ironsides," they cried, "is come to lead us." calling him by the name which Rupert had given him after the Battle of Marston Moor. In the king's camp there were great divisions of opinion. Rupert, the commander-in-chief, advocated one course, and the king's civilian advisers another. Charles hesitated and delayed till he found Fairfax at his heels, and then he was forced to fight. On June 14th, the two armies met. Rupert's original intention had been to deliver a defensive battle in a chosen position at Harborough, but his scouts deluded him into the belief that Fairfax's troops were retiring, and he advanced to find them drawing up in battle order on a high plateau in front of the little village of NASEBY. The king's army amounted at most to about 5,000 horse and 4,000 or 5,000 foot. Fairfax had 13,000 men, of whom 6,000 were horse. In spite of these odds, the Royalists expected an easy victory. Many of the parliamentary foot were raw conscripts, whilst the king's were old soldiers. Charles himself spoke confidently of beating the rebels, new brutish general, as he had beaten the experienced Essex, and even supporters of the Parliament had little faith in their untried army. Never, wrote one, did any army go forth who had less of confidence in their own friends or were more the objects of the contempt of their enemies. But Cromwell, for his part, had no doubts of the issue of the battle. I can say this of Naseby, he wrote a month later. When I saw the enemy draw up and march in gallant order towards us, and we a company of poor ignorant men, to see how to order our battle, the general having commanded me to order all the horse, I could not, riding alone about my business, but smile out to God in praises, in assurance of victory, because God would, by things that are not, bring to naught things that are. Of which I had great assurance, and God did it. As the Royalist line advanced, Fairfax's artillery fired a few shots, which went high and did no execution. The king's guns were too far behind to do any service. The foot on each side fired one volley, and then charged each other with levelled pikes and clubbed muskets. So fierce was the onset of the Royalist infantry that 4 out of the 5 regiments in Fairfax's front line gave way before it. Skippon's regiment was broken, its lieutenant colonel killed, and Skippon himself severely wounded. But Fairfax's own regiment stood its ground, and the second line coming up drove the Royalists back and gave the broken regiments time to rally. Still worse fared Colonel Ireton and the left wing of the Parliamentary horse. Ireton's 5 regiments advanced to meet Rupert, but their charge was badly delivered and badly supported. At the outset, Ireton himself gained a temporary success, but turning prematurely to attack a regiment of foot, he was unhorsed, wounded, and for a short time a prisoner. Rupert pushed his advantage with his usual vigour, and not content with driving Ireton's horse from the field, attacked the train and the baggage guard of the parliamentarians behind Naseby. As they stood firm, he abandoned the attempt and returned to see how the battle went on the plateau. During this time, the horse of the parliamentary right wing under Cromwell decided the fate of the day. Cromwell did not wait to be charged by Sir Marmaduke Langdale, but met his horsemen as they advanced, and after a stiff struggle swept them back in disorder and forced them to take shelter behind their reserve. Cromwell's troopers, said an eyewitness, were like a torrent, driving all before them. Charles put himself at the head of his guards and the rest of the reserve, and prepared to lead a desperate charge against the advancing Roundheads. "Will you go upon your death?" said a nobleman, seizing his bridle rein, so the guards halted and wheeled about and drew back for a quarter of a mile from the field. Leaving 4 regiments to keep them in check, Cromwell, with the rest of his horse, and with what he could collect of Ireton's, turned to fall upon the Royalist centre. The Royalist infantry fought with great tenacity, but, attacked simultaneously by horse and foot, they were soon broken, and regiment after regiment laid down its arms. A brigade of bluecoats stood with incredible courage and resolution, beaten back charge after charge with their pikes. At last Cromwell charged one face of the square with Fairfax's regiment of foot, while Fairfax, bareheaded, led his lifeguard against another. It too was broken, and Fairfax took the colours with his own hand. Of the king's infantry, scarcely a man escaped capture. Fairfax halted the victorious cavalry till the main body of his foot came up, and then, forming a fresh line of battle, ordered a general advance. The king's guards and Langdale's routed horse had now been joined by Rupert's victorious troopers, and were drawn up to make a second charge. But discouraged as they were, and without artillery or foot to support them, their position was hopeless. In a few moments they wavered and broke, and every man, turning his horse's head towards Leicester, rode as hard as he could. The pursuit lasted some 13 miles. Nearly 5,000 prisoners, more than 100 colours, all of the king's baggage and artillery, and his private papers fell into the hands of the victors. Leicester surrendered 4 days later, and Fairfax, leaving the king to take refuge in Wales, set forth in haste to engage General Goring and the Western Army. At the news of his approach, Goring raised the blockade of Taunton, and took up his position about 10 miles from Bridgewater, with his front covered by the rivers Yeo and Parrett. The two armies came into collision near Langport on July the 10th. Goring had posted his men on the brow of a hill, with enclosures and a marshy valley in their front. There was a ford across the little stream at the bottom of the valley, and a lane led up the hill to the open ground at the top where Goring's cavalry stood, while the hedges and enclosures on each side of the lane were filled with his musketeers. Intending to retreat to Bridgewater, Goring had sent thither his baggage and all his guns but 2. Langport was one of the few battles of the Civil War in which field artillery played an important part. Fairfax began by overwhelming Goring's 2 guns with the fire of his own, and forcing the cavalry to move farther back and leave their musketeers unsupported. Then he ordered forward 1,500 musketeers, who, advancing down one hillside and up the other, drove Goring's skirmishers from hedge to hedge and cleared the enclosures. Finally, under Cromwell's direction, 6 troops of horse, all drawn from Cromwell's own old regiment, dashed through the ford and up the lane at Goring's cavalry. Major Bethel headed the charge, which he performed, writes Cromwell, with the greatest gallantry imaginable, and Major Desborough seconded him with equal courage. Bethel beat back 2 bodies of Goring's horse and brake them at sword point, but oppressed with numbers, his 3 troops were being driven back when Desborough and the other 3 came up to relieve them. Then they charged again, and both together routed another body of Goring's horse. At the same time, Fairfax's musketeers, coming close up to the cavalry, poured in their shot, and Goring's men began to run. Cromwell halted Desborough and Bethel on the ground they had won, allowing no pursuit till the rest of the horse joined them. 2 miles farther back, the Royalist cavalry made another stand, but one charge proved sufficient, and they were sent flying towards Bridgewater. Through the burning streets of Langport, Cromwell dashed after them, capturing during the chase both their 2 guns and 1,400 prisoners. Immediately after his victory, Fairfax laid siege to Bridgewater. Like Gustavus Adolphus, his method was to risk an assault wherever success seemed possible, rather than to spend time on elaborate siege works. The part of the town on the east bank of the Parrett was taken by escalade on July 21st, and the other half surrendered after a short bombardment. The possession of Bridgewater, added to that of Taunton, Langport and Lyme, gave Fairfax a line of garrisons which cut off Cornwall and Devon from the rest of England, and confined what remained of Goring's army to those 2 counties. He turned back, therefore, to complete the conquest of the west by taking the strongholds he had left in his rear. Bath was captured on July 29th, the strong castle of Sherborne stormed after a fortnight's siege on August 15th, and a week later Bristol was invested. Rupert with 3,500 men held the city, but its fortifications were very extensive and in many places weak. On September 10th, about 1 o'clock in the morning, Fairfax made a general assault on the whole circuit of the works, and by daybreak the most important fort and a mile of the line were in his possession. Rupert had no choice but to capitulate at once. Cromwell was now put in command of 4 regiments of foot and 3 of horse, and sent to clear Wiltshire and Hampshire of hostile garrisons. Devizes and Laycock House surrendered to him on September the 23rd. Winchester cost a week's siege, but gave in as soon as a breach was made. "You see," wrote Cromwell to the Speaker, "God is not weary in doing you good. His favour to you is as visible when he comes by his power upon the hearts of your enemies, making them quit places of strength to you, as when he gives courage to your soldiers to attempt hard things." Basing House, the next place attacked, was very strong, had stood many sieges, and was garrisoned by determined men. Its owner, the Marquis of Winchester, was a Catholic, and many of its defenders were of the same creed. Cromwell breached its walls with his cannon and ordered a storm. The night before it, he spent much time in prayer. He seldom fights, says his chaplain, without some text or scripture to support him. This time his eye fell upon a text in the Psalms foretelling the doom of idols and idolaters. They that make them are like unto them, so is every one that putteth his trust in them. To a Puritan it seemed a promise of certain victory, and Cromwell gave the word to assault in complete assurance of success. His soldiers fell on with great resolution and cheerfulness, clapped their scaling ladders to the walls, beat the enemy from their works, and made the house their own. Some 300 of the garrison were killed, and about as many taken prisoners, while the house itself was thoroughly sacked by the soldiers and then burnt. "I thank God," wrote Cromwell to the Speaker, "I can give you a good account of Basing." At the end of October, Cromwell, having completed his task, joined Fairfax before Exeter. Except Devon and Cornwall, all the west had now been cleared of the Royalists. On the Welsh border, the king had Worcester and Hereford and a number of smaller places, but Chester was besieged, and the North Newark was the only important fortress in his possession. Between these different places and his headquarters at Oxford, Charles, attended by 2,000 or 3,000 horse, had aimlessly wandered since his defeat at NASEBY. At first he thought of joining Goring and Prince Charles in the west, but Langport put an end to that plan. In August he tried to raid into the Eastern Association and took and plundered Huntingdon. In September, the rumour of his approach led Leven and the Scots to raise the siege of Hereford. More than once the king thought of joining Montrose in Scotland. In September 1644, Montrose had begun the marvellous series of victories which threatened to oblige the Covenanters to withdraw their army from England. He beat them at Tipper Muir, Aberdeen, Inverlochy, Alderdene and Ulford, and dreamt of subduing all Scotland and coming to the assistance of the king. At Kilsyth on August 15, 1645, he won a still greater and more decisive victory than all the rest. Glasgow was occupied. Edinburgh and the south of Scotland submitted. The Covenanting leaders took refuge at Berwick. Montrose sent a triumphant message to the king, saying that he would soon cross the border with 20,000 men. But his Highlanders went home with their plunder. The Lowland Scots declined to enlist under his banner, and he had less than 2,000 men with him when David Leslie, with 4,000 horse from the Scottish army in England, surprised his little force at Philiphaugh and cut it to pieces. September 13th. Ignorant of this disaster, Charles set out from Raglan Castle with 3,000 horse to join Montrose. At Rowton Heath on September 24th, he was defeated by Major General Points in an attempt to relieve Chester and lost 900 men. Forced to abandon the plan of marching north through Lancashire, the king made his way to Newark and thence, in November, back to Oxford. From Newark, Lord Digby made a desperate attempt to get to Scotland, but the sole result was the loss of the 1,500 horse he took with him. From a military point of view, the king's position was now utterly hopeless. If after Naseby he had collected the men wasted in petty garrisons, he could have got together a force sufficient to meet the new model in the field. But he neglected the moment. One after another his garrisons were taken, and his new levies were scattered before they could combine. His generals lost hope, and while the quarrels of Goring and Grenville paralysed the king's western army, Rupert urged his uncle to make peace. Charles obstinately refused to listen either to him or to the rest of the peace party. "If I had any other quarrel but the defence of my religion, crown and friends," wrote Charles, "you had full reason for your advice, for I must confess that speaking as a mere soldier or statesman, there is no probability but of my ruin. Yet as a Christian, I must tell you that God will not suffer rebels to prosper, nor his cause to be overthrown, and whatever personal punishment it shall please him to inflict upon me must not make me repine, much less give over this quarrel." The nation in general was weary of the war and impatient for peace. In the west and the south of England, the country people began to form associations in order to keep all armed men of either party out of their districts, and to put an end to free quarter and the plunder of their cattle. In the south-west, these clubmen, as they were called, fell under the influence of royalist agents, but generally they remained neutral. When Fairfax marched into Dorsetshire, he employed Cromwell to disperse gathering after gathering of rustics armed with clubs and muskets. "I assured them," wrote Cromwell to Fairfax, "that it was your great care not to suffer them in the least to be plundered, and that they should defend themselves from violence, and bring to your army such as did them any wrong, where they should be punished with all severity." Upon this, very quietly and peaceably they marched away to their houses, being very well satisfied and contented. Another body fired on Cromwell's men, and had to be dispersed by a cavalry charge. Some dozen were killed, and about 300 made prisoners, poor silly creatures, whom he released with an admonition. The moderation and just dealing of Cromwell and Fairfax, and the excellent discipline of their soldiers, speedily restored confidence. The countrymen came to perceive that the best hope of peace lay in the triumph of the Parliament. At the siege of Bristol, the clubmen of the neighbourhood helped in the investment of the city, and at its surrender Rupert had to be guarded to prevent their taking vengeance for the plunderings he had sanctioned. The feeling in favour of the parliamentary cause was still further strengthened by the discovery of the King's negotiations for the introduction of foreign forces into England. The letters taken at NASEBY in June showed that the King was negotiating with the Duke of Lorraine to send an army of 10,000 men into England. Those captured when Digby was defeated in his attempt to reach Scotland proved that Charles was trying to get troops from Denmark. In October, some more captured correspondence revealed a treaty made with the Irish rebels in the previous August, by which they were to furnish Charles with 10,000 men in return for the legal establishment of Catholicism in Ireland. Finally, in January 1646, Fairfax intercepted letters from royalist agents in France concerning 5,000 Frenchmen who were to be landed in the West. These successive discoveries alienated men who had fought for the King and turned neutrals into supporters of the Parliament. It was to anticipate any such landing of foreign forces in England that Fairfax took the field so early in 1646. During the last 2 months of 1645 he had been blockading Exeter, but at the beginning of January, though the snow was on the ground and there was a hard frost, a general advance was ordered. The royalist forces in Cornwall and Devon numbered not less than 12,000 men, besides the garrisons, but as Clarendon confesses, they were a dissolute, undisciplined, wicked, beaten army, more formidable to their friends than to their foes. Goring, to whose misconduct this disorganisation was due, had resigned his command at the end of 1645, and the brave and blameless Hopton, who succeeded him, could effect nothing with such troops. In 2 months the resistance of the West collapsed. Cromwell opened up the campaign by surprising Lord Wentworth's brigade at Bovey Tracy on January 9th. Wentworth and most of his men escaped in the darkness, but 400 horses were taken, and the whole brigade scattered. 10 days later, Fairfax took the strong fortress of Dartmouth by storm, capturing 100 guns and over 1,000 prisoners. On February 16th, a chance collision between outposts at Torrington in North Devon developed into a general engagement in which Hopton was driven from the town with the loss of 600 men, and his infantry were completely dispersed. Hopton had still about 5,000 horse left, so, in spite of the sufferings of his soldiers from hard marches and winter weather, Fairfax resolved to follow him into Cornwall. The breaking of that body of horse there being the likeliest means to prevent or discourage the landing of any foreign forces in those parts. When he entered the county, the Cornishmen, won by his good treatment of his prisoners and by the good behaviour of his soldiers, offered no opposition. Hopton's troopers deserted daily, and those who stayed by their colours had no fight left in them. The Prince of Wales and his councillors fled to the Channel Islands, and on the 14th of March Hopton's army capitulated. Fairfax wisely granted liberal terms, and every common soldier, on giving up horse and weapons, and promising not to bear arms any more against the Parliament, was given 20 shillings to carry him to his home. From Cornwall, Fairfax now marched back to Exeter, which surrendered to him on April the 9th, and thence to besiege Oxford, which he invested at the beginning of May. Cromwell stayed with Fairfax until Exeter fell, and then went to London at the General's desire to give Parliament an account of the state of the West. On April 23rd he was thanked by the House of Commons for his great and faithful services. Rewards of another nature they had already conferred upon him. On December 1, 1645, the Commons, in drawing up the peace propositions to be offered to the king, had resolved that an estate of £2,500 a year should be settled on Lieutenant General Cromwell, and that the king should be asked to make him a baron. The negotiations fell through, but on January the 23rd the House ordered that the lands in Hampshire belonging to the Marquis of Worcester and his sons should be settled on Cromwell, and an ordinance for that purpose finally passed both houses. As the rent of these lands fell short of the income promised, other estates of the same nobleman in Glamorganshire, Gloucestershire and Monmouthshire were subsequently added to make up the sum. Cromwell rejoined Fairfax at Oxford in time to take part in the negotiations for its surrender. Contemporary rumour attributed the leniency of the terms granted to the garrisons of Exeter and Oxford largely to his influence with Fairfax and the Council of War. Oxford was strongly fortified, and it would have cost many men to take it, but apart from this there were political reasons of great weight which must have appealed to Cromwell. Just before Fairfax invested Oxford, King Charles escaped in disguise from the city and took refuge in the camp of the Scottish army at Newark. For some months he had been negotiating with the Scots through the French ambassador, and he hoped to be able to persuade them to adopt his cause against the English Parliament. There were rumours that the Scots meant to employ their army on his behalf. Their complicity in his flight seemed proved, and an open breach between the two nations seemed more than possible. The scurvy, base propositions which Cromwell has given to the malignants of Oxford, writes Bailey, have offended many more than his former capitulation at Exeter, all seeing the evident design of these conscientious men to grant the greatest conditions to the worse men, that they may be expedited for their northern warfare. Even if the political situation had been otherwise, the necessity of healing the wounds of the war by liberal treatment of the conquered was an axiom with the army and its leaders. Politicians were as usual less generous than soldiers. The Articles were reluctantly ratified by Parliament, and there were repeated complaints of their infringement. Cromwell and the officers of the army never ceased to represent that honour and policy alike demanded their exact observance. "There hath been of late a dispute about the Oxford Articles," said a royalist newsletter in February 1648. One gentleman being discontented at the largeness of them told the Lieutenant General they should lose £200,000 by keeping them. He replied they had better lose double as much than break one article. With the capitulation of Oxford on June 24, 1646, the war was over. Worcester, it is true, held out till July, and isolated castles in Wales, such as Raglan, Denbigh and Harlech, for some months longer, but their reduction was only a question of a short time. Cromwell left these little sieges to be conducted by others, and returned to his duties in Parliament. He removed his family from Ely to London, and took a house in Drury Lane, moving thence about a year later to King Street, Westminster. His household was diminished by the marriage of his two elder daughters. Bridget, the eldest, had married on June 15, 1646, Commissary General Henry Ireton, her father's most trusted subordinate, and Elizabeth, Cromwell's favourite daughter, became on January 13, 1646, the wife of John Claypole, a Northamptonshire squire. Only the two youngest daughters, Mary and Frances, were still at home. Of his 4 sons, 2 were already dead. Robert died in May 1639, before the war began, and Captain Oliver 5 years later, while serving in his father's regiment. Richard, the elder of the 2 who survived, was now in Fairfax's Life Guard, and Henry, who was about 19, was a cornet or lieutenant in some cavalry regiment. Cromwell had offered his sons to the cause as freely as he gave himself to it. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Gary Conway.
Chapter 8 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 8. Presbyterians and Independents, 1642 to 1647. The settlement of the kingdom after the war ended was a task of far greater difficulty than the defeat of the king's armies. It could not be solved by putting Charles upon his throne again, as if nothing had happened. Measures had to be devised for securing permanent guarantees against misgovernment in the future, and for rendering a new war impossible. Moreover, these ends must be attained by means of an agreement between the king and the Parliament, because the working of the Constitution depended on the co-operation of the two powers, and on the reconciliation of the two parties which had followed their flags. Nor was it possible to effect a lasting settlement without taking into account the new ideas and the new forces which had come into existence during the 4 years' struggle. Since the beginning of the Civil War, an ecclesiastical revolution had taken place in England. As soon as hostilities commenced, the root and branch party gained the ascendancy in Parliament, and in the first negotiations with the king, the total abolition of episcopacy was one of the demands made. In July 1643, Parliament summoned an assembly of divines to meet at Westminster and undertake the reformation of the Church. Then followed the acceptance by Parliament of the Solemn League and Covenant, and the implied promise to model the Church of England upon that of Scotland, and the inclusion of representatives of the Scottish clergy in the Assembly of Divines. Step by step, the English Church was transformed. In January 1645, the two Houses passed a series of resolutions for the reorganization of the Church upon a Presbyterian basis, followed by ordinances which established one after another the component parts of the system. By the close of 1646, the use of the prayer book had been prohibited, and a directory drawn up by the Assembly had been enjoined in its stead, while new articles of belief, a new confession of faith, and a new catechism were in preparation. Bishops and all the ecclesiastical hierarchy dependent on them had been abolished, and their lands vested in trustees for the payment of the debts of the state. October 1646. The work was still incomplete, but under all outward conformity there would be an essential difference between the Presbyterian churches of England and Scotland. In Scotland the Church was dependent upon no one. In England it would be dependent upon Parliament. Whatever the Westminster Assembly might decide was established only by the authority of Parliament, which revised its conclusions, criticised its formularies, and limited its functions as it thought fit. Compared to an ideal Presbyterian Church, ruling by its inherent right as the one divinely ordained form of church government, the English Church would be, as a Scottish divine complained, only a lame Erastian presbytery. Such as it was, however, its clergy were as high in their claim to authority as English bishops, and as intolerant as Scottish ministers. They proved in 100 different ways the truth of Milton's maxim that new presbyter is but old priest writ large. During the years which saw the growth of English Presbyterianism, a rival system of ecclesiastical organization had also taken root in England. The Independents drew their inspiration not from Scotland, but from the Puritan exiles in Holland and the Puritan colonists in New England. To the idea of a national church with its local basis and its hierarchy of authorities, they opposed the idea that a true church was a voluntary association of believers, and that each congregation was of right complete, autonomous, and sovereign. Most of them accepted the theology of Calvin, even when they rejected his ecclesiastical organization. All claimed the right to interpret the Bible for themselves without regard to tradition or authority. Their principle was that set forth in the advice which John Robinson gave to the Pilgrim Fathers, to be ready to receive whatever truth should be made known to them from the written word of God. Hence came their ardent faith in new revelations, with the diversity of doctrines and the multiplicity of sects which were its natural consequence. Hence the horror with which Presbyterians and Episcopalians alike regarded a system which began by a denial of their theory of church and state, and ended by an attack upon the fundamentals of their creed. Just as the two divisions of the parliamentary party differed as to the constitution of the church, so they differed as to the constitution of the state. Each was a political as well as a religious party. The aim of the Presbyterians was to make king and church responsible to Parliament, and so far the Independents went with them. But while one party proclaimed the sovereignty of Parliament and justified its claim by historical precedent, the other proclaimed the sovereignty of the people and based its claim on an appeal to natural rights. Church democracy, as Baxter called independency, brought in its train state democracy. Applied to politics, the ecclesiastical theories of the Independents developed into the fundamental principles of democratic government. Those who held that a church was a voluntary association of believers bound together by a mutual covenant naturally adopted the corollary that a state was an association of freemen based on a mutual contract. If it was the right of the members of a religious body to elect their own ministers, it was evidently equally just that the members of a civil society should elect their own magistrates. More than once, in its paper wars with the king, Parliament had put forward the view that kings were but officers whose power was a trust from the people, but it shrank from the distinct enunciation or the practical application of the principle its declarations contained. It was therefore in opposition to the Long Parliament that the sovereignty of the people was first asserted in English political life. In 1646, when John Lilburne was imprisoned by the Lords for libelling Manchester, he appealed to the House of Commons as the supreme authority of the nation, and denied the authority of the peers because they were not elected by the people. When the House of Commons refused to hear him, he appealed to the universality of the people as the sovereign lord from whom they derived their power, and by whom they were to be called to account for its use. As yet, however, Lilburne's principles found little acceptance in Parliament, and the lower house had no intention of quarrelling with the upper on a question of abstract rights. In the Commons, even after the new elections of 1645 and 1646 had recruited the numbers of the House, the Independents were a minority on both political and ecclesiastical questions. On a purely religious issue, they could muster 50 or 60 votes, of whom probably less than half were convinced Democrats. But the ties of party allegiance were weak, and the ability of the independent leaders gave them an influence beyond the circle of their followers. On questions such as the conduct of the war, the control of the pretensions of the Westminster Assembly, and the claim of the Scots to dispose of the king, a majority of the House adopted the policy of the Independents. But when the war was over, and the dispute with the Scots settled, the ascendancy passed to the Presbyterian leaders, and remained with them. On the other hand, the army had been from the beginning a stronghold of independency, and there its adherents grew more numerous every day. In the summer of 1645, when Richard Baxter became chaplain to a regiment of cavalry, he found it full of hot-headed sectaries. Every sect and every heresy was represented in its ranks. Independency and Anabaptism were most prevalent, Antinomianism and Arminianism equally distributed. One day he had to confute the opponents of infant baptism, and another to vindicate church order and church government. But the most universal belief amongst officers and soldiers, and the error he most often had to controvert, was that the civil magistrate had no authority in matters of religion, either to restrain or to compel, and that every man had a right to believe and to preach whatever he pleased. In the army, too, the political principles of independency had reached their fullest and freest development. Baxter found officers and soldiers vehement against the king and against all government but popular. "I perceived," he writes, "that they took the king for a tyrant and an enemy, and really intended absolutely to master him or to ruin him, and that they thought that if they might fight against him they might kill or conquer him, and if they might conquer they were never more to trust him further than he was in their power, and they thought it folly to irritate him by wars or contradictions in Parliament, if so be they needs must take him for their king, and trust him with their lives when they had thus displeased him." These were the principles upon which they thought any settlement should be based, and they meant to make their views heard. "They plainly showed me," continues Baxter, "that they thought God's providence would cast the trust of religion and the kingdom upon them as conquerors." In peace, even more than in war, the army looked to Cromwell to lead it. Apart from his splendid military gifts, he had all the qualities required to win popularity with soldiers. Cromwell had none of the reserve or reticence of Fairfax. A large-hearted, expansive, vigorous nature found expression in his acts and utterances. "He was of a sanguine complexion," says Baxter, "naturally of such a vivacity, hilarity, and alacrity as another man is when he hath drunken a cup of wine too much." Elsewhere he speaks of Cromwell's familiar rustic carriage with his soldiers in sporting, and one of Cromwell's officers tells us that Oliver loved an innocent jest. Nor did it make him less popular that underneath this geniality lay a fiery temper, which sometimes flamed up into vehement utterances or sudden bursts of passion. Partly for this very reason he was generally credited with much more democratic opinions than he really had. People remembered his hard sayings about the Lords during his quarrel with Manchester, and took a practical man's irritation against half-hearted and incapable leaders for rooted hostility to an institution. His patronage of Lilburne seemed another proof of his extreme views. Cromwell had procured Lilburne's release from imprisonment in 1640, obtained him a commission in Manchester's army in 1643, and intervened on his behalf with the House of Commons in 1645. People attributed to sympathy with advanced democracy what was really due to hatred of oppression and injustice. Lilburne's praises fostered the illusion. Great as Cromwell was in the field, argued Lilburne, he was still more useful in Parliament. "Oh, for self-denying Cromwell home again, for he is sound at the heart and not rotten cord, hates particular and self-interests, and dares freely to speak his mind. Myself and all others of my creed," wrote Lilburne to Cromwell in 1647, "have looked upon you as the most absolute single-hearted great man in England, untainted or unbiassed with ends of your own." In religion, however, Cromwell represented the army more completely than in politics. Cromwell was, as Bailey truly termed him, the great independent, a type of independence itself, representing not any particular species of independent, but the whole genus which the term included. He called himself by the name of no sect, joined himself to no party, and did not profess of what opinion he was. In good discourse he would sometimes very fluently pour himself out in the extolling of free grace, but he refused to dispute about doctrinal questions. There are indications in some of Cromwell's utterances that he was attracted to those who called themselves seekers, because they found satisfaction not in any visible form or definite creed, but in the perpetual quest for truth and perfection. "To be a seeker," says Cromwell in a letter written about this time, "is to be of the best sect next after a finder, and such an one shall every faithful humble seeker be in the end." But while standing a little apart from every sect, Cromwell seemed to share the aspirations and enthusiasms of each. Anabaptists, Antinomians, Seekers, Separatists, he sympathized with all, welcomed all to the ranks of the army, and tied all together by the point of liberty of conscience, which was the common interest in which they all did unite. Of this demand for freedom of conscience Cromwell had ever made himself the spokesman. At the outset of the war, he and his officers had proposed to make their regiment a gathered church. While he was governor of Ely, he and his deputy governor Ireton had filled the island with independents until people complained that for variety of religions the place was a mere Amsterdam. When he became Lieutenant General of Manchester's army, independency had spread from his regiment to the rest of the troopers he commanded. "If you look on his regiment of horse," said an opponent, "what a swarm there is of those that call themselves godly men. Some profess to have seen visions and had revelations. Look on Colonel Fleetwood's regiment, with his Major Harrison. What a cluster of preaching officers and troopers there is. To say the truth, almost our horse be made of that faction." Cromwell protected them against Manchester's Presbyterian chaplains and against the hostility of Presbyterian officers. In March 1644, when Major General Crawford cashiered the lieutenant colonel of his regiment on the ground that he was an Anabaptist, Cromwell at once remonstrated. If any military offence were chargeable upon the lieutenant colonel, he must be tried by court-martial. If none, Crawford must restore him to his command. Admit he be an Anabaptist. Shall that render him incapable to serve the public? Sir, the state, in choosing men to serve it, takes no notice of their opinions. If they be willing to serve it faithfully, that suffices. 6 months later, after a second quarrel with Crawford on the same subject, Cromwell procured from Parliament what was known as the Accommodation Order. A committee was to be appointed to take into consideration the differences in opinion of the members of the Assembly of Divines in point of church government, and to endeavour a union if it be possible, and in case that it cannot be done, to endeavour the finding out some way how far tender consciences, who cannot in all things submit to the common rule which shall be established, may be borne with according to the word, and as may stand with the public peace. September 13, 1644. After every victory of the new model, Cromwell reminded Parliament of the necessity of legally establishing the toleration which this vote promised. "Honest men served you faithfully in this action," he wrote from the field of NASEBY. "They are trusty. I beseech you in the name of God not to discourage them. He that ventures his life for the liberty of his country, I wish he trust God for the liberty of his conscience, and you for the liberty he fights for." So little did the Commons share his feeling, that they mutilated his letter by omitting in the published copies his plea for toleration. But he repeated it in still plainer language after the storming of Bristol. "Presbyterians and Independents all here have the same spirit of faith and prayer. They agree here, have no names of difference. Pity it should be otherwise anywhere. All that believe have the real unity, which is most glorious because inward and spiritual. For being united in forms, commonly called uniformity, every Christian will for peace sake study and do as far as conscience will permit, and from brethren in things of the mind we look for no compulsion, but that of light and reason." Parliament had answered by mutilating this letter as it had mutilated the other. What prospect was there, now that the swords of the Independents were no longer needed, that their political and religious demands would be listened to, or that no compulsion, save that of light and reason, would be exercised against their consciences? As to religion, if Parliament allowed the Presbyterian clergy to work their will, Independents could expect nothing but persecution. "To let men serve God according to the persuasion of their own consciences," wrote one Presbyterian divine, "was to cast out one devil that 7 worse might enter." "Toleration," wrote another, "was the devil's masterpiece." If the devil had his choice whether the hierarchy, ceremonies, and liturgy should be established in the kingdom, or a toleration granted, he would choose a toleration. "We detest and abhor the much endeavoured toleration," declared a meeting of the London ministers. The Corporation of London backed their declaration by a petition for the suppression of all heresies. In Parliament itself, it was evident that the anti-tolerationists had gained the upper hand. As late as April 1646, the Commons had promised a due regard for the tender consciences providing only that they differed not in any fundamentals of religion. In September, however, the House passed a second reading of a bill which punished with death those who denied doctrines relating to the Trinity and the Incarnation, and with imprisonment for life those who opposed infant baptism and other less important doctrines. In December, when a bill was introduced prohibiting laymen from preaching in churches or elsewhere, Cromwell could only muster 57 members in favour of allowing them at least to expound the Scriptures. Nor was there in the proposals of Parliament for the settlement of the kingdom any sign that the constitutional settlement would include in it toleration for independency. As little hope was there from the king. Ever since May 1646, Charles had been a prisoner in the camp of the Scots, first at Newark and then at Newcastle. The chief demands contained in the propositions sent to him at Newcastle were that the king should enforce the taking of the Covenant through all the three kingdoms, and accept the Presbyterian Church which Parliament had set up. At the same time, he was to give Parliament the control of the naval and military forces of the nation for the next 20 years, and when that period ended, the two houses were to decide as to their future disposal. Backed by the Church, and with the sword as well as the purse in their hands, the power of Parliament would be securely established. As long as he could, Charles evaded a direct answer. He believed that bishops and apostolical succession were necessary to a true church. If he gave way to the abolition of episcopacy, there would be no church, and to yield against the dictates of his conscience would be a sin of the highest nature. Political motives reinforced conscientious objections. To accept or impose the covenant would be a perpetual authorizing rebellion. As to establishing Presbyterianism by law, under pretence of a thorough reformation in England, they intend to take away all the ecclesiastical power of government from the Crown and place it in the two Houses of Parliament. Moreover, they will introduce the doctrine which teaches rebellion to be lawful, and that the supreme power is in the people, to whom kings, as they say, ought to give account, and to be corrected when they do amiss. There was not a wiser man since Solomon than he who said no bishop, no king. The utmost that Charles, after months of negotiation, would concede was to grant the establishment of Presbyterianism for 3 years, and the control of the army and navy for 10. At the end of the 10 years he stipulated that the control of army and navy should return to the Crown, and at the end of the 3 he was firmly resolved to re-establish episcopacy. After 8 months of futile negotiating, the Scots, disgusted by the king's obstinate refusal to accept Presbyterianism, resolved to abandon the king's cause and hand him over to his English subjects. They settled their own differences with the English Parliament about their arrears of pay, received £200,000 on account, and evacuated Newcastle on January 30th, 1647, leaving Charles in charge of the parliamentary commissioners. In February he was brought to Holmby House in Northamptonshire, in custody of the commissioners and of a guard of cavalry. But the moment when the king seemed to have fallen lowest marked the success of his policy. His refusal to accept the terms offered him at Newcastle rested mainly on the conviction that he was indispensable. Men, he said in one of his letters, will begin to perceive that without my establishing there can be no peace. Even his adversaries must see it. Without pretending to prophecy, I will foretell their ruin unless they agree with me. Sooner or later he felt certain some party amongst his opponents must, for their own sake, accept his terms and come to an understanding with him. What he had anticipated was now coming to pass. Before he arrived at Holmby, a number of the Presbyterian peers had agreed to accept the king's concessions as the basis of an agreement, upon the completion of which Charles was to be restored to the exercise of his power. It was the beginning of that alliance between the Royalists and the Presbyterians which produced the Second Civil War, and finally the restoration of Charles II. On May 12th, a new message from the king embodying these concessions reached Westminster, and it was not doubtful that a majority in the two houses would accept them as satisfactory. An agreement on such a basis was a truce, not a peace. It left unsettled the questions which had caused the war, and threw away all the fruits of the victory. Parliament and the king had fought for sovereignty, but now, at the price of temporary concessions, sovereignty would be left in the king's hands. As long as the king's right to veto bills was left intact, he could prevent any of his temporary concessions from becoming permanent, and he meant to do so. The independents felt all the danger of such a one-sided compromise, but they were now in a hopeless minority in both houses. When the army was disbanded, they would be entirely without influence. Its disbandment would have taken place in October 1646, but for the strained relations of Parliament with the Scots, and a scheme for disbandment was voted on February 1647. Out of the 40,000 men in arms in England, Parliament proposed to form a new army consisting of 6,400 horse and about 10,000 foot for garrison service. It seized the opportunity to get rid of all the independent officers of the new model. Fairfax was to be retained as general, but all the other general officers were to be dismissed. No member of Parliament was to hold a commission in the new army, and no officer was to be employed who did not conform to the Presbyterian Church. Of the soldiers of the new model, 4,000 horse were to be retained in service in England. The rest of the horse and the infantry were to be employed for the reconquest of Ireland. In Ireland, ever since the cessation of 1643, Ormond, the King's Lord Lieutenant, had maintained himself in Dublin, struggling ever to turn the cessation into a peace, and to send help to the King in England. But the refusal of the Catholic clergy to accept less than the establishment of Catholicism in Ireland frustrated his negotiations, and in 1646 Dublin was again besieged. With few troops, and with no money to pay them, Ormond found himself obliged to submit to either Irish or English rebels. He chose the latter as the only way to preserve Ireland to the English nation, and in February 1647 offered to deliver up his charge to the Parliament. Nothing could have fallen in more opportunely for the plans of the Presbyterians, and on March 6, 1647, Parliament voted that 12,600 men, drawn from the ranks of the new model, should be promptly dispatched to Ireland, and sent commissioners to the headquarters of the army to persuade the soldiers to enlist for Irish service. If the soldiers had been justly treated, there would have been no difficulty in persuading them either to volunteer for Ireland or to disband quietly. But the folly of the Presbyterian leaders created a military revolt which changed the face of English politics. As was natural, the soldiers wanted to be paid for their past service before disbanding or re-enlisting. The pay of the foot was 18 weeks in arrears, that of the horse 43 weeks. They petitioned Fairfax to represent their desires to Parliament, asking particularly to be indemnified against legal proceedings for acts done in the late war, and to be guaranteed their back pay. The House of Commons ordered the petition to be suppressed, and declared those who persisted in petitioning to be enemies of the state and disturbers of the public peace. As to their arrears, it offered only 6 weeks' pay, and even that offer was delayed till the end of April. The result was that out of the whole 22,000 men of the new model, only 2,300 volunteered for Ireland, and the discontent of the army swelled to a formidable agitation. In April, the horse regiments elected representatives, called agitators or agents, to concert united action, and in May the foot followed their example. At the end of April, the agitators of 8 regiments sent a joint letter to Skippon and Cromwell, urging them to represent the wrongs of the army to Parliament and to procure redress. Cromwell and Skippon laid the letter before the House, and the House ordered the two, accompanied by Ireton and Fleetwood, to go down to the army and endeavour to quiet the distempers of the soldiers. It promised the soldiers a considerable part of their arrears on disbanding, and good security for the payment of the remainder. The 6 weeks' pay offered was increased to 8. Up to this point, Cromwell had taken no part in the negotiations with the soldiers, much less in the movement amongst them against disbanding. In February 1647, when the first votes for disbanding were passed, he was dangerously ill, and for some time absented himself both from the House and from the Committee of both Kingdoms. All men knew his dissatisfaction with the policy which the Presbyterian leaders were following, and some attributed his abstention to that cause. "We are full of faction and worse," was Cromwell's comment on the state of affairs in Parliament in August 1647. He marked with anxiety the growth of royalist feeling in London, and the increasing hostility of the citizens to the army and the Independents. "We have had a very long petition from the City," he wrote to Fairfax on December 21st, 1646. "How it strikes at the army, and what other aims it has, you will see by the contents of it, as also what is the prevailing temper at this present, and what is to be expected from men. But this is our comfort: God is in heaven, and he doth what pleaseth him. His and only his counsel shall stand, whatsoever the designs of men and the fury of the people be." In March 1647 the feeling in the City was still worse. "There want not in all places," he told Fairfax, "men who have so much malice against the army as besots them. Never were the spirits of men more embittered than now. Upon the fast day divers soldiers were raised, both horse and foot, near 200 in Covent Garden, to prevent us soldiers from cutting the Presbyterians' throats. These are fine tricks to mock God with." He was irritated also by the suspicions with which he himself was regarded, and the reception they met with from people who ought to have known better. "It is a miserable thing," he told Ludlow, "to serve a Parliament to which, let a man be never so faithful, if one pragmatical fellow amongst them rise and asperse him, he shall never wipe it off, whereas when one serves a general, he may do as much service, and yet be free from all blame and envy." Cromwell even thought of leaving England, with as many of his fellow soldiers as he could take with him, to fight for the cause of the German Calvinists, under the flag of the Elector Palatine. He had long conferences with the Elector on the subject in March or April 1647. But, in spite of Cromwell's dissatisfaction, there is no sign, either in his words or action, that he contemplated resisting the policy of Parliament, or thought of stirring up a military revolution. There were bitter complaints from some of his greatest admirers that he persistently discouraged the petitions of the soldiers. "I am informed this day," wrote Lilburne to Cromwell on March 25th, "by an officer out of the army, that you and your agents are like to dash in pieces the hopes of our outward preservation, their petition to the House, and will not suffer them to petition till they have laid down their arms, because, forsooth, you have engaged to the House they shall lay down their arms whenever it shall command them." Cromwell's action during the last few months, continued Lilburne, had filled him with grief and amazement. Could it be that he was held back by temporizing politicians, covetous earthworms such as Vane and St. John, or bribed into inaction by the estate Parliament had given him? Let him pluck up resolution, like a man that will persevere to be a man for God, and risk his life to deliver his fellow soldiers from ruin, and his country from vassalage and slavery. Cromwell turned a deaf ear to these appeals. He feared to encourage the intervention of soldiers in politics, and dreaded still more the anarchy which might follow a breach between Parliament and the army. In May he went to the headquarters of the army at Saffron Walden, with his 3 colleagues, examined carefully the grievances of the petitioners, communicated the votes of Parliament, and did his best to persuade officers and soldiers to submission. "Truly, gentlemen," he said to the officers, "it will be very fit for you to have a very great care in making the best use you can, both of the votes and of the interest that any of you have in your regiments, to work in them a good opinion of that authority that is over both us and them. If that authority falls to nothing, nothing can follow but confusion." The commissioners reported that they found the whole army under a deep sense of some sufferings, and the common soldiers much unsettled. On May 21st, Cromwell received the thanks of the Commons, and told them that the soldiers would certainly not go to Ireland, but that he thought they would disband quietly. Under his influence, the House for a moment seemed disposed to adopt a conciliatory policy, and passed ordinances redressing some of the minor grievances of the soldiers. But no steps were taken to give them the promised security for the payment of their arrears, and on May 27th a scheme for the immediate disbandment was voted. It was to begin on June 1st with Fairfax's own regiment, and to prevent any concerted action, the regiments were to be separately disbanded at widely distant places. The Presbyterian leaders had made up their minds to resort to force to carry their policy through. In secret they were discussing with the French ambassador and the commissioners of the Scottish Parliament a plan for bringing the Scottish army into England. The Prince of Wales was to be sent to Scotland to head the projected invasion. As soon as possible, the King was to be brought from Holmby to London, where the city militia was entirely under the control of the Presbyterians. At the same time, in order to cripple the resistance of the army, the train of artillery was to be removed from Oxford to the Tower. Then, backed by the Scots and the city, they would force the soldiers to submit to their terms and punish the officers who had taken their part. It meant a new civil war. Simultaneously, a general mutiny began. The votes for disbanding the soldiers before redressing their grievances robbed the tardy and trifling concessions of Parliament of all their value. The ulterior schemes of the Presbyterian leaders were known in the army almost as soon as they were formed. At the bidding of the agitators, the army refused to disband. "Be active," wrote one, "for all lies at stake." It was no longer simply a question of arrears of pay. "The good of all the kingdom and its preservation is in your hands." So thought most of the officers, and pledged themselves to stand by their men. So thought Fairfax's council of war, and at the petition of the soldiers ordered a general rendezvous of the whole army on June 3rd. "I am forced," apologized Fairfax, "to yield something out of order to keep the army from disorder or worse inconveniences." Without his orders, a party of horse secured the artillery train at Oxford and seized the king at Holmby on June 3rd. The same day Cromwell left London, resolved to throw in his lot with the army. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 9. Army and Parliament, 1647 to 1648. Cromwell joined the army because he wished to prevent the outbreak of anarchy or civil war. War was inevitable if the Presbyterian leaders were allowed to bring Scottish forces into England to suppress the independent army. Anarchy was inevitable unless the independent army was held in by a strong hand. If Cromwell remained passive, the mutiny would become a military revolution, and a bloody collision would take place between independents and Presbyterians. He could prevent these things only by immediate action. It was too late now to attempt mediation, for with or without his aid, the agitators had determined to act. If he would not forthwith come and head them, they told Cromwell, they would go their own way without him. As soon as Cromwell's mind was made up, he struck with swiftness and decision. The king was the key of the situation, and the possession of his person was to either party 9 points of the law. His cooperation was indispensable to the success of the Presbyterian scheme, for unless they completed their agreement with Charles, the Scots would not cross the border, the English royalists would not rise, and the citizens of London would not fight. At Holmby House, Charles was guarded by the regiment of Colonel Graves, who was an ardent Presbyterian, and Graves was under the orders of 4 Presbyterian commissioners appointed by Parliament. The danger was that Graves, either of his own accord or by order of the commissioners, might remove the king to Scotland or to London. On May 31st, 1647, Cromwell ordered Cornet Joyce, an officer in Fairfax's Life Guard, to get together a party of horse and to prevent the king's removal from Holmby. About midnight on June 2nd, Joyce reached Holmby and posted his men round the house. Next morning the troopers of the King's Guard threw open the gates and fraternized with his men, while Graves took flight, leaving King and commissioners in Joyce's hands. Cromwell had given no orders for the King's removal, but next day there were rumours that Graves was returning with a strong force to regain possession of the King, and Joyce's men urged him to remove Charles to some place of security in the quarters of the army. Charles, who was offered his choice, selected Newmarket, and leaving Holmby on Friday, June 4th, Joyce and the King reached Hinchinbrook that evening. On Saturday, Joyce was met during his march by Colonel Whalley, whom Fairfax had sent to take command of the King's Guard and convey the King himself back to Holmby. But Charles refused to return to what he regarded as his prison, and persisted in going to Newmarket, where the headquarters of the army were now established. On the same Friday and Saturday, a general rendezvous of the army was held at Kentford Heath near Newmarket, during which Cromwell arrived from London. At the rendezvous, a full statement of the grievances of the soldiers was presented, and all bound themselves by a solemn engagement not to disband or divide till their rights were secured. A council was instituted, consisting of the general officers, with 2 officers and 2 privates chosen from each regiment, which was to negotiate with Parliament on behalf of the soldiers and to represent the army in political matters. The experiment was a dangerous one, but to limit the functions of the agitators and to induce them to cooperate with their officers was the only way to bring them under control. In military matters, however, the general and his council of war remained supreme, and in that body Cromwell was the ruling spirit. Adversaries described the lieutenant-general as the primum mobile and the principal wheel which moved the whole machine. Under his influence subordination and discipline were rapidly restored, and in a few weeks the real direction of the army passed into the hands of the council of war, while the general council sank into the position of a debating society. No one doubted that this was Cromwell's work. "You have robbed," complained Lilburne in July, "by your unjust subtlety and shifting tricks, the honest and gallant agitators of all their power and authority, and solely placed it in a thing called a council of war." From Newmarket the army advanced toward London. Parliament promised the soldiers all their arrears, and cancelled their offensive declarations. But the soldiers now required guarantees for the future, as well as satisfaction for the past. They insisted on the exclusion of the Presbyterian leaders from power, and claimed a voice in the settlement of the nation. A letter to the City of London, signed by all the chief officers, but probably written by Cromwell himself, explained the change in their attitude. "As Englishmen, and surely our being soldiers hath not stripped us of that interest, though our malicious enemies would have it so, we desire a settlement of the peace of the kingdom and of the liberties of the subject, according to the votes and declarations of Parliament, which, before we took arms, were by the Parliament used as arguments to invite us and divers of our dear friends out, some of whom have lost their lives in this war, which, being now by God's blessing finished, we think we have as much right to demand and desire to see a happy settlement as we have to our money and the other common interests of soldiers we have insisted upon." Cromwell asserted that the army had no wish either for a civil or an ecclesiastical revolution, but reiterated the demand for toleration. "We have said before, and we profess it now, we desire no alteration of the civil government. As little do we desire to interrupt, or in the least to intermeddle with, the settling of the presbyterial government. Nor did we seek to open a way for licentious liberty under pretence of obtaining ease for tender consciences. we profess as ever in these things, when once the state has made a settlement, we have nothing to say but to submit or suffer. Only we could wish that every good citizen, and every man who walks peaceably in a blameless conversation, and is beneficial to the commonwealth, might have liberty and encouragement, this being according to the true policy of all states, and even to justice itself. To Cromwell, it is evident, the acquisition of freedom of conscience seemed more important than any possible change in the constitution of church or state. The task of formulating the political programme of the army fell to his son-in-law Ireton, who had more definite views than Cromwell as to the constitutional changes needed. Arbitrary power, Ireton asserted in the army's declaration of June 14th, was the root of all evil. The absolutism of Parliament must be guarded against as well as the absolutism of the king, and parliamentary privilege might become as dangerous to popular liberties as royal prerogative had been. The way to make the rights of the people secure was to make Parliament more really representative. Henceforth the demand for the speedy termination of the existing Parliament was accompanied by demands for equalization of the constituencies, short parliaments, and the vindication of the right to petition. The Long Parliament was not disposed to accept such democratic changes, but it was obliged to temporize. News came that the 10,000 men of the Northern Army under General Poyntz were on the verge of mutiny and ready to join the forces under Fairfax. The 11 Presbyterian leaders impeached by the army saved the dignity of the House by a voluntary withdrawal, and negotiations were opened at Wickham on July 1st. After a fortnight of negotiating, the agitators murmured at the delay and urged the immediate resumption of the march on London and the enforcement of their demands. Cromwell and the higher officers opposed. "Whatsoever we get by a treaty," argued Cromwell, "will be firm and durable. It will be conveyed over to posterity." The friends of the army were daily gaining ground in the House. "What we and they gain in a free way is better than twice so much in a forced way, and will be more truly ours and our posterity's. That you have by force I look upon as nothing. I do not know that force is to be used, except we cannot get what is for the good of the kingdom without it." In Cromwell's opinion, it would be sufficient peremptorily to demand certain concessions as a guarantee that the treaty was seriously meant, and to leave the terms of the political settlement for negotiation. Above all things, it was essential that the army should be united. "You may be in the right and I in the wrong, but if we be divided, I doubt we shall both be in the wrong." Cromwell's plan was adopted, and the Long Parliament yielded. All preparations for armed resistance were abandoned. Parliament appointed Fairfax Commander-in-Chief of all the forces in England, including those lately under General Poyntz. It disbanded all the soldiers it had enlisted to oppose Fairfax. It restored the control of the London militia to the old committee, which the army trusted, in place of the exclusively Presbyterian committee appointed in the spring. But if Parliament saw the necessity of yielding, London did not. On July 21st, crowds of citizens signed an engagement for the maintenance of the Covenant and the restoration of the King on his own terms, though both houses united in denouncing their engagement. On the 26th, crowds of apprentices and discharged soldiers besieged the houses and threatened their members with violence unless the command of the city forces were given back to the Presbyterians. The Lords gave way first. The Commons resisted some hours longer, but in the end they too obeyed the mob and repealed their votes. The rioters also extorted from them a vote inviting the King to London. After this, both houses adjourned till the 30th of July, but before that day came, the two speakers, followed by 8 peers and 57 members of the Commons, had taken refuge with the army, declaring that Parliament was not free, and the army, pledged to restore the freedom of Parliament, was marching on London. The Presbyterians prepared to fight, and placed the forces of the city under the command of Major General Massey. The 11 impeached Presbyterian leaders took their places in Parliament again, assumed the direction of the movement, and appointed a committee of safety. But citizen militia and undisciplined volunteers would have stood a poor chance against the veterans of NASEBY. Even the fanatical mob of the city knew it, and when Fairfax arrived at Hounslow with 20,000 men, their courage fell to zero. Crowds gathered outside Guildhall, where the city fathers were deliberating whether to fight or yield. When a scout came in and brought news that the army made a halt, or other good intelligence, they cried, "One and all!" But if the scouts brought intelligence that the army advanced nearer to them, then they would cry as loud, "Treat! Treat! Treat!" On August 4th, London submitted unconditionally, and 2 days later the army escorted the fugitive members to Westminster and made a triumphal progress through the city. The agitators talked loudly of purging the House of Commons by expelling all members who had sat during the absence of the speakers, but Cromwell and the officers contented themselves with demanding that the proceedings of the last 10 days should be declared null and void. Even this could not be obtained till Cromwell threatened to use force, and drew up a regiment of cavalry in Hyde Park to give weight to his arguments, for the Presbyterians were still a majority in Parliament, though their leaders had now fled to the Continent. The army now rested its hopes on the king rather than on the Parliament. During the march on London it had published its proposals for clearing and securing the rights of the kingdom and settling a just and lasting peace. The heads of the proposal, like the Newcastle propositions, demanded that for the next 10 years Parliament should have the control of the militia and the appointment of officers of state, but they were more lenient to the king's party. Royalists were to be for a time incapacitated from office, but their fines were to be reduced, the number of exceptions from pardon diminished, and a general amnesty passed. Besides these temporary measures of security, there were to be 3 permanent changes in the constitution. The religious settlement was to be based on toleration, not on the enforcement of Presbyterianism. No man was to be obliged to take the covenant. Bishops and ecclesiastical officials were to be deprived of all coercive power, and the statutes enforcing attendance at church or use of the prayer book were to be abolished. In future, the royal power was to be limited by the institution of a Council of State, which would share with the king the control of the military forces and the conduct of foreign affairs. Parliaments were to meet every 2 years, to sit for a limited space of time, and to be elected by more equal constituencies, while the existing Parliament was to end within a year. Ireton was the chief author of these proposals, but Cromwell was equally eager for an agreement between the army and the king. "Whatever the world might judge of them," said Cromwell to one of the king's agents, "the army would be found no seekers of themselves further than to have leave to live as subjects ought to do, and to preserve their own consciences, and they thought no men could enjoy their lives and estates quietly without the king had his rights." When Charles raised objections to the first draft of the proposals, Cromwell and Ireton persuaded the council of the army to lower their demands, and to make important alterations in the scheme finally published. If the king accepted it, the army leaders assured him that no further concessions should be demanded, and supposing that after he had accepted it Parliament refused its assent, they would purge the houses of opponents till they had made them of such a temper as to do his Majesty's business. Such was the talk amongst the officers, but it soon became evident they had reckoned without their host. The king was little inclined to submit to the permanent restrictions on his royal power which the army demanded, and thought he could avail himself of the quarrel between it and the Parliament to impose his will on both. He avowed it frankly. "You cannot do without me. You will fall to ruin if I do not sustain you," he told the officers, when the proposals were first offered to him. "Sir," answered Ireton, "you have an intention to be the arbitrator between the Parliament and us, and we mean to be it between your Majesty and the Parliament." Another time Charles answered Ireton's remonstrances with the defiant announcement, "I shall play my game as well as I can." "If your Majesty have a game to play," replied Ireton, "you must give us also the leave to play ours." They could come to no agreement. Charles persisted in his policy of playing off one party against another, confident that his diplomatic skill would secure his ultimate victory. In September, the Parliament once more offered the king the Newcastle propositions, to which he answered that the proposals of the army offered a better foundation for a lasting peace, and asked for a personal treaty. The advanced party amongst the independents, headed by Harry Martin and Colonel Rainsborough, urged that Parliament should proceed to the settlement of the kingdom without consulting the king. They compared Charles to Ahab, whose heart God hardened, and to a Jonah who must be thrown overboard if the ship of the state was to come safe to port. Cromwell, backed by Ireton and Vane, argued in favour of a new application to the king, and by 84 votes to 34 the House decided to draw up fresh propositions. It seemed to Cromwell that the re-establishment of monarchy was the only way to avoid anarchy. Already an officer had been expelled from the council of the army for declaring that there was now no visible authority in England but the power of the sword, and Cromwell warned Parliament that men who thought the sword ought to rule all were rapidly growing more numerous amongst the soldiers. He argued that a speedy agreement with the king was necessary, but to persuade the Parliament to reduce its demands proved beyond his power. The new terms it proceeded to draw up showed no sign of any willingness for a compromise. As before, all the leading royalists were to be excluded from pardon. The establishment of Presbyterianism for an indefinite period was once more insisted upon, and toleration was refused not only to Catholics, but to all who used the liturgy. Cromwell's efforts to limit the duration of Presbyterianism to 3 or to 7 years were unsuccessful. Parliament was as impracticable as the king, and while it was fruitlessly discussing proposals which could produce no agreement, the progress of the democratic movement in the army threatened a new revolution. Cromwell's negotiations with the king, his speeches in favour of monarchy, his modification of the terms offered by the army to Charles, and his attempt to moderate the terms offered by Parliament, all exposed him to suspicion. While Charles distrusted Cromwell and Ireton because they asked for no personal favours or advantages for themselves, both were freely accused of having made a private bargain with the king for their own advancement. Cromwell, it was said, was to be made Earl of Essex, as his kinsman had been, Captain of the King's Guard, and a Knight of the Garter. Ireton was to be Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Royalists spread these stories in order to sow division between Cromwell and the army. The soldiers swallowed them because they feared the restoration of the monarchy. Pamphleteers of the Levellers, as the extreme radicals were popularly termed, published broadcast vague charges of treachery and double-dealing against the army leaders. Sometimes Cromwell was described as an honest man led astray by the ambitious Ireton. At other times the two were regarded as confederates in evil, whose occasional differences of opinion were merely a device to throw dust in the eyes of the world. In their appeals to Cromwell there was a touch of surprise and sorrow. "O my once much-honoured Cromwell," wrote Wildman, "can that breast of yours, the quondam palace of freedom, harbour such a monster of wickedness as this regal principle?" While Wildman hoped to waken Cromwell's conscience from the dead, Lilburne, confessing that his good thoughts of Cromwell were not yet wholly gone, threatened to pull him down from his fancied greatness before he was 3 months older. These attacks shook the confidence of the soldiers in their chiefs, and fanned the sparks of discontent into a flame. The agitators, once ardent for an agreement with the king, began to demand the immediate rupture of the negotiations with him. Let the army, said they, take the settlement of the nation into its own hands, since neither their generals nor the Parliament could accomplish it. In October, 5 regiments of horse cashiered their old representatives as too moderate, elected fresh agents, and laid their demands before Fairfax. The existing Parliament was to be dissolved within a year, and in future there were to be biennial parliaments, equal constituencies, and manhood suffrage. Nothing was said of King or House of Lords, but the abolition of both was tacitly assumed. A declaration accompanied this draft constitution, by which freedom of conscience, freedom from impressment, and equality before the law were asserted to be the native rights of every Englishman, rights which no Parliament or government had power to diminish or to take away. The officers had proposed a more limited monarchy, an adaptation of the old constitution to the new conditions which the Civil War had created. What the soldiers demanded was a democratic republic, based on a written constitution, drawn up in accordance with abstract principles new to English politics. The soldiers asked that their scheme, which they termed the agreement of the people, should be at once submitted to the nation for its acceptance. Parliament was to be set aside by a direct appeal to the people as the only lawful source of all political authority. Against this Cromwell and Ireton protested. The army, they said, had entered into certain engagements in its recent declarations to the nation, and the pledges made in them must be observed. Both declared that unless these public promises were kept, they would lay down their commissions and act no longer with the army. Equally strong were their objections to some of the principles which the agreement contained, and the method in which it was proposed to impose it upon the nation. This paper, said Cromwell, doth contain in it very great alterations of the government of the kingdom. Alterations of that government it hath been under ever since it was a nation. What the consequences of such an alteration as this would be, even if there were nothing else to be considered, wise and godly men ought to consider. The proposed constitution contained much that was specious and plausible, but also much that was very debatable, and while they were debating it, other schemes equally plausible might be put forward by other parties. And not only another and another, but many of this kind. And if so, what do you think the consequences of that would be? Would it not be confusion? Would it not be utter confusion? Would it not make England like Switzerland, one canton of the Swiss against another, and one county against another? And what would that produce but an absolute desolation to the nation? I ask you, he concluded, whether it be not fit for every honest man seriously to lay that upon his heart. Moreover, not only the consequences, but the ways and means of accomplishing a thing ought to be considered. Granted that this was the best possible constitution for the people of England, still the difficulty of its attainment was a very real objection. I know, said he, a man may answer all difficulties with faith, and faith will answer all difficulties where it really is. But we are very apt, all of us, to call that faith, which perhaps may be but carnal imagination and carnal reasoning. Faith could remove mountains, but give me leave to say there will be very great mountains in the way of this. Cromwell's mention of difficulties called up Colonel Rainsborough, the leader of the Democratic party amongst the officers. If ever we had looked upon difficulties, cried Rainsborough, I do not know that ever we should have looked an enemy in the face. Let difficulties be round about you, though you have death before you, and the sea on each side of you and behind you. If you are convinced that the thing is just, I think you are bound in consequence to carry it on. And I think at the last day it can never be answered to God that you did not do it, for it is a poor service to God and the kingdom to take their pay and to decline their work. Perhaps, answered Cromwell with quiet dignity, We have all of us done our parts, not affrighted with difficulties, one as well as another, and I hope all purpose henceforward to do so still. I do not think that any man here wants courage to do that which becomes an honest man and an Englishman to do. But we speak as men that desire to have the fear of God before our eyes, and men that may not resolve to do that which we do in the power of a fleshly strength, but to lay this as the foundation of all our actions, to do that which is the will of God. When it came to a discussion of the details of the proposals, the fiercest debate arose on the question of manhood suffrage. Every man born in England, argued Rainsborough, the poor man, the meanest man in the kingdom, ought to have a voice in choosing those who made the laws under which he was to live and die. It was a natural right, part of every Englishman's birthright, and part of the liberty for which the soldiers had shed their blood. It was the ground that we took up arms, said one of them, and it is the ground which we shall maintain. Ireton answered that to give a vote to men who had no stake in the country would endanger both liberty and property. Logically, he argued, the theory of natural rights implied a claim to property as well as a claim to political power. Cromwell, while agreeing that universal suffrage did tend very much to anarchy, dismissed abstract principles altogether, and expressed his willingness to assent to a reasonable extension of the franchise. Next came a struggle on the question of the King and the Lords. Cromwell protested that he had no private pledges to either, and no wish to preserve them if their preservation was incompatible with the safety of the nation. The Democratic party in the Council held that both the monarchy and the upper house must be abolished, and that their retention in any shape was dangerous. Cromwell's view was that at present, considering its public engagements, the army could not with justice and honesty either abolish them or set them aside, and therefore he desired to maintain both so far as it could be done without hazard to the public interest. Some boldly asserted that the power of king and lords was part of that Babylon which God would destroy, and pleaded their own convictions to that effect as a revelation from heaven. Cromwell replied with a warning against imaginary revelations. Like them, he said, he believed in the fulfillment of the prophecies in the Bible. I am one of those whose heart God hath drawn out to wait for some extraordinary dispensations, according to those promises that he hath held forth of things to be accomplished in the later times, and I cannot but think that God is beginning of them. He was inclined to agree with those who held that God would overthrow king and lords, yet let them not make those things a rule to them which they could not clearly know to be the mind of God. Let them not say, this is the mind of God, we must work to it. If it was God's purpose to destroy the power of king and lords, he could do it without necessitating the army to dishonour itself by breaking its engagements. Let them wait for God's time, and do their plain immediate duty. Surely what God would have us do, he does not desire we should step out of the way for it. In these discussions Fairfax was absent or silent. Ireton's readiness in debate and knowledge of constitutional law and political theory made him the spokesman of the superior officers. He had a firm grasp of the principles involved, possessed great logical acuteness, and spoke with clearness, vigour, and even eloquence. But he was too dogmatic and too unconciliatory to convince opponents. With less dialectical skill and much less facility in expressing himself, Cromwell was an infinitely more effective speaker. What distinguished his speeches was an unfailing moderation and good sense, which even the visionaries and demagogues whom he combated were forced to acknowledge. Neither religious nor political formulas blinded him to facts. Avowing that the good of the people was the proper end of government, and admitting that all political power was properly derived from the people, he denied the conclusion of the Democrats that a republic was the only legitimate government for England. At the very outset of these debates he laid down the rule that in proposing any important political change, the first thing to consider was whether the spirit and temper of the people of this nation are prepared to go along with it. For that reason he declared his preference for monarchy. In the government of nations, that which is to be looked after is the affections of the people, and that I find which satisfies my conscience in the present thing. The particular form of government seemed to him quite unimportant compared with its acceptability to the people. Consider, he argued, the example of the Jews. They were governed successively by patriarchs, by judges, and by kings, and under all these different kinds of government they were happy and contented. Moreover, there were things more important than the civil government of a state. Even if you change the government to be the best possible kind of government, it is but a moral thing. Less important, Cromwell meant, than religious freedom. It is but, as Paul says, dross and dung in comparison with Christ. Why then should they contest so much for merely temporal things? If every man in the kingdom should insist on fighting to realize what he thought the best form of government, I think the state will come to desolation. In the background of Cromwell's mind there was always this desire to avoid a new civil war and this dread of anarchy. It determined him now to put a stop to the spread of insubordination amongst the soldiers, and to limit the political action of the army to a minimum. Without obedience to its officers, he declared, the army would cease to exist. It was intolerable that private men, such as the agents were, should take upon themselves to issue orders and call a rendezvous of a troop or a regiment. This way is destructive to the army and to every man in it. I have been informed by some of the king's party that if they give us rope enough we shall hang ourselves. Soldiers must obey their officers. Officers must submit to the decisions of Parliament. The army should leave Parliament to decide what government was fittest for the nation, and content itself with requiring that Parliaments should be fairly elected, frequently summoned, and dissolved in due season. As it needed the support of some civil authority, it must own the authority of Parliament. For his own part, he added, he would lay hold of anything if it had but the face of authority, rather than have none. The struggle in the council lasted nearly a fortnight, but in the end Cromwell prevailed. The agreement of the people was converted into a series of proposals to be offered to Parliament, instead of being accepted as a constitution to be imposed on people and Parliament. The demand for universal suffrage became a request for the extension of the franchise. Monarchy and the House of Lords were not to be swept away altogether, but henceforth limited in authority and subordinated to the House of Commons. The old constitution was to be preserved and amended, but not superseded by a new one. By this time, however, even those officers who were anxious to retain the monarchy had begun to doubt whether it was possible to retain the king. For some weeks past their negotiations with Charles had been completely broken off, and distrust of his sincerity had become general. It was well known that he was intriguing with the commissioners who had lately arrived in England from the Scottish Parliament, and very little was expected from the propositions which the English Parliament was preparing to send to him. The Democratic party, the Levellers as they were now termed, were demanding not only his dethronement but his punishment. On November 11, 1647, Colonel Harrison, in a committee of the Council of the Army, denounced the king as a man of blood whom they ought to bring to judgment. All Cromwell said in reply was that there were cases in which, for prudential reasons, the shedder of blood might be allowed to escape unpunished. David, for instance, had allowed Joab to escape the penalty due for the murder of Abner, lest he should hazard the spilling of more blood. In regard the sons of Zeruiah were too strong for him. If the king deserved punishment, he concluded, it was rather the duty of Parliament than the army to do justice upon him. In any case, Cromwell was resolved to keep the king safe from the threatened attempts of the Levellers against his life. "I pray have a care of your guard," he wrote to his cousin Colonel Whalley, "for if such a thing should be done, it would be accounted a most horrid act." The same night the king escaped from the custody of Colonel Whalley at Hampton Court, and on November 15th news came that he had reached Carisbrooke Castle in the Isle of Wight. Contemporary pamphleteers and memoir writers often put forward the theory that Cromwell frightened the king into this flight from Hampton Court in order to forward his own ambitious designs. This is the view expressed in the well-known lines of Marvell, which relate how, twining subtle fears with hope, he wove a net of such a scope as Charles himself might chase to Carisbrook's narrow case, that thence the royal actor born the tragic scaffold might adorn. There is no evidence in support of this theory. In the long run, the king's flight was one of the causes of his dethronement and execution, and so of Cromwell's elevation to supreme power. At the moment, it increased Cromwell's difficulties and added to the dangers which beset the government. At Hampton Court, the king was in the safe hands of Colonel Whalley, Cromwell's cousin, who could be relied upon to observe the orders of the general. At Carisbrooke, he was in the hands of Colonel Hammond, a connection indeed of Cromwell's by his marriage with a daughter of John Hampden, but a man as to whose action under the great temptation of the king's appeal to his loyalty, Cromwell was painfully uncertain. Cromwell's letters to Hammond prove this. For the next 6 weeks, the question whether Hammond would obey Fairfax and the Parliament, or allow Charles to go where he chose, remained unsettled. The real cause of the king's flight was his intrigue with the Scottish commissioners. In October they had promised him Scotland's assistance in recovering his throne if he would make satisfactory concessions about religion. But the one thing essential to the completion of the bargain was that Charles should escape from the hands of the army and be able to treat freely. The plan for the king's flight was arranged early in November. The Scots urged him to take refuge at Berwick. He thought of Jersey, but preferred to remain in England. Finally he determined on the Isle of Wight, at the suggestion of one of his attendants, who believed Hammond to be a royalist at heart. Safe in the Isle of Wight, Charles thought he could negotiate with Parliament, Scots, and officers, and accept the terms offered by the highest bidder. If negotiation failed, escape to France would not be difficult. For 6 months Charles had succeeded in playing off Parliament against army, and army against Parliament. But the result had been to make him thoroughly distrusted by both, and his flight from Hampton Court united them against him. The king had hoped much from the divisions of the army, but simultaneously with his arrival at Carisbrooke, Cromwell and Fairfax reduced their troops to obedience again. On November 8th, Cromwell carried a vote for the temporary suspension of the sittings of the council, and sent agitators and officers back to their regiments. A week later, Fairfax held a general review of the army, dividing it into 3 brigades, which met at 3 different places. At each review he solemnly engaged himself to the soldiers to stand by them in securing the redress of their military grievances and the reform of Parliament, exacting from them in return a signed pledge to obey the orders of the General and Council of War. At the first rendezvous, which took place near Ware on November 15th, there was some opposition. The levellers tried to convert it into a general demonstration in favour of the agreement of the people. 2 regiments came there unsummoned, wearing the agreement of the people in their hats, with the motto, "England's freedom, soldiers' rights." They had driven away their own officers, called on other regiments to do the like, and planned the seizure of Cromwell as a traitor to the cause of the people. But when he rode up to the mutineers, none dared to lay hands on him. Lieutenant General Cromwell's carriage, with his naked waved sword, daunted the soldiers with the paper in their hats, and made them pluck it out and be subject to command. 1 soldier was tried and shot on the field. Others, including several officers, were reserved for the judgment of a future court-martial. On November 19th, Cromwell was able to report to Parliament that the army was very quiet and obedient, and received the thanks of the Commons for his services. Meanwhile, the king sent a message to Parliament from the Isle of Wight, offering various concessions and asking to be admitted to a personal treaty at London. He applied also to the army leaders, urging them to support his request, to which they coldly replied that they were the Parliament's army and must refer those matters to it. Parliament, equally distrustful of Charles, answered his overtures by drawing up an ultimatum, consisting of 4 bills, to which his assent was required before any treaty should begin. Their chief demand was the direct control of the militia for the next 20 years, and a share in its control when that period ended. Other constitutional questions might be left to discussion, but they must make sure that the king could never use force to impose his will upon the nation. Driven to extremity by this demand, Charles turned once more to the Scottish commissioners, who had now arrived at Carisbrooke. He found them ready enough to sacrifice the liberties of Englishmen, and they promised him restoration to all the rights of his crown in return for the 3 years' establishment of Presbyterianism in England, the rigid suppression of independents and other heretics, and certain privileges for Scotland and the Scottish nobility. If Parliament refused to disband its forces and to treat with the king in London, an army was to cross the border and replace Charles on his throne. December 27, 1647. The engagement, as this treaty was termed, was wrapped in lead and buried in the castle garden till it could be safely smuggled out of the island. The next day the king definitely rejected the ultimatum of the English Parliament and prepared to effect his escape to the continent. It was too late. As soon as the king's answer was delivered, his guards were doubled, and he was made a close prisoner. The two houses were well aware that his refusal of their terms was due to some agreement with the Scots, although they were ignorant of its precise nature. "The House of Commons," wrote Cromwell to Hammond, "is very sensible of the king's dealings and of our brethren's in this late transaction. You should do well, if you have anything that may discover juggling, to search it out and let us know it. It may be of admirable use at this time, because we shall, I hope, go upon business in relation to them tending to prevent danger." On January 3, 1648, the House of Commons voted that they would make no further addresses to the king and receive no more messages from him. Cromwell and Ireton, who had opposed a resolution to that effect which Martin had brought forward in the previous September, now spoke earnestly in its favour. It was now expected, said Cromwell, that the Parliament should govern and defend the kingdom by their own power, and not teach the people any longer to expect safety and government from an obstinate man whose heart God had hardened. In such a policy, he added, the army would stand by the Parliament against all opposition. But if the Parliament neglected to provide for its own safety and that of the nation, the army would be forced to seek its own preservation by other means. Events had thus driven Cromwell to be the foremost advocate of that policy of completely setting aside the king which he had long so stubbornly opposed. Yet, though convinced that the king could not be trusted, he was not prepared to abandon monarchy. At a conference on the settlement of the government, which took place early in 1648, the Commonwealth's men, as the Republicans were termed, pressed for an immediate establishment of a free Commonwealth and the trial of the king. Ludlow noted with great dissatisfaction that Cromwell and his friends kept themselves in the clouds and would not declare their judgments either for a monarchical, aristocratic, or democratic government, maintaining that any of them might be good in themselves or for us, according as Providence should direct us. When he pressed Cromwell privately for the grounds of his objection to a republic, Cromwell replied that he was convinced of the desirableness of what was proposed, but not of the feasibility of it. There is evidence that during the spring of 1648 the independent leaders discussed the scheme for deposing Charles I and placing the Prince of Wales or the Duke of York upon the throne. But the unwillingness of the Prince and the escape of the Duke to France frustrated this plan. While seeking to find some compromise which would prevent a new war, Cromwell endeavoured to unite all sections of the parliamentary party to meet it, if it came. The reunion of the army had already been effected. It was completed in a series of council meetings held at London during December 1647, in which the officers under arrest for insubordination were pardoned, and a personal reconciliation took place between Cromwell and Rainsborough. In February and March 1648, Cromwell made conciliatory overtures to the Presbyterians of the city, but as nothing short of the restoration of the king to his authority would content them, the negotiations failed. As little could Cromwell succeed in overcoming the distrust and hostility which the advanced party amongst the Independents now felt towards him. On January 19, 1648, John Milburn, at the bar of the House of Lords, publicly accused him of high treason. Nor was it only his dealings with the king that made him the object of suspicion. During the last year his political attitude had continually altered. In April he had urged the army to disband peaceably. In June he had headed its revolt. In November he had forced it into obedience to the Parliament again. And besides his apparent inconsistency, he was notoriously indifferent to principles which levellers and Commonwealth's men held all important. To them a republic meant freedom, and a monarchy bondage. For him the choice between the two was a question of expediency, and dependent upon circumstances. In open council he had declared that he was not wedded or glued to forms of government, and in private he was said to have avowed that it was lawful to pass through all forms of government to accomplish his ends. It was not surprising, therefore, that men to whom his opportunism was unintelligible thought self-interest or ambition the natural explanation of his conduct, and that charges of hypocrisy and apostasy were freely made against him. Through this cloud of detraction Cromwell pursued his way unmoved. Sometimes he answered his accusers with blunt defiance. If any man say that we seek ourselves in doing this, much good may it do him with his thoughts. It shall not put me out of my way. At other times he referred to these slanders with a patient confidence that justice would be done to him in the end. Though it may be, he wrote in September 1647, for the present a cloud may lie over our actions to those not acquainted with the grounds of them. Yet we doubt not but God will clear our integrity from any other ends we aim at but his glory and the public good. Neither loss of popularity, misrepresentations, nor undeserved mistrust could diminish Cromwell's zeal for the cause. I find this only good, he wrote on his recovery from a dangerous illness in the spring of 1648, to love the Lord and his poor despised people, to do for them, and to be ready to suffer with them, and he that is found worthy of this hath obtained great favour from the Lord. Not Cromwell's utterances only, but his acts testify to the integrity of his motives. In March 1648, Parliament settled an estate upon him as a reward for his services, to which he responded by offering to contribute 1,000 a year, out of the 1,700 it brought in, to be employed in the recovery of Ireland. And so little did he dream of ever becoming himself the ruler of England, that at the very moment when fortune had opened the widest field to ambition, he began negotiations for the marriage of his eldest son to the daughter of a private gentleman of no great influence or position. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 10. The Second Civil War, 1648. The Second Civil War broke out in Wales. It began with a revolt of officers and soldiers who had fought zealously for the Parliament throughout the First War. In February 1648, Colonel Poyer, the governor of Pembroke Castle, refused to hand his charge over to the officer whom Fairfax had appointed to succeed him. In March he openly declared for the king, and the troops of Colonel Lahan, followed soon afterwards by their leader, joined Poyer's forces. In April it became known in London that the Scots were raising an army to invade England, and at the end of the month parties of English royalists, by Scottish help, seized Berwick and Carlisle. To meet these two dangers, Fairfax sent Cromwell to suppress the Welsh insurgents and prepared to march north himself against the Scots. At the beginning of May, Cromwell left London, taking with him 2 regiments of horse and 3 of foot. Poyer was full of confidence. He had won several small victories, and told his men that he would meet Cromwell in fair field, and that he would be himself the first man to charge Ironsides, adding that if Cromwell had a back of steel and a breast of iron, he durst and would encounter with him. But before Cromwell reached Wales, Colonel Houghton defeated the boastful Poyer at St. Fagans on May 8th, and when Cromwell arrived, the war became a war of sieges. Chepstow was stormed by Colonel Ewer on May 25th, and Tenby surrendered to Colonel Houghton at the end of May. But Pembroke Castle held out for over 6 weeks. Its walls were strong and its garrison desperate. Cromwell had no heavy artillery with him, and though he scraped up, as he said, a few little guns and made a breach, his assaults were repulsed with loss. The hostility of the country people and want of provisions added to the difficulties of the besiegers. "It's a mercy," wrote Cromwell to Fairfax, "that we have been able to keep our men together in such necessity, the sustenance of the foot for the most part being bread and water." The besieged, however, were in worse straits, and at last, on the 11th of July, starvation forced Poyer and Lochan to surrender themselves to the mercy of the Parliament and give up town and castle. 3 days before Pembroke fell, Hamilton and the Scottish army crossed the border, and Fairfax was not there to face them. London was seething with discontent. There were riots in the city and in the eastern counties, and mass petitions from Essex, Kent, and Surrey urged Parliament to come to terms with the king and to disband the army. At the end of May, a royalist rising broke out in Kent, and the fleet in the Downs declared for the king. Fairfax collected 8,000 or 9,000 men and set out for Kent. On June 1st he forced his way into Maidstone, where the main body of the Kentish royalists had posted themselves, and, after hard fighting in the barricaded streets, mastered the town and broke up the insurgent army. A part of them, under old Lord Norwich, marched towards London, but found the city gates closed against them, and dispersed. Norwich himself, with 500 or 600 horse, crossed the Thames, and called the royalists of Essex to arms. Ere long 4,000 men gathered round him, and Fairfax, leaving detachments to complete the subjugation of Kent, hurried to Essex to suppress this new rising. Norwich threw himself into Colchester, and a bloody battle took place in the suburbs, in which the raw levies of the royalists repulsed Fairfax's veterans with great loss. The parliamentary general, seeing that he could not carry the town by a coup de main, was obliged to sit down to a regular siege, which ultimately developed into a blockade. Forts were built round Colchester and connected by lines of entrenchments to cut off all supplies and prevent any escape. The militia of Suffolk and Essex swelled Fairfax's small force of regulars and completed the investment. The besieged fought well and made vigorous sallies, but unless help came from without, the end was inevitable. When the siege began, such relief seemed very probable. All over England little local risings were incessantly breaking out, which threatened to become general unless they were at once suppressed. In June there were risings in North Wales, Northamptonshire, and Nottinghamshire. At the beginning of July, Lord Holland and the young Duke of Buckingham gathered about 600 cavaliers at Kingston in the hope of relieving Colchester. But they were hunted from place to place by Fairfax's cavalry, and could never stay long enough anywhere to collect their partisans. The few who kept together were captured at St. Neots in Huntingdonshire on July 10th. At the end of July, Prince Charles and the revolted ships blockaded the Thames, hoping to persuade London to declare for the king by threatening its trade. But a fleet alone could not relieve Colchester, for Fairfax had occupied Mersey Island, and cut off the town from the sea. Moreover, London remained quiet, for, though strongly Presbyterian in feeling, it had no desire to see the king restored unconditionally. The only hope of the besieged lay in the advance of Hamilton and the Scottish army. In the north of England, the Parliament had no force afoot strong enough to stop the Scots from marching southwards. Major General Lambert, the commander-in-chief in the northern counties, with 3 or 4 regiments of regular horse and the local levies of Yorkshire and Lancashire, more than held his own against the English royalists under Langdale and Musgrave, defeating them in the field and reducing the garrison of Carlisle to extremities. But when Hamilton advanced to relieve his allies, Lambert could only fall back, stubbornly skirmishing into North Yorkshire, leaving the Scots to overrun Cumberland and the north. He, too, was hampered by risings in his rear, for early in June Pontefract Castle had been surprised by the Royalists, and later in the month Scarborough had declared for the king. On the 8th of July, when Hamilton entered England, he brought with him no more than 10,000 or 11,000 men, but additional forces followed later, and including the English Royalists under Langdale and Musgrave, he had by the next month about 24,000 men under his command. He marched slowly in order to give time for his reinforcements to come up, and spent some time in besieging Appleby and other northern castles. It was only about the middle of August that he resumed his advance and determined to push south through Lancashire. Meanwhile, Cromwell was hurrying north to Lambert's aid. Even before Pembroke fell, he had sent a portion of his horse northwards. As soon as it surrendered, he set out at once with the rest of his horse and the infantry. His men had not been paid for months, but his iron discipline kept them from plundering. The most part of his foot were shoeless and in rags, but boots were provided to meet them at Leicester. Marching by way of Gloucester and through the Midlands, Cromwell reached Leicester on August 1st, Nottingham on August 5th, and joined Lambert near Knaresborough in the West Riding on Saturday, August 12th. Some regiments had to be left to besiege Pontefract and Scarborough, so that their united forces came to no more than about 8,500 men, of whom about 3,000 were horse. But 3/4 of this army were old soldiers, and, as one of Cromwell's officers wrote, it was a fine, smart army, fit for action. Cromwell had hitherto been under the impression that the Scots intended to advance through Yorkshire, and, relieving Pontefract on their way, to march straight for London. He now learnt that Hamilton had chosen the Lancashire route and was already on his way through that county. Accordingly, on Sunday, August 13th, he set out to cross the hills which separate Lancashire from Yorkshire and to attack the invaders. On Monday night he quartered at Skipton, on Tuesday night at Gisborne. On Wednesday he marched down the valley of the Ribble into Lancashire. 2 courses were now open to him. He might cross by Hodder Bridge to the southern bank of the Ribble, and seek to bar Hamilton's advance southwards by placing himself somewhere in his path, or he might keep along the northern bank of the river and engage Hamilton somewhere near Preston itself. Cromwell chose the second course, and he did so with a full consciousness of the importance of the choice. It was thought, he wrote, that to engage the enemy to fight was our business, and to march straight upon Preston was more likely to bring about a battle, because it seemed probable that Hamilton would stand his ground there. There was also a second reason. If he put himself to the south of Hamilton, a defeat would throw Hamilton back upon his supports in Westmoreland and on the road to Scotland. If he defeated Hamilton at Preston, he might be able to drive him southwards, separating him from his supports and cutting off his line of retreat. Under such circumstances, a defeat would lead to the annihilation of the Scottish army, instead of merely forcing it to retire to Scotland. It was for these reasons, and not by any happy accident, that Cromwell adopted the second plan. As he explained a couple of years later, upon deliberate advice we chose rather to put ourselves between their army and Scotland. All Wednesday, therefore, he continued his march down the northern bank of the Ribble and camped his army for the night at Stonyhurst, about 9 miles from Preston. Meanwhile, Hamilton's army was marching through Lancashire as carelessly and loosely as if Cromwell were 50 miles away. Hamilton himself, with 10,000 foot and perhaps 1,500 horse, was at Preston. The Earl of Calendar and General Middleton, with a bulk of the Scottish horse, were at Wigan, 15 miles ahead of the infantry, while 30 miles in the rear, at Kirby Lonsdale in Westmoreland, lay Major General Monro, with about 3,000 veteran horse and foot, drawn from the Scottish army in Ulster, and 2,000 or 3,000 English royalists under Sir Philip Musgrave. Between Cromwell and Preston, covering Hamilton's flank, was Sir Marmaduke Langdale's division of English royalists, numbering 3,000 foot and 600 horse. Hamilton had been warned of the enemy's approach by Langdale, but discredited his information, and believed he was threatened merely by some Lancashire militia forces. Early on Thursday, the 17th of August, Cromwell fell upon Langdale's division with tremendous vigour, and beating his foot from hedge to hedge, drove them towards Preston. Langdale sent pressing appeals to Hamilton, but the Duke gave him no adequate support. Instead of helping him, he drew the Scottish foot out of Preston and to the south of the Ribble in order to facilitate their junction with the cavalry at Wigan. To defend Preston, he kept merely a couple of brigades of foot and the 1,500 or 1,600 horse of his rear guard. Against forces so divided, Cromwell's attack was irresistible. At nightfall on Thursday, Preston was in his possession, and not only the town, but the bridge over the Ribble and the second bridge over the Darwen, a mile or so to the south of it. His whole army was solidly planted between Hamilton and Scotland. Langdale's division had ceased to exist, and of Hamilton's 2 brigades of foot, hardly a man had escaped. 1,000 had fallen in the fight, Cromwell had 4,000 prisoners, and his cavalry had chased Hamilton's flying horse 10 miles on the road to Lancaster. In the Scottish camp there was great distraction and depression. Hamilton's forces were still superior in number to Cromwell's, for he had 6,000 or 7,000 foot on the south side of the river, who had scarcely fired a shot, besides Middleton and the vanguard of cavalry at Wigan. But the Duke, who had shown plenty of personal courage, was weak and irresolute in council. Major General Bailey, who commanded his foot, urged him to make a stand where he was until Middleton and the horse rejoined them. The Earl of Calendar, Hamilton's second in command, proposed that the foot should march away as soon as it was dark to join Middleton, and Calendar's proposal was accepted. It involved the abandonment of Hamilton's train, for they had no horses left to draw the wagons, and all the ammunition except what the men carried in their flasks fell into Cromwell's hands. All night the Scottish infantry marched. "Our march," says one of them, "was very sad, the way being exceeding deep, the soldiers both wet, hungry, and weary, and all looked on their business as half ruined." They had lost many stragglers when they arrived at Wigan. On Friday morning, Cromwell, leaving the Lancashire militia to guard Preston and his prisoners, set out in pursuit of Hamilton, with 3,000 foot and 2,500 horse. The fighting on Friday was mainly between the horse of the 2 armies. While the Scottish infantry were marching to Wigan to join Middleton, Middleton was marching to Preston to join them, and as he went by a different road, they failed to meet. On reaching the camp of the infantry, he found nothing but deserted fires and a few stragglers, and turned back to follow Hamilton's track to Wigan. Cromwell's horsemen were at his heels all the way, killing and taking divers, though Colonel Thornhaugh, who commanded Cromwell's van, was killed by a Scottish lancer. Hamilton's army, when the horse joined, drew up on the moor north of Wigan, as if to give battle, but judging the ground disadvantageous, Hamilton retreated into the town before Cromwell came up. "We lay that night in the field," says Cromwell, "close by the enemy, being very dirty and weary, and having marched 12 miles of such ground as I never rode in my life, the day being very wet." There was no rest, however, for the Scots in Wigan. Their commanders resolved to make another night march to Warrington, intending to break down the bridge and put the Mersey between themselves and their pursuer. On Saturday, Cromwell's cavalry found the Scottish foot posted in a good position at Winwick, about 3 miles from Warrington. "We held them in dispute," wrote Cromwell, "till our army came up, they maintaining the pass with great resolution for many hours, ours and theirs coming to push a pike and very close charges, which forced us to give ground. But our men, by the blessing of God, quickly recovered it, and charging very home upon them, beat them from their standing. We killed about 1,000 of them, and took, as we believe, about 2,000 prisoners." This was the last stand the Scots made. When Cromwell reached Warrington the same Saturday evening, General Bailey and the rest of the Scottish infantry surrendered as prisoners of war. Hamilton and Calendar, with 2,000 or 3,000 horse, escaped into Cheshire, intending to join Lord Byron, who was in arms for the king, but their fate was not long delayed. Cromwell sent Lambert with 4 regiments of horse in pursuit, and called on the neighbouring counties to send all the horses they could muster after the fugitives. "They are so tired and in such confusion that if my horse could but trot after them, I could take them all. But we are so weary, we can scarce be able to do more than walk after them. My horse are miserably beaten out, and I have 10,000 of them prisoners." Skirmishing incessantly with the country people and the local militia, Hamilton made his way as far as Staffordshire, party after party of his followers dropping off by the way, either to surrender or to escape in disguise. With the few who remained, he capitulated to Lambert at Toxeter on Friday, August 25th. On the Monday following, Colchester surrendered to Fairfax, and the Second Civil War was practically over. After the capitulation at Warrington, Cromwell turned northwards again as soon as his soldiers could march. Monroe and his 6,000 men were still undisposed of, and he feared an attack from them upon the forces left at Preston. Colonel Ashton, who commanded at Preston, had under his charge prisoners more in number than his troops, and like Henry V at Agincourt, Cromwell had ordered Ashton to put the prisoners to the sword if he were attacked. But nothing was further from Monroe's mind than an advance. On the news of the defeat at Preston, he retreated at once, marched through Durham, and re-entered Scotland. Garrisons were left in Berwick and Carlisle, which Cromwell summoned as soon as he came up, and when they refused to surrender, he made a formal application to the Scottish Committee of Estates for their restoration. To give force to his demand, he marched his army across the Tweed, protesting at the same time that he had no quarrel with the Scottish nation. If he entered Scotland, it was simply to overthrow the faction which had instigated the late invasion. We are so far from seeking the harm of the well-affected people of Scotland, that we profess as before the Lord that we shall use our endeavours to the utmost, that the trouble may fall upon the contrivers and authors of this breach, and not upon the poor innocent people who have been led and compelled into this action, as many poor souls now prisoners to us confess. A revolution in Scotland facilitated Cromwell's policy. The rigid Presbyterians of the West Country, who abhorred any union with Episcopalians and malignants, and cared more for the Kirk than the Crown, had risen in arms and seized Edinburgh. Argyle and his Highlanders backed them, and on September 26th the Hamiltonian faction, who formed the Committee of Estates, agreed to send Monroe's force back to Ireland, to disband their men, and to give up power to their rivals. Argyle's party was only too glad to come to terms with Cromwell, and to procure the support of his army against their opponents, till they could organize a substantial force of their own. Orders were sent for the immediate surrender of Carlisle and Berwick, and Cromwell came to Edinburgh to treat with Argyle. "Give assurance," demanded Cromwell, "that you will not admit or suffer any that have been active in or consenting to the engagement against England to be employed in any public place or trust whatsoever. This is the least security I can demand." There was nothing the rival faction would more willingly do, and by an act of the Scottish Parliament the Engagers, as Hamilton's partisans were called, were permanently excluded from political power. Cromwell left 3 regiments in Scotland for a few weeks to secure the new government, and returned with the bulk of his army to England. Scarborough and Pontefract still remained to be captured, but the Second Civil War was over. Some of Cromwell's friends amongst the independent leaders blamed his agreement with Argyle, and saw no security for England in the predominance of a bigoted Presbyterian faction at Edinburgh. They thought that Cromwell should either have exacted more substantial guarantees for future peace, or divided power between the 2 parties, so that they would balance each other and be incapable of injuring England. Cromwell answered that the one hope of future peace between the 2 nations lay in creating a good understanding between English independents and Scotch Presbyterians, and that he had taken the only course which could produce it. "I desire from my heart, I have prayed for, I have waited for the day to see, union and right understanding between the godly people, Scots, English, Jews, Gentiles, Presbyterians, Anabaptists, and all. Our brothers of Scotland, sincerely Presbyterians, were our greatest enemies. God hath justified us in their sight, caused us to requite good for evil, caused them to acknowledge it publicly by acts of state and privately, and the thing is true in the sight of the sun. Was it not fit to be civil, to profess love, to deal with clearness with them for the removing of prejudices, to ask them what they had against us, and to give them an honest answer? This we have done, and no more, and herein is a more glorious work in our eyes than if we had gotten the sacking and plunder of Edinburgh, the strong castle, into our hands, and made a conquest from the Tweed to the Orcades. And we can say, through God, we have left such a witness amongst them, as if it work not yet, by reason the poor souls are so wedded to their church government, yet there is that conviction upon them that will undoubtedly have its fruit in due time." He came back to England with a confident hope that peace with Scotland was henceforth secure. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Beiswanger. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 11. Cromwell and the King's Execution, 1648 to 1649. While Fairfax and Cromwell were fighting the armies raised in the King's name, the Parliament was once more negotiating with Charles I. In spite of the vote for no addresses, passed on January 17, 1648, April was not over before both houses were discussing the reopening of negotiations. Petition after petition came from the city demanding a personal treaty with the King, and the House of Lords echoed the demand. The Lords were so zealous for a peace that when Hamilton and the Scots invaded England, they refused to join the lower house in declaring them enemies. The Commons, more cautious, insisted that the King should accept certain preliminaries before any treaty began, and refused to allow him to come to London to treat. At last the 2 houses arrived at a compromise, and on August 1st it was agreed that there should be a personal treaty with Charles in the Isle of Wight. The Commissioners of Parliament met the King at Newport on September 18th, a couple of days before Cromwell entered Scotland. Charles consented to annul his former declarations against the Parliament and to admit that they had undertaken the war in their just and lawful defense. He promised the establishment of the Presbyterian system for 3 years and a limited episcopacy afterwards. He even offered the control of the militia for 20 years and the settlement of Ireland in such a fashion as Parliament should think best. The question whether these concessions were a sufficient basis for lasting peace is one of which modern historians have differed as much as contemporary politicians did. It is certain that the King was not sincere in making them. "To deal freely with you," wrote Charles to one of his friends, "the great concession I made this day, the Church, the militia, and Ireland, was made merely in order to my escape. My only hope is that now they believe I dare deny them nothing, and so be less careful of their guards." The Presbyterian leaders argued and haggled in the hope of obtaining the permanent establishment of Presbyterianism, but the question whether any treaty would bind the king they neglected to take into account. Meanwhile, a dangerous excitement was spreading in the army. From an agreement between the Presbyterians and the Royalists, an independent army had much to fear. The first result of the treaty would be a general disbanding. To be dismissed with a few shillings in his pocket, but without security for his arrears or indemnity for his acts during the war, was the most a soldier could expect. If any sectary who had fought for the Parliament hoped that it would give him freedom to worship as his conscience dictated, the act against heresy and blasphemy, passed in May 1648, had shown the futility of his hopes. Whether episcopacy or Presbyterianism gained the upper hand, toleration would be at an end as soon as he laid down his arms. Add to this that the soldiers were firmly convinced that the proposed treaty afforded no security for the political liberties of the nation. Once restored to his authority, Charles would, either by force or by intrigue, shake off the restrictions the treaty imposed, and rear again that fabric of absolutism which it had caused 6 years' fighting to overthrow. The renewal of the war had heightened their distrust of Charles and embittered their hostility to him. The responsibility for the first civil war had been laid upon the king's evil counselors. The responsibility for the second was laid upon the king himself. It was at his instigation, said the officers, that conquered enemies had taken up arms again, old comrades apostatized from their principles, and a foreign army invaded England. In a great prayer meeting held at Windsor before they separated for the campaign, they pledged themselves to bring this responsibility home to the king. "We came," wrote one of them, "to a very clear resolution that it was our duty, if ever the Lord brought us back again in peace, to call Charles Stuart, that man of blood, to an account for the blood he had shed and mischief he had done to the utmost against the Lord's cause and people in these poor nations." They were equally determined to punish the king's instruments. At the close of the first war, the army had shown itself more merciful than the Parliament, but the second war made it fierce, implacable, and resolute to exact blood for blood. Fairfax's execution of Lucas and Lisle, 2 royalist leaders taken at Colchester, in part of revenge for the innocent blood they have caused to be spilt, was a sign of this change of temper. Cromwell shared this vindictive feeling toward the authors of the Second War. When he took Pembroke, he accepted certain persons from the terms of the capitulation and reserved them for future punishment. "The persons accepted," he wrote to Parliament, "are such as have formerly served you in a very good cause, but being now apostatized, I did rather make election of them than of those who had always been for the king, judging their iniquity double, because they have sinned against so much light, and against so many evidences of divine providence, going along with and prospering a just cause, in the management of which they themselves had a share." He was equally exasperated against those who had promoted the Scottish invasion. "This," he said, "is a more prodigious treason than any that hath been perfected before, because the former quarrel was that Englishmen might rule over one another. This, to vassalize us to a foreign nation, and their fault that appeared in this summer's business is certainly double to theirs who were in the first, because it is the repetition of the same offense against all the witnesses that God hath borne." The moral he drew from his victory at Preston was that Parliament should use it to protect peaceable Christians of all opinions and punish disturbers of the peace of every rank. "Take courage," he told them, "to do the work of the Lord in fulfilling the end of your magistracy, in seeking the peace and welfare of this land, that all that will live peaceably may have countenance from you, and they that are incapable and will not leave troubling the land may speedily be destroyed out of the land. If you take courage in this, God will bless you, and good men will stand by you, and God will have glory, and the land will have happiness by you, in despite of all your enemies." When Cromwell returned from Scotland, he found the Parliament preparing to replace the king on his throne, and to content itself with banishing some dozen of the royalist leaders. Regiment after regiment of Fairfax's army was presenting its general with petitions against the treaty, and demands for the punishment of the authors of the war. Cromwell's troops imitated their example, and in forwarding their petitions to Fairfax, their leader expressed his complete agreement with his soldiers. I find, he wrote, a very great sense in the officers for the sufferings and ruin of this poor kingdom, and in them all a very great zeal to have impartial justice done upon all offenders, and I do in all from my heart concur with them, and I verily think they are things which God put into our hearts. On November 20th, 1648, the army in the south sent Parliament a remonstrance, demanding the rupture of the negotiations and the punishment of the king as the grand author of all our troubles. Cromwell approved of this declaration and told Fairfax he saw nothing in it but what is honest and becoming honest men to say and offer. It would have been better, he thought, to wait till the treaty was concluded before making their protest, but now that it had been made, he was prepared to support it. The Newport Treaty seemed to him to be a complete surrender to Charles. They would have put into his hands, he said later, all that we had engaged for, and all our security would have been a little bit of paper. No one knew better than Cromwell that a mere protest would not stop the Parliament, and he was ready to use force if necessary. The arguments by which he justified its employment are fully stated in his letter to his friend, Robert Hammond, whose scruples he sought to overcome. Was it not true that the safety of the people was the supreme law? Was it not certain that this treaty would undo all that had been gained by the war, and make things worse than before the war began? If resistance to authority was lawful at all, was it not as lawful to oppose the Parliament as it was to oppose the king? Consider, he urged, whether this army be not a lawful power called by God to oppose and fight against the king upon some stated grounds, and being in power to such ends, may not oppose one name of authority for those ends as well as another name, since it was not the outward authority summoning them that by its power made the quarrel lawful, but the quarrel that was lawful in itself. These, however, were but fleshly reasonings, and there were higher arguments. Let us look into providences. Surely they mean somewhat. They hang so together, have been so constant, so clear, unclouded. The victories God had given could not be meant to end in such a sacrifice of his cause and his people as this ruining hypocritical agreement. Thinkest thou in thy heart that the glorious dispensations of God point to this? The determination of this army to prevent the treaty was also God's doing. What think you of Providence disposing the hearts of so many of God's people this way? We trust the same Lord who hath framed our minds in our actings is with us in this also. There were difficulties to be encountered and enemies not few, appearance of united names, titles, and authorities, yet they were not terrified, desiring only to fear out great God that we do nothing against his will. Briefly stated, Cromwell's argument was that the victories of the army and the convictions of the godly were external and internal evidence of God's will to be obeyed as a duty. It was dangerous reasoning, and not less dangerous that secular and political motives coincided with the dictates of religious enthusiasm. Similar arguments might be held to justify not merely the temporary intervention of the army, but its permanent assumption of the government of England. Practical good sense and conservative instincts prevented Cromwell from adopting the extreme consequences of his theory. With most of his comrades, the logic of fanaticism was qualified by no such considerations. As Parliament continued the treaty without attending to their remonstrance, the army determined to employ force. On December 1st, officers sent by Fairfax seized Charles at Newport and removed him to Hurst Castle in Hampshire. The next day, Fairfax and his troops occupied London. Undeterred, the House of Commons resolved by 129 votes to 83 that the king's answers were a ground to proceed upon for the settlement of the kingdom. The same evening, the commanders of the army and the leaders of the parliamentary minority held a conference to decide what was to be done. On their march, the officers had declared their intention of dissolving the Long Parliament and constituting the faithful minority a provisional government until a new parliament could meet. But now, in deference to the wishes of their friends in Parliament, they resolved, instead, to expel the Presbyterian majority from the House, and to leave the independent minority in possession of the name and authority of the Parliament. On December 6th, accordingly, Colonel Pride and a body of musketeers beset the doors of the House of Commons, seized some members as they sought to enter, and turned others back by force. The same process continued on the 7th, till 45 members were under arrest and some 96 others excluded. Cromwell arrived at London on the night after Pride's purge began, and took his seat next day amongst the 50 or 60 members who continued to sit in the House. Like the rest of the officers, he had contemplated a forcible dissolution and the calling of a new parliament, but seeing that a different plan had been adopted by his friends on the spot, he did not hesitate to accept it. He said that he had not been acquainted with this design, but since it was done, he was glad of it, and would endeavour to maintain it. On the question of the king, a difference of opinion between Cromwell and the bulk of the officers soon showed itself. He approved of their seizure of Charles, and had no doubt of the justice of bringing him to trial. But he doubted the policy of the king's trial and condemnation. If any other satisfactory expedient could be devised to secure the rights of the nation, it might be that the king's deposition would be sufficient, or that he would at last make the concessions which he had hitherto refused. Of the discussions which went on in the council of officers during the next 3 weeks very little is known. There are vague rumors of a great division of opinion amongst them, of one party sternly insisting of the king's punishment, of another willing to be content with his deposition or imprisonment. We get glimpses of Cromwell negotiating with lawyers and judges about the settlement of the nation, inspiring a final attempt to come to terms with Charles, and arguing that it would be safe to spare the king's life if he would accept the conditions now offered him. All these attempted compromises failed. The king preferred to part with his life rather than with his regal power, and unless he yielded, no constitutional settlement was possible. So the military revolution, for a moment arrested in its progress, moved inevitably forward, and Cromwell went with it. On December 23rd, Charles was brought to Windsor. "The Lord be with you and bless you in this great charge," wrote Cromwell to the governor, sending him therewith minute instructions for the safekeeping of his captive. On the same day, the House of Commons appointed a committee to consider how to proceed in the way of justice against the king. If any man, Cromwell is reported to have said, had deliberately designed such a thing, he would be the greatest traitor in the world. But the providence of God had cast it upon them. 5 days later, an ordinance was introduced erecting a tribunal to try the king, to consist of 3 judges and a jury of 150 commissioners. On January 2nd, 1649, the ordinance was transmitted to the Lords, with a resolution declaring that by the fundamental laws of this kingdom it is treason in the King of England for the time being to levy war against the Parliament and the Kingdom of England. The unanimous rejection of this ordinance, and the discovery that the judges would refuse the part assigned to them, did not make the Commons draw back. A new ordinance was brought in, creating a court of 135 commissioners, who were to act both as judge and jury, and omitting the 3 judges. Fresh resolutions declared the people the original of all just power, the House of Commons the supreme power in the nation, and the laws passed by the Commons binding without consent of king or lords. This ordinance, or as it was now termed, Act, was passed on January 6, 1649. It set forth that Charles Stuart had wickedly designed totally to subvert the ancient and fundamental laws of this nation, and in their place to introduce an arbitrary and tyrannical government, that he had levied and maintained a cruel war against Parliament and kingdom, and that new commotions had arisen from the remissness of Parliament to prosecute him. Wherefore, that for the future no chief officer or magistrate whatsoever may presume to imagine or contrive the enslaving or destroying of the English nation, and to expect impunity for trying or doing the same. The persons whose names followed were appointed to try the said Charles Stuart. On the 19th of January, the king was brought from Windsor to St. James's, guarded by troops of horse. Ever since the 8th, the commissioners of the king's trial had been meeting in the Painted Chamber to settle their procedure, but nearly half of those named refused to accept the duty laid upon them. Some had fears for their own safety, some political objections, others objected to the constitution or authority of the court. Algernon Sidney told his colleagues that there were 2 reasons why he could not take part in their proceedings. First, the king could not be tried by that court. Secondly, that no man could be tried by that court. "I tell you," answered Cromwell, with characteristic scorn of constitutional formulas, "we will cut off his head with the crown upon it." Nevertheless, the question of their authority was a question to which the court was bound to agree upon an answer. If a story told at the trial of the regicides may be trusted, the commissioners were still at a loss for the formula on the morning of the 20th of January, when the trial began. As they sat in the Painted Chamber, news was brought that the king was landing at the steps which led up from the river, at which Cromwell ran to the window, looking on the king as he came up the garden. He turned as white as the wall, then turning to the board said thus, My masters, he is come. He is come, and now we are doing that great work that the whole nation will be full of. Therefore I desire you to let us resolve here what answer we shall give the king when he comes before us. For the first question he will ask us will be by what authority and commission we do try him. For a time no one answered. Then, after a little space, Henry Martin rose up and said, In the name of the Commons and Parliament assembled, and all the good people of England. About 1 o'clock the court adjourned to Westminster Hall. At the upper or southern end of the hall, a wooden platform had been constructed, covering all the space usually occupied by the courts of Chancery and the King's Bench. A wooden partition, rising about 3 feet above the floor of this platform, divided the court itself from the body of the hall. On the lower side of this partition, running across the hall from side to side, was a broad gangway fenced in by a wooden railing, and a similar gangway ran right down the hall to the great door. Along the sides of the gangways, with their backs to the railings, stood a line of musketeers and pikemen, whose officers walked up and down the vacant space in the middle of the passages. The mass of the audience stood within the railed spaces between the sides of the hall and the gangways, but on each side of the court itself, and directly overlooking it, were 2 small galleries, one above the other, reserved for specially favored spectators. At the back of the court, immediately under the great window, sat the king's judges, about 70 in number, ranged on 4 or 5 tiers of benches, which were covered with scarlet cloth. They wore their ordinary dress as officers or gentlemen. In the back row, on each side of the scutcheon, bearing the arms of the Commonwealth of England, sat Cromwell and Harry Martin. In the center of the front row of the judges, at a raised desk, sat Sergeant John Bradshaw, the president of the court, and on each side of him his assistants, Lyle and Say, dressed in black lawyers' gowns. About the middle of the floor of the court was a table where the 2 clerks were seated, and on the table lay the mace and the sword of state. In the front of the court, at the very edge of the platform, were 3 compartments, somewhat like pews, the backs of which were formed by the low partition separating the court from the hall. In the central one were a crimson velvet armchair and a small table covered with Turkey carpet, on which were an inkstand and paper. Here sat the king, and in the partition on his right were the 3 lawyers who were counsel for the Commonwealth. The king had his face turned towards the president and his back to the crowd in the body of the hall. As the floor of the court was higher than the floor of the hall, the spectators stood, as it were in the pit of a theater, but the partition somewhat intercepted their view of the interior of the court, yet they could see the king's head and shoulders above it. Charles kept his hat on his head and showed no sign of respect to the court. The prisoner, says the official account, while the charge was reading, sat down in his chair, looking sometimes on the high court and sometimes on the galleries, and rose again, and turned about to behold the guards and spectators, and after sat down, looking very sternly, and with a countenance not at all moved, till these words, Charles Stuart, be a tyrant, traitor, etc., were read, at which he laughed as he sat in the face of the court. Throughout the trial, as the king's judges had anticipated, he declined to admit the jurisdiction of the court. On each of the 3 days when he appeared before it, on the 20th, the 22nd, and the 23rd of January, he maintained his refusal to plead. Princes, he had said in a declaration published in 1629, are not bound to give an account of their actions, but to God alone, and he now consistently repeated that a king cannot be tried by any superior jurisdiction on earth. What excited more sympathy, however, was his association of the rights of his subjects with his own, and his claim to be defending both against the arbitrary power of the army. It is not my case alone, he said. It is the freedom and liberty of the people of England. And do you pretend what you will, I stand more for their liberties, for if power without law may make laws, may alter the fundamental laws of the kingdom, I do not know what subject he is in England that can be sure of his life or anything that he calls his own. On Tuesday, the 23rd, after Charles had for a 3rd time refused to plead, the court adjourned to the Painted Chamber, and the more determined members resolved to treat the king as contumacious, and proceed to pronounce judgment against him. Others opposed this course, and the next 2 days were spent in hearing evidence at private meetings of the court in the Painted Chamber, partly in order to gain time, whilst the recalcitrant members of the court were being converted. One after another, a number of witnesses deposed that they had seen the king in arms against the Parliament. One had seen the royal standard set up at Nottingham. Another had seen the court at Newbury, in complete armour, with his sword drawn, and had heard him exhort a regiment of horse to stand by him that day, for that his crown lay upon the point of the sword. A third swore that he heard Charles encourage his soldiers to strip and beat their prisoners when Leicester was stormed. Documents were also brought to prove the king's invitations to foreign forces to enter England. At length, on the evening of Thursday the 25th, a vote that the court would proceed to sentence Charles Stuart to death was procured, and on the morning of the 26th, 62 commissioners agreed to the terms of the sentence which their committee had drawn up. It was resolved, however, that the king should be brought before the court to hear his sentence, instead of being condemned in his absence, and this was doubtless done in order to give him a chance to plead, in case he should repent of his contumacy. On the afternoon of Saturday, January 27th, 67 commissioners took their seats in Westminster Hall, headed by Bradshaw, who had now donned a scarlet gown in which to deliver sentence. Once more Charles refused to plead, requesting that before sentence was given he might be heard before the Lords and Commons assembled in the Painted Chamber. He had something to say, he declared, which was most material for the welfare of the kingdom and the liberty of the subject. I am sure on it. It is very well worth the hearing. It was afterwards rumored that he meant to propose his own abdication and the admission of his son to the throne upon such terms as should have been agreed upon. The court, after a brief deliberation, refused the request, and Bradshaw, after setting forth the prisoner's crimes and exhorting him to repentance, ordered the clerks to read the sentence. The king strove to speak. "Your time is now past," replied Bradshaw, and bade the clerk read on. After the sentence was read, all the commissioners stood up to testify their assent. Once more Charles endeavoured to obtain a hearing. "Sir, you are not to be heard after sentence," was the answer. He still struggled to be heard. "Guard, withdraw your prisoner," ordered the president. "I am not suffered to speak," cried the king. "Expect what justice other people will have." As the king was led from the court, the soldiers gave a great shout, crying fiercely, "Execution! Execution!" Others, it was said, reviled him as he passed by them and blew their tobacco smoke in his face. But outside, in the street, as he went from Westminster to Whitehall, shop stalls and windows were full of people, many of whom shed tears, and some of them with audible voices prayed for the king. It was clear that the feeling of the people was on the king's side, and that consideration, if no other, might well have induced the army leaders, even at the last, to draw back. But even had they wished it, the army would not have permitted them to do so. Moreover, Cromwell, all through the trial, never wavered or hesitated, and his influence kept the regicides together. When the king's judges came to be tried for their own lives, some strove to represent themselves as acting under coercion. One said that Cromwell and Ireton laid hold of him and compelled him to take his place in the court. Others described Cromwell as forcing recalcitrant judges to sign the death warrant and bearing down on the little minority who wished the king to be heard after sentence had been pronounced. Colonel Ingoldsby boldly declared that Cromwell seized his hand and guided his pen, though the truth is that Ingoldsby's signature shows no sign of constraint. Many such legends circulate in the contemporary literature, fictitious in themselves, yet all testifying to a well-founded popular impression. Cromwell had made up his mind that the king must die, and when his mind was made up, he was inflexible. Against that will, all efforts to save the king were futile. Fairfax was applied to by Prince Charles, but while steadfastly refusing to take any part in the trial, he remained in all other respects a passive tool in the hands of his council of officers. The Dutch ambassadors appealed to Parliament, but what remained of Parliament was helpless or obdurate. The commissioners of the Scottish Parliament presented public protests and made private appeals to the leaders of the army. They argued with Cromwell, telling him that the covenant obliged both nations to preserve the king's person, and that to proceed to extremities against him was to break the league between England and Scotland. Cromwell answered them by a discourse on the nature of the regal power, asserting that a breach of trust in a king ought to be punished more than any other crime. As to the covenant, its end was to defense of the true religion. If the king was the greatest obstacle in the establishment of the true religion, they were not bound to preserve him. It pledged them, he added, to bring to condign punishment all incendiaries and enemies to the cause, and were small offenders to be punished and the greatest of all to go free? Meanwhile, during Sunday and Monday, Charles prepared himself for death. He spent much time in prayer with Bishop Juxon, burnt his papers, distributed the small remains of his personal property, and took leave of his children. As he feared that the army would make the Duke of Gloucester king, he charged him in simple language not to take his brother's throne. "Sweetheart," said Charles, taking the child up on his knee, "now they will cut off thy father's head," upon which words the child looked very steadfastly upon him. "Mark, child, what I say. They will cut off my head and perhaps make thee a king. But mark what I say, you must not be a king, so long as your brothers Charles and James do live. For they will cut off your brothers' heads when they can catch them, and cut off thy head too at the last. And therefore I charge you do not be made a king by them." At which the child, sighing, said, "I will be torn in pieces first." What Charles said to his daughter, the Lady Elizabeth, herself related. "He wished me not to grieve and torment myself for him, for it would be a glorious death that he should die, it being for the laws and liberties of this land, and for maintaining the true Protestant religion. He told me he had forgiven all his enemies, and hoped God would forgive them also, and commanded us and all the rest of my brothers and sisters to forgive them. He bid me tell my mother that his thoughts had never strayed from her, and that his love should be the same to the last. Then, striving to console her, he bade her again not to grieve for him, for that he should die a martyr, and that he doubted not but the Lord would settle his throne upon his son, and that we should all be happier than we could have expected to have been if he had lived. Monday night the king slept at St. James's. 2 hours before the dawn of the 30th of January he rose up, and, calling his servant Herbert, bade him dress him with care. "Let me have a shirt more than ordinary," said he, "by reason the season is so sharp, as probably may make me shake, which some will imagine proceeds from fear. I would have no such imputation. I fear not death. Death is not terrible to me. I bless my God I am prepared." About 10 o'clock Colonel Hacker came to fetch the king to Whitehall. Attended by Herbert and Juxon, he walked through St. James's Park. A guard of halberdiers surrounded him, and companies of foot were drawn up on each side of his way. The drums beat, and the noise was so great as one could hardly hear what another spoke. It was a cold, frosty morning, and the king walked, as his custom was, very fast, and calling to his guard in a pleasant manner, told them to march apace. When he reached Whitehall, he was kept waiting in his bedchamber for 2 or 3 hours, perhaps in order to give Parliament time to pass an act forbidding the proclamation of any new king. During part of this time he prayed with Juxon, and at the bishop's urging ate a mouthful of bread and drank a glass of claret. About 1:30 Hacker came again to summon the king to the scaffold. In the galleries and the banqueting house, through which Charles followed him, men and women had stationed themselves to see the king go by. As he passed, he heard them pray for him, the soldiers not rebuking any of them, seeming by their silence and dejected faces afflicted rather than insulting. From the middle window of the banqueting house, Charles stepped out upon the scaffold. He was dressed in black from head to foot, but not in mourning, and wore the George and the ribbon of the garter. The scaffold was covered with black cloth, and from the railings round it, which were as high as a man's waist, black hangings drooped. In the middle of the scaffold lay the block, a little piece of wood, flat at top, about 1.5 feet long, and about 6 inches high. By it lay the bright execution axe for executing malefactors, which had been procured from the Tower, probably the very axe which had beheaded Strafford. Near the block stood 2 masked men. Both were dressed in close-fitting frocks, like sailors, said one spectator. Like butchers, said another. One of them wore a grizzled periwig, and seemed by his grey beard an old man. Immediately round the foot of the scaffold stood ranks of soldiers, horse and foot, and behind them a thronging mass of men and women. Other watchers filled the windows and the roofs of the houses round. Seeing that his voice could not reach the people, Charles addressed himself to the persons on the scaffold, some 14 or 15 in number. He must clear himself, he said, as a man, a king, and a Christian. To encroach on the liberties of the people had never been his intent. The Parliament began this unhappy war, not himself, but for all this, he continued, thinking of Strafford, God's judgments are just. An unjust sentence that I suffered to take effect is now punished by an unjust sentence upon me. Then the king forgave the causers of his death, and stated in a few words his conception of the cause for which he died. For the people, I desire their liberty and freedom, as much as anybody whomsoever. But I must tell you that their liberty and freedom consists in having government, in those laws by which their life and goods may be most their own. It is not their having to share in government. That is nothing pertaining to them. If I would have given way to have all changed according to the power of the sword, I needed not to have come here. And therefore I tell you, and I pray God it be not laid to your charge, that I am the martyr of the people. Illustration, Charles I, from an old engraving. O horrible murder! But lo, a charge is drawn, a day is set, the silent lamb is brought, the wolves are met. And where's the slaughter-house? Whitehall must be. Lately his palace, now is Calvary. And now, ye senators, is this the thing so oft declared? Is this your glorious king? Religion veils herself, and mourns that she is forced to own such horrid villainy. When he had done, the king put his long hair under his cap, helped by Juxon and the grey-bearded man in the mask, and spoke a few words with Juxon. He took off his cloak and doublet, gave his George to the bishop, and bade the executioner set the block fast. Then, as he stood, he said 2 or 3 words to himself, with hands and eyes lifted up, and lying down placed his neck on the block. For a moment he lay there praying. His eye shining, said one of those who watched, as brisk and lively as ever he had seen it. Suddenly he stretched forth his hands, and with one blow the grey-bearded man severed his head from his body. It was now, noted another spectator, precisely 4 minutes past 2. Footnote 7. A pendant representing St. George and the Dragon, worn by knights of the Garter. The other masked man took the king's head, and without a word held it up to the people. A groan broke from the thousands round the scaffold. Such a groan, writes Philip Henry, as I never heard before, and desire I may never hear again. Thereupon he saw 2 troops of horse, one marching toward Westminster, the other towards Charing Cross, roughly dispersing the crowd, and was glad to escape home without hurt. The king's body was placed in a plain wooden coffin, covered with a black velvet pall, then, after embalming, enclosed in an outer coffin of lead, and conveyed to St. James's. His servants wished to bury him at Westminster, in Henry VII's chapel, amongst his ancestors, but this was denied, because it would attract infinite numbers of people of all sorts thither, which was unsafe and inconvenient. Windsor seemed safer, and the Parliament authorized Herbert to bury his master there, allowing £500 for the expense of the funeral. Leave was given to the Duke of Richmond, the Earl of Southampton, and 2 other noblemen to attend it. They selected a vault in St. George's Chapel, where Henry VIII and Jane Seymour were interred, and laid the king's body there on Friday, the 9th of February. No service was read over him, for the governor would not allow Juxon to use the service in the prayer book, saying that the form in the directory was the only one authorized by Parliament. To the mourners, however, it seemed that heaven gave a token of their dead sovereign's innocence. This is memorable, writes Herbert, that at such time as the king's body was brought out of St. George's Hall, the sky was serene and clear. But presently it began to snow, and fell so fast as by that time they came to the west end of the royal chapel. The black velvet pall was all white, the color of innocency, being thick covered with snow. England mourned, but the army and its partisans rejoiced. At last the blood shed in the Civil War was expiated by the death of its author. "Blood defileth the land," quoted Ludlow, "and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it." The publicity and formality of the proceedings against the king, which seemed to most men an insulting mockery of justice, was to the regicides themselves a source of exultation. "We did not assassinate, nor do it in a corner," said Scott. "We did it in the face of God and of all men." A tradition supported by some contemporary stories tells that Cromwell himself came by night to see the body of the dead king in the chamber at Whitehall, to which it had been borne from the scaffold. He lifted up the coffin lid, gazed for some time upon the face, and muttered, "Cruel necessity." A royalist poet represents him as haunted on his deathbed by the pale image of the martyred monarch. Poetical justice required such retribution, but history knows nothing of Cromwell's repentance. He had been one of the last men of his party to believe the king's death a necessity, but having persuaded himself that it was a just and necessary act, he saw no reason for remorse. It seemed to him that England had freed itself from a tyrant, in a way which Christians in after times will mention with honor, and all tyrants in the world look at with fear. End of Cromwell and the King's Execution, 1648 to 1649. Recording by Richard Beiswanger.
Chapter 12 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 12. The Republic and its Enemies. 1649. The execution of Charles I was followed by the abolition of monarchy. On February 6, 1649, the House of Commons voted that the House of Lords was useless and dangerous, and that it ought to be abolished. On February 8th, it resolved that the office of a king was unnecessary, burdensome, and dangerous to the liberty, safety, and public interest of this nation. Acts abolishing both followed, and on May 19th a third act established the English Republic. England, it declared, shall henceforth be governed as a commonwealth or a free state, by the supreme authority of this nation, the representatives of the people in Parliament, and by such as they shall appoint and constitute as ministers under them for the good of the people. Henceforth all writs were to run in the name of the keepers of the liberty of England, and the Great Seal was to bear the picture of the Parliament with the legend, "In the first year of freedom, by God's blessing restored." Exactly what they meant by a free state, the founders of the Republic did not explain. Hobbes and Harrington agreed in defining the new government as an oligarchy. A pamphleteer praised it as an aristocracy. But the principles on which it was ostensibly based were the principles of democracy. In their resolutions of January 4th, 1649, the House of Commons had declared that the people were, under God, the original of all just power, and had based their claim to override the Lords on that ground. In their declaration of the reasons for establishing a republic, they asserted that kings were officials instituted by agreement amongst the people they governed, whom the people had therefore a right to dethrone in case of misgovernment. Milton, who became one of the secretaries of the Council of State, echoed the same principles. In his Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, he asserted that all men were naturally born free, being the image and resemblance of God himself, and anticipated Rousseau in tracing the origin of government to a social contract. Yet, in spite of democratic professions, the Republic was simply the rule of the Long Parliament under a new name. All the power which the King and the three estates of the realm had formerly possessed, the little remnant of the House of Commons claimed as its own. All the checks which the existence of King and Lords, or the share of the Church in legislation had once imposed, were now swept away. The one new institution established was simply a further development of that system of government by committees which the Civil War had made necessary. The Council of State was neither a Senate nor a Cabinet. It possessed no power either to balance or to control the Parliament, but was only an annually elected committee to which the Parliament had entrusted executive and administrative duties. Of the 41 persons composing it, all but 10 were members of the Parliament itself. Thus the Long Parliament possessed an authority which no political assembly in England has ever possessed before or since. Its power of legislation was unlimited. It exercised the executive power indirectly through the Council, and directly through its own resolutions. By interference with private suits, and by the appointment of committees with quasi-judicial functions, it also exercised the judicial power. Its sovereignty was undivided and uncontrolled. This was the case of the people of England at that time, said Cromwell 8 years later, the Parliament assuming to itself the authority of the three estates that were before. It had so assumed that authority that if any man had come and said, "What rules do you judge by?" it would have answered, "Why, we have none. We are supreme in legislature and judicature." What made this authority still more burdensome was that there was no prospect of its ever ending. Instead of sitting for about 7 months in the year, as parliaments do now, it sat all the year round, never taking more than 3 or 4 days' holiday. Moreover, by the Act of May 11th, 1641, it could not be adjourned, prorogued, or dissolved, save by its own consent, and though the king who had passed the Act was dead, it was held to be still in force. So, in Cromwell's phrase, the country was governed by a perpetual parliament, always sitting. Though the claims of the Long Parliament had reached their highest, the theory on which they rested had ceased to be in accordance with facts. "The Commons of England in Parliament assembled," said the resolution of the House on January 4th, 1649, "being chosen by and representing the people, have the supreme power in this nation." But the House was never less representative than at the moment when it passed this vote. By the expulsion of Royalist members during the war, and of Presbyterians in 1648, it had been, as Cromwell said, winnowed and sifted and brought to a handful. When the Long Parliament met in November 1640, it consisted of about 490 members. In January 1649, those sitting, or at liberty to sit, in the House were not more than 90. Whole districts were unrepresented. In the list of sitting members given in a contemporary pamphlet, there were none from the counties of Herefordshire, Hertfordshire, Cumberland, and Lancashire, or from any borough within their limits. Wales was represented by 3 persons, and London by but a single citizen. In later years, a few readmissions and a few new elections swelled the total of sitting members to about 125. But at no date between 1649 and 1653 was the Long Parliament entitled to say that it represented the people. Its power rested not on popular consent, but on the support of the army, and on the superstitious reverence which Englishmen paid even to the shadow of a parliament. Politically, the all-important question was how long the army would continue to maintain this remnant of the Long Parliament in power. The agreement between the two covered a fundamental difference in their political views. The army regarded the maintenance of the existing assembly as a temporary expedient. The Parliament looked upon itself as a legitimate sovereign with an indefeasible right to rule. By a free state, the army meant a democracy, and could not understand a republic without republican institutions. Above all, it demanded that the new state should be based on a written constitution, defining the rights of the governed and the powers of the government. In the agreement of the people, drawn up in January 1649, it sketched the outlines of the republic it desired. The Long Parliament was to come to an end in April 1649. All ratepayers assessed to the relief of the poor, and every man not a menial servant or a pauper, were to have votes. Electoral districts were to be made more equal. Parliaments were to be elected every 2 years, and not to sit for more than 6 months in the year, and a Council of State was to hold power when they were not sitting. If the state chose, it might provide for the maintenance of a national church, but, with the exception of popery and prelacy, all forms of Christianity were to be tolerated. Finally, as a safeguard against arbitrary power, certain fundamental rights were enumerated with which no government might interfere: freedom from impressment, equality before the law, and freedom of worship. The constitutional scheme of the army was presented to the Parliament on January 20th, 1649. They did not ask that it should be imposed on the nation by law, but that it should be tendered to the nation for acceptance. It was to be circulated, somewhat as a petition, amongst the people for signatures, and if most of the supporters of the cause approved of it, steps were to be taken to give it effect. The Parliament received the agreement with thanks, and laid it aside. April 1649 passed, and they showed no sign of dissolving. Their feeling on the subject of a new Parliament was well expressed by Harry Martin in 1650. Martin compared the Commonwealth to the infant Moses. When Moses, he said, was found amongst the bulrushes and brought to Pharaoh's daughter, she took care to find out the child's mother and to commit him to her to nurse. The Commonwealth was an infant, of weak growth and very tender constitution. Nobody was so fit to nurse it as the mother who brought it forth, and till it had obtained more years and vigour, they should not trust it to other hands. In 1649 there was much to be urged in favour of this view. At home and abroad the young republic was surrounded by enemies. In England it was threatened by Royalists, Presbyterians, and Levellers. In Europe it had no friends. The execution of Charles I had excited universal horror amongst foreigners. There was indeed no prospect of the General League of European potentates to punish regicide, for which Royalists hoped, but both governments and peoples were hostile. In Russia, the Tsar imprisoned English merchants and confiscated their goods. In Germany, Sweden, and Denmark, ministers preached sermons denouncing the English sectaries and proving that there was no necessary connection between Protestantism and king-killing. In the United Provinces, where Republicans might have expected sympathy, public opinion was equally incensed against them. The States General addressed Charles II as king, condoled with him on the death of his father, and allowed Rupert to equip his fleet in Dutch ports. They refused to give audience to Strickland, the English agent in Holland, and declined to recognize the new state. In May 1649, a special ambassador from England, Dr. Dorislaus, was murdered by Scottish Royalists at The Hague, and though the Dutch government promised redress, popular feeling secured the escape of the murderers. Much of this hostility was due to the influence of the stadtholder, William II, whose marriage with Mary, daughter of Charles I, had made the House of Orange the one firm friend of the House of Stuart. William II helped his brother-in-law with money and advice, and would have done more if he had been able. But Holland, the richest and most powerful of the 7 provinces, was opposed to the warlike schemes of the stadtholder, and wished to remain at peace with England. In France, the king's death made every Englishman unpopular. The war with Spain and the distractions of France itself prevented Mazarin from assisting Charles II, but he would not recognize the Republic. The relations of England and France grew rapidly worse. The French government forbade the importation of English draperies. The English replied by prohibiting French wines, woolen goods, and silks. French privateers and even government ships attacked English commerce, and during 1649 and 1650 took English shipping to the amount of 5,000 tons and goods worth 500,000. Naturally, English merchants made reprisals on French trade. Diplomatic intercourse came to a stop. One French agent was ordered to leave England, a second was turned back at the coast, and a third was dismissed almost as soon as he arrived in the country. The hostility of France made Spain comparatively friendly. It did not recognize the Republic, but its ambassador kept up unofficial intercourse with the Council of State, and its government maintained real neutrality between English parties. It waited till the permanence of the new government should be assured, and in the meantime declined to help a claimant whose chances of restoration seemed precarious. Cottington and Hyde, the ambassadors whom Charles II sent to Spain, were received with coldness, and their petitions for assistance rejected. On the other hand, Ascham, the agent of the Commonwealth, was murdered by English cavaliers as soon as he reached Madrid, May 27, 1650, and only one of his murderers was punished. "I envy those gentlemen," said the Spanish Prime Minister, "for having done so noble an action. Political necessity might force Spain to reserve friendly relations with the Commonwealth, but the feeling of subjects and rulers alike was as hostile as that of the French. In England itself, the reaction which began when the king became a captive was increased by the manner of his death. 10 days after the execution, there appeared in print the Icon Basilicae, the portraiture of King Charles in his solitude and sufferings. The book was really written by Dr. Gordon, but no cavalier doubted that it contained the king's thoughts and feelings set down by his own hand. It inspired royalists with more fervid loyalty, converted the wavering, and touched even the indifferent. The mob began to believe that Charles had been the best of monarchs and the meekest of martyrs. He was no longer the perfidious tyrant of politicians, but the man with a mild voice and mournful eyes whom dramatists were to glorify. Milton complained that the people, with a besotted and degenerate baseness of spirit, except some few who yet retain in them the old English fortitude and love of freedom, are ready to fall down flat and give adoration to the image and memory of this man, who hath offered at more cunning fetches to undermine our liberties and put tyranny into an art than any British king before him. In his Iconoclastes he undertook to shatter the idol of the inconstant, irrational, and image-doting rabble, but failed altogether. For the moment the royalist party was too weak to be a serious danger. In Holland and in France, a crowd of ruined noblemen and battered soldiers waited impatiently for the chance of striking another blow against their conquerors. Already Montrose was enlisting men in northern Europe for a fresh descent on Scotland. In his lines to the dead king he had promised to avenge his death. "I'll sing thine obsequies in trumpet sounds, and write thine epitaph in blood and wounds." Other exiles, with an eye to profit, as well as vengeance, took to privateering. From the Irish ports, from the Isles of Man, Jersey, and Scilly, issued swarms of privateers, who infested the Channel and plundered English merchantmen. Nor were more distant seas secure. A few months later, Prince Rupert, with what was left of the royal fleet, took a number of prizes in the Atlantic, made a sudden raid into the Mediterranean, intercepted homeward-bound ships off the Azores, and even spread havoc in West Indian waters. "We plough the seas for a subsistence," wrote one of his officers, "poverty and despair being our companions, and revenge our guide." At home, however, the royalists were crushed and subdued. Some of their leaders were prisoners, others had suffered under the Republic's High Court of Justice. As a rule, the penalties inflicted on the defeated party were limited to pecuniary fines. Early in the war, the Parliament had resolved to sequestrate all the property of those in arms against it. Subsequently, it adopted the plan of compounding with delinquents, that is, allowing a royalist to redeem his estate on paying a certain proportion of its value. These compositions varied in amount from 1/2 to 1/10 of the capital value of the property, and were determined according to the position and the criminality of the owner. Under this system, large sums were raised to pay the expenses of the war, but it was less effective as a means of raising revenue than as a method of punishing royalists. A country gentleman who had melted his plate and felled his oaks to succour the king found himself forced to raise money when money was scarce and land had immensely fallen in value. The fixing of his fine was a long and cumbrous process. Until it was fixed, his estate was under sequestration. If he failed to pay his instalments at the right time, or was found to have understated his property, there came a reassessment of the fine, or a fresh sequestration of the estate. He might long as fervently as ever to see the day when the king would enjoy his own again, but disarmed and impoverished as he was, he could do little to bring it nearer. Yet many cavaliers were willing to risk their lives again in the attempt. This section of the party maintained an active correspondence with the exiled court, and by 1650 a central royalist council was established with agents in every county. But the most sanguine plotters admitted that without some assistance from abroad, the party in general was too extremely awed to take up arms. In England, their possible allies against the government were the Presbyterians and the Levellers. The Presbyterians were numerous, rich, and powerful. Their strength lay in London, in the large towns, and in Lancashire, but most of the middle classes and the bulk of the beneficed clergy belonged to their party. The Presbyterian clergy had protested loudly against the king's trial. Many of them preached against the Republic, and some were bold enough to pray for Charles II. They condemned the Commonwealth as an heretical democracy, and refused the engagement to be faithful to it which Parliament imposed. But beyond this passive resistance few of them went. Cordial cooperation between Presbyterians and Royalists was impossible, for the desires of the parties differed widely. What the Presbyterians wanted was a constitutional monarchy on the basis of the terms offered the king in the Newport Treaty. What the Royalists wanted was the restoration of monarchy as it had existed before the war began. One party demanded the establishment of some form of Presbyterianism, the other the maintenance of episcopacy. In 1648, the distrust and apathy of the Presbyterians had prevented the success of the Royalists, and the same cause prevented their union now. The Royalists distrusted the Presbyterians quite as much. To men like Hyde, they seemed traitors and rebels whose penitence was hollow, and whose principles were as fatal to monarchy and religion as those of the Independents. By depriving Charles of his kingly power, they had made it possible for the Independents to deprive him of his life. A Royalist summed up the share of the two parties by saying that the Independents cut off the king's head, but the Presbyterians brought him to the block. Adversity might draw Presbyterians and Royalists together, but not till hatred of military rule and dread of anarchy had effaced the memories of the war was their joint action possible. As little prospect was there of the union of the Levellers with the Royalists. Under the name of Levellers, two distinct parties were included, neither of which, however hostile to the existing government, was favourable to monarchy. A small section, calling themselves the True Levellers, demanded sweeping social changes. Without these, said they, the Republic is a mockery. Unless we that are poor have some part of the land to live upon freely as well as the gentry, it cannot be a free commonwealth. At present they asked for the right to establish themselves on the commons and waste lands, but they dreamed of a socialistic republic in which there would be no private property in land, no buying or selling, and neither rich nor poor. The majority of the Levellers demanded political changes only, and protested they had no desire to level men's estates, destroy property, or make all things common. What they wanted was to limit the powers of the government and extend the rights of the individual. The three chief points in their programme were manhood suffrage, annual parliaments, and complete religious liberty. Their complaint was that the Revolution of 1648 had stopped too soon, and that the Republic was not an absolute democracy. The Socialists were harmless dreamers whose doctrines fell on stony ground, but the teaching of the Democrats bore abundant fruit. Lilburne, their spokesman, was an effective pamphleteer, a vigorous orator, and a party leader of singular pertinacity and courage. In his struggle with the government, he gave voice not only to the aspirations of his own party, but to the feelings of all the governments of the Republic. The government seized his pamphlets, threw him in prison, and put him on trial for treason. It only increased his popularity. When Honest John denied the right of the sword to dictate laws, and demanded the liberty which was the birthright of every Englishman, no London jury would agree to convict him. He was imprisoned time after time, but it was impossible to suppress him till Parliament passed an Act for his banishment. December 1651. With so many enemies around them, the founders of the Republic had to deal with a task of extraordinary difficulty. but all the machinery of government was in their hands, and although their supporters were a minority, energy and enthusiasm compensated for lack of numbers. The Council of State consisted of country gentlemen of military or political experience, with a few lawyers, a few merchants, besides 3 or 4 professional soldiers. It contained a number of able men, and several statesmen, than whom, as Milton says of Vane, better senators ne'er held the helm of Rome when the Roman Senate beat back Pyrrhus and Hannibal. The system of governing through committees and boards made it possible to add to each of the bodies entrusted with the management of a department a certain number of outsiders of special knowledge or skill. The administrative business of the Republic was consequently far better conducted than that of the Long Parliament or the monarchy. Royalist pamphleteers represented the men in power as universally corrupt and self-seeking, but with some few exceptions they were men of high character and great disinterestedness. To a foreign observer, hostile rather than friendly, they seemed worthy to exercise power, however defective their title to it might be. Not only are they powerful by sea and land, wrote one of Mazarin's agents, but they live without ostentation, without pomp, and without mutual rivalry. They are economical in their private affairs, and prodigal in their devotion to public affairs, for which each man toils as if for his private interest. They handle large sums of money, which they administer honestly, observing a strict discipline. They reward well and punish severely. The pecuniary resources of the Republic were far greater than any of the Stuarts had ever possessed. The revenue of Charles I in 1633 was estimated at £618,000. The revenue of the Republic in 1649, from monthly assessments, customs, excise, fines from delinquents, and sales of confiscated lands, amounted to about 2 millions. But the demands upon the revenue were greater still. The safety of the seas and the possibility of a foreign war made the reorganization of the navy an immediate necessity. Accordingly, Warwick's commission as Lord High Admiral was revoked, and the command of the fleet given to 3 generals at sea, Blake, Dean, and Popham. In place of Warwick, the Admiralty Committee of the Council of State exercised a general supervision over naval affairs, but the building of ships, the care of their crews, and all the practical management of the navy were given to a board of navy commissioners taught by service at sea what a fighting fleet required. During the next 3 years, 41 new men of war were added to the navy, which was further increased by hired merchantmen. The sailors were better fed, better paid, and better cared for than they had been under Charles I, and moreover their zeal was stimulated by giving them 1/3 of all the prizes they took. Invasion rapidly became an impossibility, and the dominion of the seas a reality instead of an empty claim. The army of the Commonwealth, if small for the tasks before it, was amply sufficient to suppress rebellion or prevent invasion. The 21,000 men of the new model had swollen to a host of double that size. The standing army in 1649 amounted to 44,000 men, of whom 12,000 were destined for the reconquest of Ireland. In character and composition it differed little from the new model. The uniform had become universal, and henceforth redcoat and soldier were synonymous. As the pay of the troops was high and discharged with comparative regularity, it was no longer necessary to raise recruits by pressing. For the officers, the army had become a career, and few retired unless disabled or cashiered. Officers of all grades were inspired by a certain corporate feeling, and accustomed to act together in politics, but between officers and privates a serious divergence of opinion was beginning to reveal itself. The agitation of the levellers had found a ready response in the lower ranks of the army. Many of the soldiers demanded, like Lilburne, the immediate realization of the democratic republic. Others wanted the re-establishment of the Council of Agitators and the abolition of martial law. As in 1647, reluctance to serve in Ireland and the question of arrears of pay swelled the discontent. Lilburne seized the opportunity to attack the Council of Officers and Cromwell as its guiding spirit. He and his disciples denounced the Lieutenant General as a tyrant, an apostate, and a hypocrite. "You shall scarce speak to Cromwell about anything," says one of their pamphlets, "but he will lay his hand on his breast, elevate his eyes, and call God to record. He will weep, howl, and repent, even while he doth smite you under the fifth rib." Personal abuse had no effect on Cromwell, but he felt the danger with which this agitation threatened the Republic. Tenaciously attached to the existing social order, he regarded the teaching of the Levellers as calculated to overthrow authority and destroy property. In one of his later speeches he sums up his views on the levelling movement. The distinction between class and class was the cornerstone of society. A nobleman, a gentleman, a yeoman, that is a good interest of the land, and a great one. But the levelling principle tended to reduce all the orders and ranks of men to an equality. Consciously or unconsciously, it aimed at that, for what was the purport of it but to make the tenant as liberal of fortune as the landlord? The preaching of such a doctrine was a danger to the state, because it was a pleasing voice to all poor men, and truly not unwelcome to all bad men. When it came to propagating levelling views in the army, and inciting soldiers to disobey their officers, Cromwell's way with the ringleaders was short and sharp. In March 1649, Lilburne and 3 other incendiaries were brought before the Council of State. "I tell you," said Cromwell, thumping the council table, "you have no other way to deal with these men but to break them, or they will break you, yea, and bring all the guilt of the blood and treasure shed and spent in this kingdom upon your heads, and frustrate and make void all that work that with so many years' industry, toil, and pains you have done, and therefore I tell you again, you are necessitated to break them." Lilburne and his friends went to the Tower, but the effervescence amongst the soldiers still continued. At Salisbury, in May 1649, 3 of the regiments selected to go to Ireland broke into open mutiny and declined to march till the liberties of England were secured. Their watchword was "England's freedom, soldiers' rights," and they expected other regiments to join them. But Cromwell and Fairfax left them no time to gather strength. Hurrying from London to Oxfordshire by forced marches, the 2 generals fell on the mutineers at Burford, took 400 prisoners, and scattered the rest. Little blood was shed. 3 non-commissioned officers were shot. The rest of the mutineers were told that they deserved to be decimated. Nevertheless, they were re-embodied in the ranks and shipped off to Ireland. Cromwell did not limit himself to the soldier's task of striking down the enemies of the cause. He laboured with equal zeal to conciliate doubtful supporters and regain lost friends. Many independents were willing to accept the Republic, now it was established, if they could do so without approving the method by which it had been brought into being. Cromwell was probably the author of the compromise by which these men were induced to take their seats in the Council of State side by side with the authors of the late Revolution. Equally conciliatory was his attitude on the question of the House of Lords. To fanatical Republicans like Ludlow, it was a proof of his want of principle that he objected to the abolition of that institution, and wished to retain it as a purely consultative body. In reality, his natural conservatism disinclined him to make more constitutional changes than necessity required, and he sought to keep the support of those few peers who had hitherto stood by the cause. In April 1649, Cromwell even made overtures to the Presbyterians. He offered, as he had offered in 1647, to consent to the establishment of the Presbyterian system if there were toleration for men of other creeds who walked peaceably. He was willing to consent to the readmission of the members excluded by Pride's Purge if they would promise fidelity to the Republic, but the Presbyterians refused his offers. Of these attempted compromises there is little trace in history, but Cromwell's letters show his efforts to convert individuals. Robert Hammond and Lord Wharton had once been his comrades in the struggle, but now, as Cromwell put it, they had reasoned themselves out of the Lord's service. To win them back, it was to faith rather than to reason that he appealed, for that was the way he had quieted his own scruples. "'Were a vain thing,' he told Wharton, 'to dispute over your doubts or undertake to answer your objections. I have heard them all, and I have rest from the trouble of them, and of what has risen in my own heart, for which I desire to be humbly thankful. I do not condemn your reasonings. I doubt them. Bride's purge and the king's execution stuck in Wharton's throat. He condemned the illegality by which the Republic had been established, and the character of some of the men concerned. It is easy, replied Cromwell, to object to the glorious actings of God, if we look too much upon instruments. Be not offended at the manner. Perhaps there was no other way left. What if God accepted their zeal as he did that of Phineas, whom reason might have called before a jury? But above all, what if the Lord have witnessed his approbation and acceptance to this also, not only by signal outward acts, but to the heart too? To Cromwell, this union of the outward sign with the inward conviction was something far above argument. The logic of events was the only convincing logic. It was the answer he had given to Hammond's doubts in 1648. Fleshly reasonings ensnare us. Let us see what the purpose of God is, as it is made manifest in events. For as nothing happened but because God willed it should happen, so what men termed events were to the Christian dispensations, manifestations, providences, appearances of God. There was no such thing as fate. That were too paganish a word. There was no such thing as chance. Every battle was an appeal to God. Cromwell often uses that phrase as a synonym of fighting. Victory or defeat was not an accident. It was the working of the providence of God in that which is falsely called the chance of war. Therefore, each successive triumph of his cause was a fresh proof of its righteousness. His victories in Ireland became a justification of the Republic. These, he told the Speaker, are the seals of God's approbation of your great change of government. That there was something fatalistic in this belief cannot be denied. Cromwell himself once owns that he was inclined to make too much of outward dispensations. But the confidence in his cause which this creed gave was the source of his power over his followers. In the high places of the field, said one of them, as at Dunbar, Worcester, and elsewhere, when he carried his life in his hand, did not his faith then work at a more than ordinary rate? Insomuch that success and victory was in his eye, when fears and despondencies did oppress the hearts of others, and some good men too. Whatever happened to himself, the cause could not fail. The cause is of God, and it must prosper. It was not for the sake of the cause, but for the sake of his doubting friends, that he strove to persuade them. The Lord hath no need of you, he tells one. The work needs you not, but you it, he tells another. The fear in his mind was only this: what if my friend should withdraw his shoulder from the Lord's work through false, mistaken reasonings? To serve in that work in any station was more honour than the world can give or show. How great is it, he cries, to be the Lord's servant in any drudgery! How little then it matters whether a man is called an apostate or a tyrant, or what reproaches that service brings, what estrangements, what vigils, or what labours. Let us all be not careful what men will make of these actings. They, will they, nill they, shall fulfil the good pleasure of God, and we shall serve our generations. Our rest we expect elsewhere. That will be durable. Therefore, when others faltered and fell behind, Cromwell, in Marvell's phrase, marched indefatigably on. Fortunate was the Republic that in its hour of need it had such a servant. More fortunate would it have been had its rulers realized that the cause which Cromwell served was not a form of government, but ideal ends compatible with any form. He had sought to find religious and civil liberty in a monarchy. He sought it now in a republic. He was to seek it hereafter in a government which was neither. At present it seemed to him inseparable from the life of the Republic. End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morendo 07. Oliver Cromwell and the Rule of the Puritans in England by Charles H. Firth. Chapter 13, Ireland, 1649 to 1650. The Second Civil War had its counterpart in Ireland, where, in May 1648, Lord Inchiquin and the Munster Protestants threw off obedience to the Parliament and hoisted the royal standard. Ormond returned again to Ireland in September 1648, and by January 1649 he succeeded in uniting Anglo-Irish royalists and confederated Catholics in a league against the adherents of the Parliament. In vain, Rinuccini, the papal nuncio, opposed the league. The freedom and equality promised to the Catholic religion, the independence promised to the Irish Parliament, allured many, even of the clergy, to Ormond's support. They called on the Irish soldiers to fight for God and Caesar under his banners, and engaged to supply him with an army of 20,000 men. In February 1649, Rinuccini left Ireland. The king's execution further swelled the royalist ranks, for whilst a portion of the Ulster Presbyterians openly declared for Ormond and proclaimed Charles II, the rest threw off all semblance of obedience to the Parliament. Only Owen Roe and the Ulster Irish, dissatisfied with the terms of the treaty, stood aloof from the coalition and, negotiating first with Ormond, then with the parliamentary officers, maintained for some time a neutral attitude. In Londonderry, Sir Charles Coote still held out for the Parliament, Colonel Monk held Dundalk, and Colonel Michael Jones, ever vigilant and energetic, maintained himself in Dublin. Jones had been made governor of Dublin in June 1647 when Ormond gave it up to the Parliament. He had won a signal victory over the Irish at Dungan's Hill in August 1647 and could be trusted to fight to the last. But unless help came from England, the preservation of these last strongholds was only a question of months. It was not merely a question whether Ireland should be separated from England, for it was certain that Ireland in royalist hands would be used as a basis for an attack upon England. The young king's messengers announced his speedy coming to Ireland, and nothing but the lack of money hindered his journey. Already Prince Rupert, with a squadron of 8 ships, was in the harbours of Munster. It was at this juncture that the Council of State nominated Cromwell to command in Ireland, March 15, 1649. The speech which Cromwell made to the officers of the army a week later showed his appreciation of the crisis. "Your old enemies," he told them, "are again uniting against you." Scotland had proclaimed Charles II. A great party in England was ready to cooperate with the Scots. All parties in Ireland were joined together to root out the English interest there and set up the Prince of Wales. If we do not endeavour to make good our interest there, and that timely, we shall not only have our interest rooted out there, but they will in a very short time be able to land forces in England and put us to trouble here. All the national pride of an Englishman rose up at the thought of Scottish or Irish interference. "I confess," he continued, "I have often had these thoughts with myself, which perhaps may be carnal and foolish. I had rather be overrun by a Cavalierish interest than a Scotch interest. I had rather be overrun by a Scotch interest than an Irish interest, and I think that of all, this is the most dangerous. If they shall be able to carry on their work, they will make this the most miserable people in the earth, for all the world knows their barbarism. The quarrel is brought to this state. We can hardly return to that tyranny which formerly we were under the yoke of, but we must at the same time be subject to the kingdom of Scotland or the kingdom of Ireland for the bringing in of the king. It should awaken all Englishmen." At bottom, as Cromwell truly said, the quarrel was a national quarrel, and the question was whether the growth of English freedom should be checked by Irishmen and Scotchmen seeking for their own ends to replace the Stuarts on the throne they had lost. There was little real danger of this so long as the army remained united. There is more cause of danger from disunion amongst ourselves than by anything from our enemies. I am confident, we doing our duty and waiting upon the Lord, we shall find he will be as a wall of brass round about us till we have finished that work that he has for us to do. But with all this faith in divine assistance, Cromwell did not underestimate the difficulty of reconquering Ireland and left nothing undone that was necessary to secure success. Cromwell refused to accept the command until he was certain of adequate support from the government, and after accepting it, March 30th, declined to lead his soldiers across the sea until he was provided with money for their payment. Parliament entrusted him for 3 years with the combined powers of Lord Lieutenant and Commander-in-Chief, granting him a salary for the 2 posts of about £13,000 a year, and giving him an army of 12,000 men, well officered and well equipped. The organization of his army, the collection of ships to transport it, and, more than all, the difficulty of raising money to maintain it, delayed his start for more than 4 months, and it was not till August 13th that Cromwell landed at Dublin. If Ormond had been a great commander, or if Owen Roe had abandoned his neutrality in March instead of in August, every English garrison might have been taken before Cromwell's coming. Inchiquin, Ormond's lieutenant, took Dundalk and Drogheda in July, and Ormond himself blockaded Jones in Dublin. But Cromwell reinforced Jones with 3 regiments from England, and on August 2nd, the garrison of Dublin surprised Ormond's camp at Rathmines and defeated him with a loss of 5,000 men. "An astonishing mercy," wrote Cromwell, "so great and seasonable that we are like to them that dreamed." Its result was that Ormond could bring together no army which was sufficient to face Cromwell in the field, and was driven to rely on fortresses to check the invader till he could gather fresh forces. Into Drogheda, the first threatened, Ormond threw the flower of his army. Cromwell stormed Drogheda on September the 10th and put the 2,800 men who defended it to the sword. "I do not think 30 of the whole number escaped with their lives," he wrote. Then, sending a detachment to the relief of Londonderry, he turned his march southwards and, on October 11th, took Wexford by storm. Some 1,500 of its garrison and its inhabitants fell in the streets and in the marketplace, and, as at Drogheda, every priest who fell into the hands of the victors was immediately put to death. At Drogheda, the order to spare none taken in arms had been deliberately given by Cromwell after his first assault had been repulsed. At Wexford, the slaughter was accidental rather than intentional. Cromwell showed no regret for this bloodshed. He abhorred the indiscriminating cruelties practiced by many English commanders of the time in Ireland, and no general was more careful to protect peaceable peasants and non-combatants from plunder and violence. "Give us an instance," he challenged Catholic clergy, "of one man since my coming into Ireland not in arms, massacred, destroyed, or banished, concerning the massacre or the destruction of whom justice has not been done or endeavoured to be done." But when towns were taken by storm, the laws of war authorized the refusal of quarter to their defenders, and on this ground Cromwell justified his action at Drogheda and Wexford. He justified it both on military and political grounds. He had come to Ireland not merely as a conqueror, but as a judge, quote, "to ask an account of the innocent blood that had been shed," unquote, in the rebellion of 1641, and, quote, "to punish the most barbarous massacre that ever the sun beheld," unquote. Of the slaughter at Drogheda he wrote, "I am persuaded that this is a righteous judgment of God upon those barbarous wretches who have imbrued their hands in so much innocent blood, and that it will tend to prevent the effusion of blood for the future, which are the satisfactory grounds of such actions, which otherwise cannot but work remorse and regret." Of Wexford he said, "God, by an unexpected providence, in his righteous justice, brought a just judgment upon them, causing them to become a prey to the soldiers who in their piracies had made praise of so many families, and with their bloods to answer the cruelties which they had exercised upon the lives of divers poor Protestants." Cromwell, in short, regarded himself, in Carlyle's words, as, quote, "the minister of God's justice, doing God's judgments on the enemies of God," unquote. But only fanatics can look upon him in that light. His justice was an imperfect, indiscriminating human justice, too much alloyed with revenge, and, as St. James says, ira viri non operatur justitiam Dei. Politically, these massacres were a blunder. Their memory still helps to separate the two races Cromwell wished to unite. From a military point of view, however, they were for a short time as successful as Cromwell hoped in saving further effusion of blood. "It is not to be imagined," wrote Ormond, "how great the terror is that those successes and the power of the rebels have struck into this people. They are so stupefied that it is with great difficulty that I can persuade them to act anything like men towards their own preservation." Trim and Dundalk were abandoned by their garrisons. Ross opened its gates as soon as a breach was made in its walls, and Ormond's English royalists deserted in scores. But in November, when Cromwell attacked Waterford, the spell was broken. Its stubborn resistance and the tempestuous winter weather obliged him to raise the siege, for the hardships of Irish campaigning had thinned his army, and a large part of it were, quote, "fitter for an hospital than the field," unquote. Michael Jones, Cromwell's second in command, died of a fever, and Cromwell himself fell ill. Meanwhile, the inherent weakness of the coalition which Ormond had built up revealed itself. Between the Munster Protestants, whom Inchiquin had induced to declare for the king in 1648, and their Catholic Irish allies, there was a gulf which no temporary political agreement could bridge over. Before Cromwell left England, he had opened secret negotiations with some of the commanders in Munster, and his intrigues now bore fruit. In October, Cork expelled Ormond's garrison, and in November, Youghal, Kinsale, Bandon, and several smaller places hoisted the English flag. Thus, by the close of 1649, all the coast of Ireland, from Londonderry to Cape Clear, with the sole exception of Waterford, was in Cromwell's hands. "A great longitude of land along the shore," wrote Cromwell, "yet hath it but little depth into the country." The task of the next campaign was the extension of English rule inland. After wintering in the Munster ports, Cromwell led his army against the fortresses in the interior of Munster. Cashel, Cahir, and many castles fell in February, and Kilkenny, the seat of the Irish Catholic Confederation, capitulated at the end of March. More and more, the war became a purely national war between Celts and English. The last of Inchiquin's Protestant officers made terms with Cromwell. On the other hand, the Ulster army of Owen Roe stood no longer neutral, and though Owen Roe himself died in November 1649, his Celtic soldiers fought for the freedom of their race with unsurpassable courage and devotion. Owen's nephew, Hugh O'Neill, defended Clonmel against Cromwell, and repulsed with enormous loss his attempt to storm it. The Ironsides confessed that they had found in Clonmel, quote, "the stoutest enemy this army had ever met in Ireland," unquote. But though the garrison escaped by a skilful night march, the town itself was obliged to surrender, May 10th, 1650. By this time, war between England and Scotland was imminent. Cromwell's recall had been voted by the Parliament in January, and a fortnight after the fall of Clonmel, he sailed for England, leaving his lieutenants to complete the conquest of Ireland. Ireton, who remained as President of Munster and Commander-in-Chief, captured Waterford, August 10th, but failed before Limerick, while Coote in the north defeated Owen Roe's old army at Scarifolis, June 21st. There was no longer any Irish army in the field, and the war became a war of sieges and forays. At the end of 1650, Ormond left Ireland in despair. His successor, Clanrickarde, distrusted and disobeyed as Ormond had been, could neither unite the Irish factions for the last struggle, nor combine the scattered bands who still held out in their bogs and mountains. The nobility still clung to the House of Stuart, but the clergy turned for help to the Catholic powers and offered to accept the Duke of Lorraine as protector of the Irish nation if he would come to their defence with his army. In June 1651, Ireton again besieged Limerick, and after a siege of 5 months, the city yielded to famine and treachery. Ireton himself died of plague fever in November 1651, but his successors, Ludlow and Fleetwood, completed the subjugation of the country. Galway, the last city to resist, surrendered to Coote in May 1652. During the year, the last Irish commanders capitulated, and their soldiers entered Spanish or French service. So ended the 12 Years' War. The contest had been unequal, but the failure of the Irish to regain their independence was due not so much to the greater strength and wealth of England as to their own divisions. as a contemporary Irish poet wrote, "The Gael are being wasted, deeply wounded, subjugated, slain, extirpated, by plague, by famine, by war, by persecution. It was God's justice not to free them. They went not together hand in hand." Ireland was devastated from end to end, and a third of its population had perished during the struggle. Plague and famine, said an English officer, had swept away whole counties, and in some places a man might travel 20 or 30 miles and not see a living creature, either man or beast or bird. As for the poor commons, said another, the sun never shined upon a nation so completely miserable. It was not very difficult for Cromwell and the English Republic to subdue a divided nation, but the task which lay before them now was less easy. It remained to effect a settlement which would secure order, restore prosperity, prevent future rebellions, and extinguish the feuds of race and creed. In the last years of the Republic and during the Protectorate, first under Lord Deputy Fleetwood and then under Henry Cromwell, this reorganization of Irish government and society was carried out. The main lines of the Cromwellian settlement of Ireland had been determined by the Long Parliament. In all essentials, the parliamentary policy towards Ireland was simply a return to the traditional policy which, since the close of the Tudor period, all English governments had more or less consistently pursued. Colonization, conversion, and the impartial administration of justice were the aims of Cromwell, just as they had been the aims of Strafford. The basis of the settlement was therefore a great confiscation of Irish land and the substitution of English for Irish landowners. Parliament had announced this policy in 1642 when it voted that 2,500,000 acres of Irish land should be set aside for the repayment of the adventurers who advanced money for the reconquest of Ireland. The pay of the soldiers employed against the Irish and the reimbursement of the merchants who supplied provisions and other necessaries were provided for in this way. By 1653, the debt which the Parliament owed these three classes of creditors amounted to over 3.5 millions. Accordingly, in August 1652, Parliament passed an act confiscating the estates of all Catholic landholders who had taken part in the rebellion. The leaders and originators were to lose all their land, others 2/3, some 1/3, according to the degree of their guilt. The rich Catholic burgesses of Waterford, Kilkenny, and other large towns shared the same fate, but the Munster Protestants who had revolted in 1648 were merely fined 2 years' income. In 1653, it was decreed that even those persons to whom a portion of their estates was theoretically left should be transplanted to Connaught and receive there the proportion of land to which they were entitled. In most cases, they received inferior land, in some cases nothing, and in all cases, the removal entailed great suffering. Even a still more sweeping scheme for the transplantation of all classes of native Irish was for a time under consideration, but in the end few but landholders were actually transplanted. Artificers and labourers were allowed to remain behind, partly because their guilt was held to be less, partly because it was difficult to remove them, and because their services were needed by the new owners of the soil. Finally, the confiscated lands were surveyed, divided into different classes, and distributed by lot amongst the soldiers and the creditors of the government. By 1656, the process was practically completed, and 2/3 of the land of Ireland had passed to its new owners. Cromwell himself thoroughly approved of the principles of confiscation and colonization. Was it not fit, he asked, to make their estates defray the chargers who had caused all the trouble? It were to be wished, he told Parliament when announcing his capture of Wexford, that an honest people would come to plant here. Accordingly, he wrote to New England, inviting, quote, godly people and ministers, unquote, to leave their homes in America and establish themselves in Ireland. But with the details of the land settlement effected during his protectorate, Cromwell had little to do, though sometimes he intervened in favour of persons harshly treated by the Irish government. Thus he saved Peregrine Spencer, the grandson of the poet, from transplantation, not for the sake of the Fairy Queen, but for the sake of Edmund Spenser's Dialogue on the State of Ireland. Moreover, it was largely due to the Protector that the scheme for universal transplantation was reduced to more moderate limits. The ecclesiastical policy of Cromwell and the Puritans was the traditional English policy of suppressing Catholicism in Ireland and propagating Protestantism. The difference consisted in the consistent vigour with which that policy was now pursued. Under the Stuarts, the laws had forbidden the Catholic worship, but the government had often connived at its exercise. Charles, in his struggle with the Parliament, had promised the Catholics at one time toleration, at another equal rights. Cromwell, as soon as he arrived in Ireland, announced that the old laws would be rigidly enforced. Catholicism, he declared, had no right to exist in Ireland at all. The priests were mere intruders. For their own ends they had instigated the rebellion. They poisoned the flocks they professed to feed with their, quote, false, abominable, anti-Christian doctrine and practices, unquote. Liberty of conscience, in the narrowest sense of the word, Irish Catholics might enjoy, for they were not to be forced to attend Protestant churches, but of liberty of worship they were to have none. "I meddle not with any man's conscience," wrote Cromwell to the governor of Ross. "But if by liberty of conscience you mean a liberty to exercise the Mass, I judge it best to exercise plain dealing, and to let you know where the Parliament of England have power that will not be allowed of. As for the people," he declared, "what thoughts they have in matters of religion in their own breasts I cannot reach, but shall think it my duty, if they walk honestly and peaceably, not to cause them in the least to suffer for the same." Under the Protector's government, therefore, priests were hunted down, and either imprisoned or exiled. Some were transported to Spain, others shipped off to Barbados, and a sort of penal settlement was established in the island of Inishbofin. From persistency in these repressive measures, and from the active preaching of Protestantism, Cromwell hoped for the conversion of the Irish. He thought he saw signs of it even during his campaign. "We find the people," he wrote, "very greedy after the word, and flocking to Christian meetings, much of that prejudice which lies upon people in England being a stranger to their minds. I mind you the rather of this, because it is a sweet symptom, if not an earnest, of the good we expect." During the Protectorate, the English governors of Ireland made great efforts to propagate Protestantism. Independent congregations were founded in most of the great towns, and preachers invited over. In 1654, the commissioners in whose hands the government was appealed to New England for ministers. "Sir," began one of their letters, "we being destitute of helpers to carry on the work of the Lord in holding forth the gospel of Christ in this poor nation, being informed that the Lord hath made you faithful and able in the work, we hereby desire you to come over and help us." Assiduous preaching, argued Cromwell, together with humanity, good life, equal and honest dealing with men of different opinion, would in the end convert the Irish to Protestantism. The government also hoped much from the spread of education. In 1650, Parliament endowed Trinity College with the lands of the Archbishopric of Dublin and the Dean and Chapter of St. Patrick's. Trinity was reorganized and filled with independent divines, while the appointment of a number of professors, the establishment of a public library, and the foundation of a second college were also projected. When Archbishop Usher died, the officers of the Irish army bought his books to be the nucleus of the intended library. Like Strafford, Cromwell believed that the impartial administration of justice would make the Irish people good subjects and attach them to English rule. "We have a great opportunity," he wrote, "to set up a way of doing justice amongst these poor people, which, for the uprightness and cheapness of it, may exceedingly gain upon them, who have been accustomed to as much injustice, tyranny, and oppression from their landlords, the great men, and those that should have done them right, as I believe any people in that which we call Christendom. If justice were freely and impartially administered here, the foregoing darkness and corruption would make it look so much the more glorious and beautiful, and draw more hearts after it." In the newly conquered country, the obstacles which made the reform of the law so difficult in England could more easily be overcome. Ireland, Cromwell said, was as a clean paper, and capable of being governed by such laws as should be found most agreeable to justice, which may be so impartially administered as to be a good precedent even to England itself. Some improvement in these respects there certainly was. The Irish judges appointed by Cromwell were capable and honest, and one of the Chief Justices, John Cook, was a zealous law reformer. But no improvement in the administration of the laws could reconcile Irishmen to English rule, while the laws themselves were so little, quote, agreeable to justice, unquote. Justice, combined with forfeiture and proscription, and without equal laws, was a legal fiction which had no healing virtue. Equally futile was the attempted conversion of the Irish. The struggle against England had made Irish nationality and Catholicism identical terms, and a faith associated with spoliation and foreign conquest could make no progress in the hearts of the conquered. The only permanent result of Cromwell's zeal was an increase in the number of Protestant nonconformists in Ireland. Some nominal converts from Catholicism were made. A few landowners professed themselves Protestants in order to obtain a temporary respite from transplantation, and a good many Irish women who had married English soldiers passed as Protestants in order to elude the laws against the intermarriage of soldiers and papists. But converts of this kind usually relapsed, and the mixture of the two races, which the government could not prevent, profited Catholicism, not Protestantism. The failure of the policy of conversion entailed the partial failure of the policy of colonization as well. The families of the greater landowners, established by the confiscations, remained English and Protestant. The families of the smaller landowners, of the ex-soldiers who became yeomen and small farmers, tended to become Catholic in creed and Irish in feeling. How many there are, lamented a pamphleteer in 1697, of the children of Oliver's soldiers in Ireland who cannot speak one word of English. This comes of marrying Irish women instead of English. In the main, Cromwell's Irish policy followed the lines which Tudor and Stuart statesmen had laid down. In one respect, however, he was more original and more enlightened than either his predecessors or his successors. Strafford's economic policy had aimed at making the Irish rich, but also at keeping Ireland economically subject to England and preventing Irish manufactures or products from competing with those of England. No such jealousy of Irish trade warped Cromwell's policy. Its fundamental principle was that the English colony were to be regarded simply as Englishmen living in Ireland and entitled to the same rights as Englishmen living in England. "I would not," said a speaker in the Parliament of 1657, "have our own people oppressed because they live in Ireland." Accordingly, in the levy of any general tax on the three countries, care was taken that their respective shares should be equitably assessed. The same customs and excise were paid in Ireland as in England, and Ireland enjoyed equal rights with regard to foreign and colonial trade. However, as the native Irish and the Catholics were excluded from the corporate towns which were the seats of commerce and manufactures, the benefit of this trade was almost exclusively reaped by the English colony. Cromwell's object was to secure the prosperity of what he called, quote, "the interest of England newly begun to be planted in Ireland," unquote. If it were overtaxed or in any other way overburdened, quote, "the English planters must quit the country," unquote, and then, as he warned his second Parliament, quote, "that which hath been the success of so much blood and treasure, to get that country into your hands, what can become of it, but that the English must needs run away for pure beggary, and the Irish must possess the country again," unquote. With free trade, Cromwell also gave the English colonists in Ireland representation in the Parliament of the three nations. The Long Parliament had projected the legislative union of England, Scotland and Ireland, and had fixed the number of their representatives, but it was left to Cromwell to call the first United Parliament. The, quote, "instrument of government," unquote, allotted Ireland 30 members, leaving the Protector to fix the particular constituencies by which these members were to be returned, and 30 representatives of Ireland sat accordingly in the Parliaments of 1654, 1656 and 1659. As Catholics and persons who had taken part in the rebellion were excluded from voting, the members for Ireland consisted entirely of officers and officials representing the English colony. "I am not here," said one of them in 1659, "to speak for Ireland, but for the English in Ireland." Outside the ranks of the new colonists, The union of the English and Irish parliaments found few cordial supporters. The older English colony preferred a separate parliament for Ireland. It would be impossible, argued one of their spokesmen in 1659, for the Irish to get their grievances redressed if they had to come over to England and apply to the English Parliament for the purpose. Quote, "I pray that they may have some to hear their grievances in their own nation, seeing they cannot have them heard here." Unquote. In 1659, the Republican opposition in Richard Cromwell's Parliament, moved largely by the fact that the Irish members were staunch Cromwellians, urged their exclusion from the House. Ireland, Vane argued, was only a province and had no right to a voice in the government of the mother country. Quote, "They are still in the state of a province, and you make them a power not only to make laws for themselves, but for this nation, nay, to have a casting vote for aught I know in all your laws." Unquote. The attempted exclusion of the members from Ireland failed in 1659, but at the Restoration, the legislative union with Ireland was the first thing to go. No law was required to repeal it, for it had never received the king's assent, and no voice was raised in its defence. English conservatism and Irish provincialism were too strong, and Cromwell's imperial scheme went to the limbo reserved for policies too wise for their generation. The natural consequence of the termination of the legislative union was the loss of the commercial equality which had accompanied it. The English colonists were no longer treated as Englishmen domiciled in Ireland, but as strangers and rivals. The Navigation Act of Charles II excluded them from American and colonial trade, while two other acts followed, prohibiting the export of Irish cattle and provisions to England. Finally, in the reign of William III, the Irish woolen manufacture was destroyed, and the ruin of Irish commerce and agriculture was completed. It was only Cromwell's policy towards the English colony in Ireland which was reversed. His policy towards the native Irish was still pursued. So far as his policy coincided with the traditional policy of England towards Ireland, it was maintained. So far as it was wiser and more original, it was abandoned. Carlyle draws a picture of Ireland as it might have been if the ever-blessed Restoration had not torn up Cromwell's system by the roots. Ireland under this arrangement, he holds, would probably have grown up into a sober, diligent, drab-coloured population, developing itself most probably into some sort of Calvinistic Protestantism. It is a baseless dream. Even in Cromwell's lifetime it was evident that his scheme for the conversion of the Irish was doomed to failure. After his death, the proscription of Catholicism and the hopeless attempt to force Protestantism on a reluctant people were still continued, nor were they abandoned till 1829. The new proprietors whom Cromwell had established still kept their hold, and only a very small proportion of the confiscated estates, nominally 1/3, in reality much less, returned to their old possessors at the Restoration. So the Cromwellian land settlement survived its author to be his most permanent monument, and to be also, as Mr. Lecky writes, quote, "the foundation of that deep and lasting division between the proprietary and the tenants, which is the chief cause of the political and social evils of Ireland." Unquote. End of chapter 13.